Feng Zixuan said it very clearly. It shows Xu Hao's identity. With Xu Hao's image outside, he has nothing to do with being sinister and cunning. It also shows that they are a master-disciple relationship, and it will not harm her. It's not just Feng Zixuan who doesn't believe Su Chen's words. Xu Qingxue, who has a problem with Xu Hao, doesn't believe it either. Although Xu Hao is moody, indifferent to them, and scolds them, his image in the eyes of outsiders is still good. There is nothing to say about his private life. Except for her biological mother and stepmother Su Wancho, Xu Hao has never looked for other women. There has never been any scandal. Even the secretary he found is a man. The first affection is not a joke. Noticing the expressions of the two junior sisters, Su Chen secretly said that it was true. They don't know Xu Hao's true face. Then he will expose Xu Hao today. You have all been deceived by him. He looks decent on the surface, but he is actually very dark inside. My fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang was trained by him to call him master. There is another junior sister, who is your senior sister, Lu Yiren, who works in the police station, who also calls him dad. I don't need to tell you what kind of person he is, right? Wow. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxue were stunned. Especially Xu Qingxue, whose face kept changing. Isn't Xu Hao her dad? If the second senior sister is really with Xu Hao still wants the second senior sister to call him dad. What is Xu Hao's mentality towards these daughters? Su Chen said that Ji Yuning Shuang's identity could not be confirmed at the moment. But Lu Yiren, who works in the police station, the two girls would know it. That is the second apprentice of the master. Their senior sister. Two shocked eyes looked at Xu Hao at the same time. Xu Hao's eyes showed a look of confusion, astonishment, and puzzlement. My dear brother, is there any misunderstanding between us? Although I have cooperated with Mr. Ji Yu and I know Officer Lu, when did we become the kind of relationship you described? Whether it was his movements, demeanor, or tone, Xu Hao played the role of an innocent victim to the fullest. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxue both reacted. It turned out that Ji Yuning Shuang mentioned by Su Chen was the female president of GU Pharmaceutical Group. Ji Yuning Shuang controlled a multi-billion-dollar group, had a cold temperament, and had never been reported to have contact with any opposite S**X. Could she be the fiancée of Su Chen, a guy who had just come out of the mountains? He didn't even dare to brag like this. And Ji Yuning Shuang's identity was there. She had a good reputation in the upper-class circle, calling Chen Hao dad. It was impossible to think about it. And their sister Lu Yiren. She was famous for hating evil and having a strong sense of justice, and she had a deep respect for the profession of police officer. Anyone could call her dad, an immoral title, but she couldn't. She couldn't do anything like getting involved with a married man. It was because they knew Lu Yiren so well that they didn't believe what Su Chen said. Xu Qingxue thought of Xu Hao's lack of interest in women. If he was really interested in them, he would have done it long ago. After thinking it through, Xu Qingxue's thoughts came to her mind. Her eyes turned unfriendly when she looked at Su Chen. Xu Hao was her father after all. She was very angry at his unscrupulous rumor-mongering for involving his relationship with her daughter. Feng Zixuan thought of Xu Hao's hand-in-hand teaching to her during this period of time. He had been holding her and had never crossed the line. It was really as Su Chen said, Xu Hao was an old pervert and had already touched her. But he hadn't. Such a clumsy lie was exposed immediately. This made Feng Zixuan wonder if this guy was really their senior brother. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 1000. He noticed that the two junior sisters looked at him with displeased eyes. Su Chen was furious. The violent aura on his body was almost uncontrollable. His eyes were filled with resentment. This guy is really good at pretending. He was having fun with Ji Yuning Shuang in the office last time. He also quarreled with Lu Yiren. He denied it in a blink of an eye. The key is that the two junior sisters still believe that Xu Hao is innocent. Su Chen couldn't stand it, and said, Xu, you dare to do it but not to take responsibility. Do you have the guts to swear that you have nothing to do with Ji Yuning Shuang and Lu Yiren? Why not? Xu Hao spoke in a firm tone without hesitation. Don't say he doesn't believe in oaths. Even if there is a thunderbolt. He has the ability to control thunder and lightning, which will not work on him. Xu Hao was ready to swear. Feng Zixuan refused. She completely believed Xu Hao's words. What is Xu Hao's identity? He agreed to swear without hesitation. It can be seen how open-minded he is. Xu Hao didn't mind swearing, but as a disciple, she couldn't let this farce continue. Have you had enough? Feng Zixuan looked at Su Chen and scolded him. Junior sister, what I said is true. Su Chen turned to Feng Zixuan and said anxiously. Shut up, if you say one more word, get out of here. Don't call me junior sister, I haven't recognized you as my senior brother yet. Feng Zixuan was very angry. Originally, she was very happy because she was about to get guidance from Master Xu Hao. Now, her good mood was ruined by this guy. Su Chen was frustrated and stopped talking. Giving him a cold look, Feng Zixuan turned to Xu Hao and said apologetically. Master, I'm really sorry, this guy has been staying in the mountains for a long time, and I guess his mind is confused. He just said it after hearing some rumors. Quote. Xu Hao acted very generous. No one is perfect. There are many people who agree with me, so it is inevitable that some slander and rumors will spread. If I were to quibble with every one of them, would I still be busy with my own business? Su Chen listened nearby, clenching his fist so tightly that his nails were about to dig into his flesh. Hypocrisy. Too damn hypocritical. If I hadn't seen what happened between you, Ji Yuning Shuang, and junior sister Lu Yiren with my own eyes, I would have really believed your lies. But this time, he didn't refute it out loud. Both junior sisters believed in Xu Hao. He couldn't produce any evidence, and no matter what he said, the two girls wouldn't believe it. It would only deepen the conflict between them. Master is open-minded, Zixuan admires him. Feng Zixuan said with sincere admiration. Okay, time is tight in the afternoon, let's start teaching early. Master, please come this way. Feng Zixuan was delighted. It's good. It's good that the master didn't get angry because of Su Chen's nonsense. Then, she led Xu Hao upstairs. When she passed by Su Chen, she didn't even look at him. Seeing two junior sisters and Xu Hao go upstairs, Su Chen was worried about them being alone together. Followed silently, Xu Hao noticed and stopped. Bob. Master, what's wrong? Feng Zixuan asked in confusion. Xu Hao glanced at Su Chen. I don't want outsiders to be present when I'm teaching. Feng Zixuan understood. The 9 needles of heavenly medicine are profound. How can it be seen by outsiders? In fact, she knew that Xu Hao didn't care about these. At the beginning, she was not Xu Hao's apprentices or all willing to teach her the acupuncture method. Who made Su Chen offend people by talking nonsense? Missed the opportunity to learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Feng Zixuan turned around and looked at Su Chen coldly. Don't follow us, stay downstairs by yourself. When Xu Hao opened his mouth, Su Chen's face was already dark. He said unwillingly, what kind of teaching is he going to do? Why can't I be there? Is there something shameful? Su Chen is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart to learn medical skills better than his master. He deliberately provoked her. Feng Zixuan didn't answer him. Do whatever I tell you to do. If you are not satisfied, you can leave. She finished with a bad face. She took Xu Hao upstairs and came to the training room. Su Chen was stunned, his face uncertain. His teeth were clicking. His eyes were full of anger, as if flames would burst out at any time. What to do? Seeing Xu Hao and his 2 junior sisters disappearing around the corner upstairs. But he couldn't follow them. And he didn't believe Xu Hao would behave well when he was alone with his 2 junior sisters. He glanced at the direction of the corner. Su Chen ran out of Shenong Hall. If he wasn't allowed to watch it on the spot, could he watch it from the outside? Ding. Su Chen's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 999. In the training room, before teaching began, Feng Zixuan said a little nervously. Master, I told Qingshe about the heavenly doctor 9 needles that you taught me. Although the 2 were father and daughter, they were a little awkward. She needed to say something. You can decide for yourself. Qingshe is my daughter. If I had known that she was interested in the heavenly doctor 9 needles, I would have taught her a long time ago. Xu Hao said he had no objection. He looked at his daughter Xu Qingshe. Xu Qingshe turned her face away, and her heartbeat began to accelerate inexplicably. She had already agreed to receive Xu Hao's hands-on teaching from senior sister Feng Zixuan. She felt awkward and embarrassed when she thought about being held in the arms of this father whom she had always disliked. Master, I was just about to tell you. Feng Zixuan hesitated and spoke. What is it? Feng Zixuan began. Qingshui's medical talent is better than mine. I wonder if Master can teach her the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Will she learn faster than me? If Qingxue learns it before me, she can also represent our Shenong Hall and cure the patient. So I wonder if Master has time to teach Qingxue and me together. If there is not enough time, you can take the time you teach me to teach Qingxue. Xu Hao looked strange. He hadn't thought about how to convince the 4th daughter yet. The good disciple found him an opportunity. Teaching hand in hand, he is so good at that. Recently, there are indeed a lot of things to deal with in the company. Since Qingxue also wants to learn, then I will push all those tasks. Quote. In his heart, he had already thought of how to conquer her step by step through physical contact. But he said something else. Harvest a wave of goodwill first. Sure enough, these words touched both women. Xu Hao is the CEO of Chenny Group. There are many things to deal with, and there is no doubt. Hand-in-hand teaching begins. Xu Hao commented on Feng Zixuan's needlework and pointed out the shortcomings. Then he held her and gave her a hand-in-hand teaching. Feng Zixuan suddenly felt enlightened and made great progress. Voluntarily expressed that he would practice and consolidate. Let Xu Hao teach his sister Xu Qingxue. Xu Qingxue was a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood, she had never had close contact. She was still nervous. Then, she felt her hands being grabbed and the whole person fell into a warm embrace. Xu Qingxue froze. Like a puppet, being held by Xu Hao held her hand. She started to practice the 9 needles of the heavenly medicine. A man's shadow hung up quietly. Clearly, Hao didn't develop to that stage. But what's the difference? Hand in hand, there are bound to be bumps and bruises. He took advantage of everything. He saw Feng Zixuan giving acupuncture. It should be Xu Hao teaching her some medical skills. Xu Hao, the ISP whose mind is full of women. What medical skills does he know? It's obvious that he took advantage of her in the name of teaching. But the junior sisters said Xu Hao was a good person. Su Chen was so angry that he was out of breath. Dell. His eyes fixed. After Xu Hao finished teaching Feng Zixuan, he actually started to attack the little B***starred Xu Qingxue next to him. The little junior sister was obviously teaching for the first time. Her face was flushed and she was so beautiful. Su Chen's eyes were wide open, he actually saw Xu Hao. Chapter 193, A Loving Father and a Filial Daughter. All that's left is to send her to the bedroom. Desecrating the little junior sister. What did Su Chen see? It turned out that Xu Hao found that his daughter's body was tense, making it difficult to teach. So he gave her a massage. Qingxue, your body is too stiff now, don't be nervous, relax a little. Xu Hao said, pressing on several of her acupuncture points. Su Chen was far away. It looked like she was blaspheming his junior sister. He was so angry that he went crazy. If he saw any reluctance on Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxue's faces, he would immediately rush up and fight with Xu Hao. But no, the two women cooperated so well. Su Chen held his breath in his heart and couldn't spit it out, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ding Su Chen was very aggrieved, emotional value plus 999. The afternoon teaching was over. The 4th daughter Xu Qingxue's talent was indeed better than that of her apprentice Feng Zixuan. She learned very well on the first day. While Feng Zixuan was practicing acupuncture, she was also observing the father and daughter from time to time. Seeing that the junior sister did not resist, the relationship was gradually getting better. She was sincerely happy. Request Xu Hao teaches the junior sister. He hopes that the junior sister can learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine before himself, and led Chinese medicine to turn the tide. On the other hand, Feng Zixuan also wants to bring the relationship between father and daughter together. It would be better if they could be kind and filial to each other. One is the junior sister, and the other is the master. She doesn't want to see the two of them quarreling so much. An afternoon passed. Feng Zixuan benefited a lot. The progress of learning the 9 needles of heavenly medicine has reached a higher level. Xu Qingxue relaxed after being massaged by Xu Hao. Immersed in learning, unable to extricate herself. After some learning, she has also learned the simple 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Wu Yiling is just not proficient yet. The details are not well grasped. But compared to the previous time when the senior sister taught her, she couldn't grasp the key points at all. It is already a very good start. Master, is there anything at home today? Let's treat the master to dinner. Xu Hao thought about it and smiled. Okay. Quote. The three of them came to a hotel not far away again. Recently, Feng Zixuan has become a frequent visitor of this hotel. She was busy learning the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, and she forgot to eat and sleep. To entertain the junior sister, she couldn't just use the food from Shenong Hall. After practicing, she brought the junior sister to the hotel for dinner every day. She came to the reserved seat with ease. Ordered the dishes. In order to ease the relationship between Master Xu Hao and the junior sister, Feng Zixuan intended to make them close to each other. She arranged Xu Qingshui's seat in the middle. She sat next to her to prevent Xu Qingshui from escaping. Xu Qingshui understood what the senior sister meant. She was speechless. The senior sister might have thought too much. With her and Xu Hao, it is impossible to reconcile. What the senior sister did was just a futile effort. Xu Qingshui resisted in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud. The senior sister also meant well. Just put up with it. Su Chen, who was following secretly, saw this scene and was immediately furious. He couldn't help but blame Feng Zixuan. He also saw that Xu Qingshui and Xu Hao had a bad relationship, and this junior sister was the peacemaker in the middle. You are harming the junior sister. Do you think Xu Hao is a good person? Believe it or not, when he gets to know the junior sister, he will eat her up. In fact, there is no need to be familiar with them. Thinking of what I saw on the crooked tree before. Su Chen was about to get excited. Feng Zixuan didn't know when she became Xu Hao's apprentice. She was used to being taught by hand, and she was taken advantage of. Now it was the turn of the junior sister. Both junior sisters were so beautiful. If they fell into the hands of Xu Hao, a scum, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding Su Chen's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 852. Considering that they had to go back to practice after dinner, Feng Zixuan didn't ask for wine, but asked someone to bring a pot of tea. Filled the cups of the 3 people respectively. After the food was served, Feng Zixuan raised the teacup to Xu Hao. Master, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to teach us medical skills. We will toast you with tea instead of wine. Seeing that the junior sister Xu Qingshui didn't respond, she touched her twice with her elbow. Xu Qingshui raised the cup reluctantly. Xu Hao smiled and said, "One of you is my apprentice, and the other is my daughter. We have to squeeze out time no matter how little time we have." The 3 people's teacups touched lightly in the air. After serving tea, they began to eat. Xu Qingshui and Xu Hao had nothing to say, and the topic was always brought up by Master Feng Zixuan. Master, according to our learning progress, can we learn it within 10 days? The Western medicine should be able to produce treatment results soon. Given the nature of those people, they will definitely put the blame on our Shenong Hall. If I haven't mastered the 9 needles of heavenly medicine by then, it will be a big trouble. Xu Hao frowned, as if he was thinking. Then he said with a firm look, "You are very talented in medicine. According to the current learning progress, it will take about 10 days, and no later than 15 days. You can fully master the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, and treatment will not be a problem." Getting Xu Hao's affirmative answer, Feng Zixuan relaxed slightly, and a smile bloomed on her face. Xu Hao's words relieved the great pressure in his heart. "Master, how long did it take you to learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine? Master, what level of medical skills have you reached now?" Feng Zixuan has also taken great pains to bring the father and daughter together. Keep looking for topics to avoid a dull moment. Seeing Xu Hao picking up the dishes are on the opposite side, a little far away. You have to stand up a little to pick them up. Feng Zixuan's heart moved. She stretched out her chopsticks, picked up the dish, and put it in Xu Hao's bowl. "Zixuan, I can do it myself. It's so embarrassing for you to pick up the dishes for me." Xu Hao refused on the surface. But he smiled triumphantly in his heart. Seeing the emotional value prompt about the protagonist Su Chen that emerged in his mind, he was very satisfied. Never miss any opportunity to harvest emotional value. Xu Hao was polite. Feng Zixuan said, "It's okay, master. I'm close here. Uncle, just tell me what you want to eat." That's it. Whenever Xu Hao wanted to eat the dishes on the opposite side, Feng Zixuan would be quick to help pick them up. Xu Hao appreciated her actions. This apprentice has a future. Feng Zixuan picked up dishes for Xu Hao without feeling impatient. However, she saw Xu Qingshui eating hers silently next to her. She felt something was wrong. Didn't she want to match this father and daughter? Why is she the only one who is filial to the master? How can that work? Feng Zixuan rolled her eyes and thought of an idea. Click. She pretended to drop the chopsticks on the ground. While picking up the chopsticks, she said to Xu Qingshe. Qingshe, help me pick up some food for the master, I'll go change my chopsticks. It's not like I don't have hands. Xu Qingshe was reluctant, but still stretched out her chopsticks and put the food into Xu Hao's bowl. She didn't want to pay attention to Xu Hao. But she couldn't disobey the order of the senior sister. Feng Zixuan said that she was helping Xu Hao by picking up food for her, not that she wanted to do it herself. With an excuse, she found a way out. When Feng Zixuan came back with a pair of chopsticks, she saw this scene. Xu Hao wanted to eat dishes that were farther away, so Xu Qingshe helped her to come over. Feng Zixuan couldn't help but smile. She stood at the door for a while before coming in. Su Chen saw it from outside and felt heartbroken. Feng Zixuan shouldn't be so mean to her junior sister. She created opportunities like this. She was just short of sending the junior sister to Xu Hao's bed. Su Chen was full of questions. Why did Feng Zixuan do this? He could see that Feng Zixuan and Xu Hao hadn't developed to that stage yet. Why did she still want to match the junior sister up? Xu Hao was already 50 years old. What's the difference between doing this and pushing the junior sister into the fire pit? While feeling heartbroken, a strong sense of jealousy surged up. He wished he could replace Xu Hao. If only my junior sister was so kind to me. I was excited just thinking about my junior sister giving her to me. Ding Su Chen was very jealous, emotional value plus 987. The meal ended in this warm atmosphere. After leaving the hotel, Xu Hao said to his daughter Xu Qingshe before getting in the car. I know you are angry with me, and I don't ask for anything from you. You have a good relationship with Zixuan. She is a little busy during this period, so you should stay with her. But if you encounter any trouble, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Xu Hao left. Before leaving, he did not forget to brush up his good impression. Until the car disappeared, Feng Zixuan said with emotion. Qingshe, am I right? The master is a very good person. How could he be the kind of moody person you said? She didn't need to say it. After an afternoon of getting along, Xu Qingshe also felt the change in this father. There was a look of doubt in her eyes. Did Xu Hao really change? In her mind, no matter how much a person changes, his personality will never change. That's why, even though she knew Xu Hao was amazing, a master of calligraphy and piano, she never thought about going home. No matter how good you are, if you have a bad personality, you won't get my approval. But Xu Hao seemed to have really changed. This made Xu Qingshe feel very curious. After Xu Hao left, the two girls planned to return to Shenong Hall to continue practicing the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Su Chen stood up at this time. He looked sad. Junior sister, what I said is true. I swear if I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning. Why are you still with him? Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe have already determined that Su Chen is talking nonsense. Now he doesn't believe anything he says. Feng Zixuan said impatiently. Okay, you're right. We believe you. Aren't you not together with the master? If it weren't for the fact that this guy had a self-created acupuncture method that might be useful in treating patients in the future, she would have driven this guy away long ago. Although the two sides have a little relationship of senior and junior brothers and sisters, but they have never met before and are not familiar with each other. Feng Zixuan's indifferent tone made Chen Ran feel angry. You still say you are not together. Then what are you doing in the afternoon? Didn't I say it? The master is teaching me. Feng Zixuan also suppressed her anger. Ha ha ha, Su Chen laughed in anger. What teaching needs to be held hand in hand? He is taking advantage of you blatantly in the name of teaching. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe both looked at him in disbelief. They reacted at the same time. He spoke in a cold voice. You're spying on us. I told you not to go upstairs with us, but you didn't listen. You can get out now. Our clinic doesn't need a disobedient guy who peeks into other people's privacy. Feng Zixuan was angry, her tone was cold. She thought that in the afternoon, Su Chen didn't stay downstairs as she ordered, but followed up quietly. She didn't dare to keep such a sneaky person in the clinic. No, junior sister, you misunderstood. Su Chen hurriedly explained. I didn't go upstairs to peek, but ran outside and saw it from the window. I was also worried about you, afraid that guy would harm you. Xu Qingshe and Feng Zixuan looked at each other. What this guy said makes sense. For a moment, they didn't know how to scold him. Blame him for not listening. He didn't sneak upstairs but ran outside to watch. If you want to say he was peeping. He saw it from the window. Seeing that the two women were speechless, Su Chen got excited. He spoke with a painful face. Zixuan, although I don't know what you want to learn from Xu Hao as your master. You can teach Xu Hao hand in hand. But why do you want to drag the little junior sister into the water? Su Chen became more and more angry as he spoke. The relationship between the little junior sister and Xu Hao is not very good, and you are still trying to match them up. Su Chen told what he saw outside just now. In order to match Xu Hao and Xu Qingshe, Feng Zixuan deliberately dropped the chopsticks on the ground. Hope the little junior sister will be alert. What surprised him was that junior sister Xu Qingshe looked calm, as if she had known it for a long time. This shouldn't be the case. Doesn't she dislike Xu Hao? Why is she so calm when facing Feng Zixuan's matchmaking? You followed us. Feng Zixuan's anger rose again. Before, you went outside to watch, so it didn't count as peeping. Now you follow us, what can you say? Again, Xu Hao is too dangerous, I don't want you to get hurt 1.9 inches. Since he said it, Su Chen didn't intend to stop talking and continued. Zixuan, you match junior sister and Xu Hao, aren't you pushing junior sister into the fire pit? With Xu Hao's ISP virtue, he will never let junior sister go. Xu Qingshui's face was uncertain, sometimes clear, sometimes white, and sometimes red. Feng Zixuan's face was strange. Why do you think so? Su Chen found that the expressions of the two junior sisters were wrong, but he was angry and didn't think much about it. After Xu Hao finished teaching you, he took advantage of the little sister when teaching her. Xu Qingshe remembered. It was because Xu Hao saw that she was too nervous, so he gave her a massage. Unexpectedly, this guy saw it. Her face flushed immediately. Feng Zixuan obviously knew the reason. This guy misunderstood. He couldn't help but hold back his laughter. Su Chen felt bad. He talked seriously for a long time, and Feng Zixuan laughed. Did he think he was telling a joke? Feng Zixuan finally finished laughing and said with a playful look, do you think that I match Master and Qingshe to make them a couple? Su Chen's breathing stagnated. Isn't it you don't know their relationship yet? I tell you, they are father and daughter. Looking at the playful expression on Feng Zixuan's face, Su Chen was dumbfounded. It turned out that they were father and daughter and had a conflict, and Feng Zixuan matched them to ease the relationship. It turned out that he stood up and talked for a long time. It was all bullshit. They are father and daughter. How could they be in that kind of relationship? Su Chen felt something was wrong. Even if they were father and daughter, they were too close. Are you sure it won't go bad? Chapter 194, The Plight of the Little Loli's Mother. I'm afraid you can't bear it. It's numb. Su Chen felt that their relationship was suspected of deteriorating. But he didn't show it. He said apologetically, sorry, junior sister, I misunderstood. Xu Qingshe didn't accept his apology and snorted coldly. The look she gave him became more and more unfriendly. This guy dared to think about her relationship with Xu Hao. It's really hateful. Junior sister, don't be angry, I really didn't mean it, it was really. Su Chen was anxious when he saw this and hurriedly explained. Feng Zixuan interrupted mercilessly. Okay, go away, we don't want to see you now, we will settle the accounts with you later for the tracking and peeping. Quote. Feng Zixuan glanced at him coldly. He took Xu Qingshe back to Shenong Hall. Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away, Su Chen clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Originally, his relationship with the two junior sisters was not good. If they kept in touch, there was still a possibility that the relationship would improve. Everything was ruined by Xu Hao. Because of his appearance, the two women felt disgusted with him. It was even more difficult to change the impression of the junior sisters. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 1000. In the following few days, Xu Hao shuttled between the women and continued to harvest the emotional value of the drama. In the afternoon, he came to Shenong Hall. He taught the female protagonist apprentice and the fourth daughter step by step. Although Xu Qingshe still had that reluctant attitude, she no longer glared at Xu Hao as soon as they met. The favorability was slowly improving. The one who improved the favor the fastest was still the female apprentice. Because for several consecutive days, Xu Hao came to teach, her medical skills greatly improved. She gradually became proficient in the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. She saw the hope of saving Shenong Hall. She was extremely enthusiastic about Xu Hao. The favorability of the 2 heroines increased, and Xu Hao was in a good mood. He was in a good mood, and Su Chen was in a very bad mood. The 2 junior sisters still didn't listen to his words. Every day, they accepted Xu Hao's hands-on teaching. Su Chen wanted to hang on the crooked tree again to check the situation. But Feng Zixuan knew that he might be peeping, so she closed the window. Su Chen couldn't see anything. He could only sulk. Every day, he provided Xu Hao with a lot of emotional value. This day, after breakfast in the morning, Xu Hao was sitting in the courtyard leisurely sipping tea. "Uncle, are you comfortable like this?" The innocent voice of little lowly 807 Li Yu Shaoshan sounded next to him. It turned out that the little lowly was massaging his legs. The little lowly has lived at home for a few days. The whole family likes this lively, cute, and sensible little lowly very much, and takes good care of her. Xu Hao touched the little girl's head and praised her with a smile. "Shaoshan did a good job, you don't need to hammer me, go play by yourself." Who knew that the little girl had a bitter face after hearing this? "Uncle, is there something I did wrong?" Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. "Why do you ask? Shaoshan did a good job." "Uncle is lying, uncle, you often ask a few sisters to help you massage, I massage your legs, but you drive me away." Xu Hao was amused by her innocence. Gently stroked her twin ponytails that were tied by who knows which daughter. "Shaoshan, you think too much, your sisters are all grown up, and they are still my daughters, of course I can order them around as I want." Single quote. "You are a little cutie, you can't do these hard work." The little girl is sometimes stupid, but sometimes very smart. Isn't that right? Instantly, I heard the real reason from Xu Hao's words. The sisters are the daughters of the uncle, and the family should not be shy. And she is an outsider, so of course she has to be polite. But the little girl doesn't like this. The uncle treats her so well. She likes the uncle too. She wants the uncle to treat her as a family member. Sniffing, the little girl pouted and said with courage, "Then uncle, can you treat me like your daughter? Treat me like a family and don't be so distant. Otherwise, uncle, just be my dad." Shaoshan has no dad since he was a child. "Shaoshan, you can't say that. Where's your dad? What if he comes back?" Xu Hao said this deliberately. In fact, he knew everything in his heart. He had already checked the situation of Yu Yun and the little girl. The little girl was adopted by Yu Yun, so she naturally had no dad. "I don't know what it's like to be a biological father." The little girl tilted her head. "I don't know my dad. Anyway, I haven't seen him since I was a child. Even if he comes back, I won't recognize him. I want my uncle to be my dad." Xu Hao scratched her nose. "You are still young, do you know what the word, dad, means?" "I don't mind you calling me that, but if your mother hears it, she will beat you up." "How can I not know what dad means? Isn't it just being with mom?" "Uncle, can you be with my mom too?" "Dad. Don't talk nonsense when you go back, your mom will really beat you, abdj." The little girl stopped talking. Her eyes flickered. From her uncle's reaction, he was willing to be with mom. It's just that mom doesn't agree, which is difficult to deal with. How to match uncle and mom together? The little girl began to brainstorm while massaging Xu Hao's legs. Xu Hao took out his mobile phone and opened the hot news search. After 10 years of marriage, the trial of 2 children not being biologically born was suspended, and the Queen of Law may suffer a Waterloo. Closing square bracket. Shock. The Queen of Law, who is known as the undefeated myth, is about to fall. Even the Queen of Law will be defeated when facing the little fairy. What a bullshit Queen of Law, she is also a woman, she doesn't serve our female compatriots, but sues men, she is not worthy of being a woman. These news are all in the top of the hot search list. It can be seen how much of a sensation it caused. Click on the news. Netizens, comments are full of abuse and ridicule. Queen of Law, what the hell? In this matter, the woman is obviously the victim. It's fine if she doesn't speak for the woman, but she also sues the man. Isn't it just that the 2 children are not his own? Men nowadays are so stingy. Don't they still be filial to you when they grow up? They even went to divorce and sue. If you didn't just focus on work every day and ignore the woman's feelings, would you be blamed? Girls, support me, although the woman is wrong, but putting aside the facts, is the man wrong? There are many similar remarks that explode the three views. In addition to these comments that destroy the three views, there are more support for the Queen of Law. I strongly support the Queen of Law to win the case. The man worked hard to earn money to support the family, but the woman put a hat on him and had the nerve to give birth to someone else's child. The pure love warrior fell to the ground and must divorce that woman and compensate Yin for mental damages. Oh my God, the little fairies nowadays are so scary. They put aside the facts. I have never seen anyone who made a mistake and was so righteous. These stupid comments, anyone with a normal brain would not post them. Do you still expect those little fairies to be normal people? Although, this matter is getting bigger and bigger. I think lawyer Yu will give up this case. Even if she has never lost, she will fall in this case. Impossible, I believe in lawyer Yu, don't be afraid, we will always support you. Read the news. Xu Hao smiled and put down his phone. It was originally a small case, but it became so big and so popular. Yes, it was all arranged by him behind the scenes. This is the opportunity he created to contact the heroine. Yu Yun is usually too busy. It's hard to see her usually, and Xu Hao has never thought about picking up girls seriously. Then let her be a little busier. She was so overwhelmed that she had to ask for help from herself. At the gate of a civilian community, Yu Yun, the central figure in the vortex of the incident, appeared here with her secretary. At this time, she was wearing a lawyer's professional suit. She looked capable and free, with a slightly frowned brow, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The little secretary followed behind without daring to breathe. Waving her hand, the lawyer took the lead and walked into the community. With Yu Yun's reputation in the legal community, it would be easy to solve this small case. But I don't know who leaked it, which caused a huge phishing reel on the internet. It received widespread attention from the society. It also caused the siege of the little fairies. Originally, this matter was easy to handle. As long as she won the lawsuit, it would be fine. After so many years in the legal profession, she has offended so many people that she doesn't care about the group of little fairies. But the problem lies here. Yu Yun is confident that she can win the lawsuit. But her defense object, the male victim of the incident, actually backed out. He said that he was cyberbullied and exhausted, and he didn't plan to continue the lawsuit. Yu Yun was immediately in a dilemma and couldn't get off the stage. Because she helped the other party to fight the lawsuit, she had offended the group of little fairies. If she suddenly gave up the lawsuit, how would others see her? They all thought she was afraid. The undefeated myth was defeated in such a small case, and she would be laughed at by everyone. Originally, those who supported her would also scold her in return. At that time, she would become a national joke. Just imagine, one is the Queen of Law, worshipped and admired by countless people. The other is ridiculed and scolded by everyone. Two extremes. No one can accept it. Yu Yun couldn't accept it. So after realizing the problem, she immediately interrupted the trial. Hoped to find a solution during this time. 10 minutes later, Yu Yun brought her secretary to an ordinary house, and I arrived at a house with a year-old salary. It was her defense object. Don't rush to close the door. Listen to me. You don't need to care about the comments on the internet. You are a victim and deserve the protection of the law. Let the woman who hurt you be punished. As long as you cooperate, I am confident that I can help you win the lawsuit. However, before Yu Yun finished speaking, the middle-aged man interrupted in a daze. Thank you, lawyer Yu, but it's not necessary. Let's just forget it. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned back to the house. The door slammed shut. What kind of person is this? If you hadn't begged hard at the beginning, would Sister Yu have sued you? Now you suddenly turn against me, aren't you harming Sister Yu? The secretary was very angry. Yu Yun was also very angry, but there was nothing she could do. If you want to blame someone, blame her for misjudging him at the beginning. At that time, he looked miserable and pitiful, and honest. Now think about it, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Complaining is useless, we can only find a way to solve it. Xu family villa. The little girl is still giving Xu Hao a leg massage. She has no idea that her mother has been framed by her close uncle and is in a huge crisis. Sister Yan, why did you disappear for so long again? Are you sure it's not Red Rose that's in trouble? Xu Feiyan met Yan Wumei who drove over at the door. She asked with some concern. Yan Wumei touched her head. Don't worry, Red Rose is fine, but I haven't been here for a while. I am indeed dealing with Red Rose's affairs. Xu Feiyan couldn't help but get nervous. What happened? She had been immersed in Xu Hao's big plan for this period of time. Let her work hard to improve her strength and reach the peak of dark energy as soon as possible, and she would be surprised. Xu Feiyan has been working hard for this. She ignored the information from the outside world. Her efforts were not in vain. After eating the candy that Xu Hao used to improve her strength, she continued to practice hard. She has already broken through to the late stage of dark energy. You don't know yet. Yan Wumei smiled mysteriously. I have led the Red Rose to destroy 2 major forces and become the sole overlord of the underground world. Ah! Xu Feiyan exclaimed, her face full of shock. The leaders of the 2 major forces, Qinglong Hall and Batian Gang, were in the middle stage of dark energy. Even if Yan Wumei broke through to the peak of dark energy, it is impossible to destroy the 2 major forces so quickly, right? Tell me what happened after I left. Xu Feiyan asked impatiently. Yan Wumei was in a good mood. She often came to the Xu family before, but she was forced by the 2 masters. She didn't tell her good sister anything. Now that the crisis is over, she can talk about it. So, Yan Wumei walked into the villa while talking about what happened recently. Hearing Xu Feiyan exclaimed, Lian. She was even more envious when she learned that Yan Wumei was already a Huajin master. Didn't you just break through the peak of Anjin? How did you become a Huajin master so quickly? Did your father give you special treatment again? Xu Feiyan almost thought of the reason and asked suspiciously. Yan Wumei's face stiffened for a moment. That was no longer a special treatment. It was a full-scale banquet. Xu Feiyan had found the answer from her eyes. She clenched her pink fist. Dad is too partial. He doesn't think of his daughter when he has good things. I also want to become a Huajin master. Yan Wumei opened her mouth but still didn't say it. There are good things. But you really can't afford it. The 2 girls walked through the courtyard and I came to Xu Chou who was enjoying it. Hello, 2 sisters. The little Loli saw the 2 sisters coming. One was her uncle's daughter, and the other one was unknown, but she still called out obediently. Hello, Xiaoshan too. Quote. Xu Feiyan touched the little Lolita's head. After saying hello, she looked at Xu Hao and said dissatisfiedly. Dad, you still say you are not partial. You helped Sister Yan to become a Huajin master, but I didn't get anything. Anyway, I don't care. If you don't turn me into a Huajin master, I will keep holding you. Xu Hao patted her hands. Who said I was partial? Didn't I ask you to reach the peak of Angxin as soon as possible, so I can give you a surprise? Xu Feiyan blinked. Xu Hao nodded in affirmation. That's right. If you want to break through to Huajin, you must break through to the peak of Anjin first. Your sister Yan has improved her strength by herself. I want to see how long it will take you. Xu Feiyan immediately cheered up. Don't worry, Dad. I must be faster. Xu Hao cheered her up. Sent her to the dance hall to practice martial arts. By the way, let her take the little Lolita away. Only Xu Hao and Yan Wumei were left at the scene. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows at her, stood up and walked towards the villa. Yan Wumei pursed her lips. Knowing that Xu Hao was going to take her to the study, she couldn't help but get so excited that her legs went weak. Chapter 195, Caught by the Daughter. God's hand. At the mercy of the daughter. The daughter is filial. Sent away the daughter and the little Loli. Xu Hao looked at Yan Wumei and asked with a raised eyebrow. Wumei, if you are not busy being your queen, why did you come to me? Of course I came to repay Uncle Xu. I can lead Red Rose to unify the underground world, thanks to Uncle Xu's help. Yan Wumei showed a smile that turned everyone upside down. This smile made the surrounding flowers pale. Although she and Xu Hao were more of a transaction. Xu Hao improved her strength, and she paid the corresponding return. The favorability was improved unconsciously. But it is impossible to get the favorability of this heroine to the full and completely surrender. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. It is true that Yan Wumei has become the queen of the underground world. Who knows when another force will emerge to destroy her Red Rosé. Can't relax. It is still necessary to strengthen the improvement of strength. The strong ones of Huajin are considered strong. But there are stronger ones. And to improve strength. In the case of not being in a hurry, Wumei still thought of Xu Hao. The improved goodwill took effect at this time. Xu Hao brought her a strong curiosity. Not only can he take out those little gadgets that improve strength. His martial arts skills seem to be bottomless. Also, when they are together, it feels like improving experience. It's amazing. I can't help but want to explore. Xu Hao smiled, stood up, and raised her delicate chin. The seductive collarbone emerged. You should know that I don't just need your verbal thanks now, I want more. Yan Wumei thought of something, her face flushed, her eyes dodged. Okay, while there is time now, I will teach you again. Immediately, Xu Hao taught Yan Wumei step by step. Yan Wumei found that, even if she became a strong person of Hua Jin, she still had no power to resist in front of Xu Hao. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. She became more determined to learn from Xu Hao. When teaching Yan Wumei, Xu Hao did not forget to call his personal bodyguard, the yandere killer Hong Qiangwei, to look at the degree. After teaching Yan Wumei once, Xu Hao waved to Hong Qiangwei. Hong Qiangwei looked reluctant, but walked over honestly. She had been ordered around by Xu Hao all the time, and she was tired of it. But she had no choice. She couldn't even die, what else could she do? Recently, a thought of self-destruction popped up from time to time. Since I can't resist, then enjoy it. If I can't enjoy it at all, then I won't resist. In fact, being Xu Hao's personal bodyguard is nothing. It's just a little humble, being ordered around and massaged every day. At least I only serve Xu, right? Show me what you have learned, let me see how much you have improved. Xu Hao said lightly. Hong Qiangwei began to practice the Tai Chi, close combat and 18 martial arts she had learned involuntarily. Only for show, Xu Hao commented and continued. Let me teach you how to feel it. Then, Hong Qiangwei felt her hands being grabbed. Sure enough, she couldn't resist. She screamed in her heart, anxious. Is Xu Hao finally going to stretch his magic hand to her? Damn it. Hong Qiangwei couldn't move, her eyes showed resentment, and she wanted to cut Xu Hao into pieces. Ding Hong Qiangwei was furious, emotional value plus 95. Xu Hao smiled. So he did it on purpose. The emotional value of this heroine has been getting less and less recently. So he further stimulated her. Sure enough, it worked. After brushing Hong Qiangwei's emotional value almost to the limit, Xu Hao let her go. The two teachings also provoked his anger. She gave Yan Wumei a look and walked towards the villa. Yan Wumei hesitated for a moment, but still followed behind. When she came out of the study, Yan Wumei's eyes were drawn. She tried to keep herself calm. After all, Xu Hao's wife and several daughters, especially her good sister Xu Feiyan, were at home. If they knew what she had just done, they would definitely cut her into pieces. What a coincidence. When she left Xu Hao's study and walked to the corner to go downstairs, Xu Hongzhuang happened to come out of the study after practicing the piano. The two met like this. Xu Hongzhuang noticed her unnatural expression, and looked at the location of Xu Hao's study again, her eyes full of disbelief. Although she was a novice. But have you ever seen a pig run even if you haven't eaten pork? She often saw her best friend Xiao Wanling coming back from Xu Hao's bedroom. It can't be said that she is similar to Yan Wumei now. It can only be said that she is exactly the same. She was shocked. If I remember correctly, Yan Wumei is the good sister that fifth sister met outside. She is actually with Xu Hao. Noticing Xu Hongzhuang's shocked expression that saw through everything, Yan Wumei panicked. Hongzhuang, don't misunderstand, it's not what you think, I came to ask Uncle Xu for advice. Xu Hongzhuang nodded blankly. She believed it pretending. It's not like she hasn't seen Yan Wumei in this state before. Ah, well, I remembered that I have something to do, so I'll leave first. The more she explained, the worse it got. Yan Wumei laughed and slipped away. She blamed Xu Hao in her heart. They said not to go to the study, don't go to the study. Something happened now, right? Xu Hongzhuang must have known about it. How could she hold her head up in front of him? In fact, she thought too much. Xu Hongzhuang was indeed shocked, but she recovered quickly. After all, there was the lesson of her best friend. It wasn't so hard for her to be with Xu Hao. Ding Yan Wumei is full of shame, emotional value plus 999. In the study room, after enjoying it, Xu Hao did not follow him out. Instead, he checked the attribute panel. After so many days of harvesting, he has accumulated another 200,000 emotional values. No problem, draw the lottery. Let's draw 10 times in a row. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn 12 points of free attributes. Tisk. A good start. Keep up the momentum later. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn item, a box of popping candy. Effect. Improve learning ability. This. Why does it feel a little improper? I really want to call the queen back to try what to do. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn character, 10 early stage of Wajan Death Warriors. Not bad. At least a Wajan strongman. It is also the top combat power of Wushang, now. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, God level skill to check in. Not bad. With this thing, you can add another God level skill. Xu Hao glanced around. There are too many master level skills, and I don't know which one to upgrade. Keep it for now. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 8 free attributes. You suck, little brother. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, QQ water bed. Durable and strong, bringing the highest enjoyment. Filthy. Too filthy. Is he that kind of person? Xu Hao thought about where to press the water bed. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, a peak Wajan warrior. Brush 1. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. Finally, he drew a peak Wajan strongman. Another big help. Wushang is developing well now, and its tentacles are gradually spreading all over the world. But he still has a long way to go before he can monitor the world. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, Bajiquan Grandmaster. Another Grandmaster skill came out. It's a pity that it's useless. Now he has all kinds of skills, and he is invincible in close combat. He is not afraid of long-range attacks. Telekinesis drives the silver needle. It's faster than a bullet and can turn. Who can beat it? Even if you are good at dodging and hiding, have you seen teleportation? He can teleport dozens of meters away, which is hard to defend. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward, and 1,000 miles of marriage is a thread. Connecting with the opposite S**X can make the other person gradually like you, not mental control. Xu Hao's eyebrows moved. This thing is the second one he has drawn. He has never used it on the heroine. It's not that it's not useful, it's that he's reluctant to give it up. He plans to leave it to his eldest daughter. The eldest daughter is the most difficult to deal with. She has the most personality, the most profound influence, and is difficult to conquer. He thought of using some special means. Now that he has drawn another one, he can find a girl to try the effect. Xu Hao's mind is filled with the figures of the heroines who have not been conquered. In the end, forget it. It's too wasteful to use it on them. Wait until you meet the right one later. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn 10 points of free attributes C. It's quite standard. The ordinary draw is over, Xu Hao cheers up. Next is the boutique draw. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn God's hand. God's hand. Give the hand divine power, have special effects, faster and more flexible, it's hard to extricate yourself. That's it. 100,000 emotional points, and you draw out such a thing. Xu Hao is numb. It's faster and more flexible. Do you want him to strip in 1 second? Although he can strip others. But he doesn't need to be so impatient. As for satisfying with hands, there is no need. He has no rivals. After some research, he finally found some uses. It makes people feel doubled. EMMM can be used when teaching. It is extremely light to take things, and it is easy to be a thief king. It is extremely hard, and can catch shells with bare hands. Pull. Put aside some improper thoughts, there are still many benefits, it is not a loss. 0 Seek flowers. Check the harvest. 30 free attributes, add 10 points for each item. A warm current emerges. Xu Hao's mind moved. A transparent attribute interface emerged. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 882, late stage of Wajan. Physique, 690, 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 613, 10 for ordinary people. Skills, close combat Grandmaster level, painting Grandmaster level, calligraphy God level, piano Grandmaster level, music Master level, T-art God level, firearms Master level, 18 martial arts Grandmaster level, assassination Grandmaster level, chess Grandmaster level, Tai Chi God level, medical skills Grandmaster level, gambling Grandmaster, carving Master, flying knife Grandmaster, driving skills God Bajiquan Grandmaster. Items God killing dagger, immortal binding rope, Master Key, 1000 Miles of Marriage X2, Small Whip, Breakthrough Pill 3 God Level Skill Commission Card. Special Portable Space 10 cubic meters Teleport, Deceiving 2 Kidney, Telekinesis, Perspective, Danger Prediction, Lightning Control, Double Cultivation with Women, Invulnerability to All Poisons, Hand of God. Emotion Value 5222. Free Attributes 0. In addition to adding points. He has never practiced martial arts, but he has double cultivation with women, and the points are slowly increasing. Even without adding points, he can slowly improve his strength. After all, adding some time is faster. Afternoon. Xu Hao came to Shenong Hall and continued to teach his daughter and apprentice. But an uninvited guest came to the Xu family. Who else could it be but the protagonist Luo Yan? At noon, Luo Yan went to find Yan Wumei. Seeing Yan Wumei hurried back, his face flushed. No need to think, he must have gone to find Xu Hao. Luo Yan couldn't stand it anymore. He decided to put the plan against Xu Hao on the agenda. He originally planned to post the photos on the internet and write a short article to ruin Xu Hao's reputation. But he found that he couldn't post it at all. Then he remembered Xu Hao's identity, a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. One of the projects of Xu Group is the internet. Controlling the internet is equivalent to controlling the fishing reel. All the bad news about Xu Hao couldn't be sent out. Luo Yan had to find the Xu family. However, just when he was about to climb over the wall and break into the villa, a wave of terrifying breath came. Without exception, they were all powerful people in the late stage of Huajin. Luo Yan was horrified. He had calculated that Xu Hao would go out before coming here. He did not expect that there were so many strong men hidden in the villa. He had no choice but to retreat quietly. But he did not leave. Instead, he stood guard at the door of the villa. Xu Hao was too much of a bully, so he had to make some trouble for him. This time Luo Yan came with the intimate photos of Xu Hao and Yan Wumei. He planned to tell Xu Hao's wife and his daughters. But he could not even enter the villa. Luo Yan waited outside, hoping that they would meet when they went out. Waiting and waiting. An afternoon passed quickly. Luo Yan cursed secretly. Did the Xu family stay at home and not go out? When he was in a bad mood, a Maserati president drove out of the Xu family villa. He looked closely. He saw Xu Hongzhuang and her best friend Xiao Wanling in the back seat of the car. He knew her because he had investigated the Xu family. That was Xu Hao's third daughter. After the car drove a distance away, Luo Yan hurriedly stopped in front of the car. Miss Xu, what I said is true. Your father Xu Hao has many women outside and is messing around behind your mother's back. If you don't believe me, look, this is the photo I took. After stopping the car and Xu Hongzhuang got out of the car, Yin Yan denounced Xu Hao's crimes. Afraid that she would not believe it, Luo Yan took out his mobile phone and flipped through the photos he took. In the photo, Yan Wumei invited Xu Hao into the house. Although there was no contact, her eyes looked quite ambiguous. Xu Hongzhuang believed what he said. Because she knew in the morning that Yan Wumei and Xu Hao had an affair. Xiao Wanling also saw the photo. She was shocked for a moment and recovered. She was not angry because of Xu Hao's betrayal. She even felt fortunate. Finally, she was not fighting alone. What do you want to say? Xu Hongzhuang looked at him calmly and asked. This guy has bad intentions and wants to deal with Dad. She will not give him a good face. Luo Yan was confused. Do you have to be so calm? Your father has another woman outside. And it was during your mother's pregnancy. Are you not angry at all? It's okay to give a little reaction, such as not believing that the photo is synthesized. None at all. As calm as a well, as if it had been known for a long time. Luo Yan was dumbfounded when she came to such a result. Knowing that her father betrayed her, she still obeyed her father like a good daughter. Not angry, not pursuing, not obstructing. As a daughter, do you have to be so understanding? Chapter 196, Daughters are considerate. More and more sisters. Your father is too. Xu Hongzhuang's reaction caught Luo Yan off guard. He was unwilling to accept this fact. How could a daughter be indifferent to her father looking for women outside? Even during the critical period of her mother's pregnancy. Luo Yan said unwillingly. Miss Xu, this is what I saw with my own eyes. You can check it at will. The photos have not been synthesized. He brought the phone close to Xu Hongzhuang so that she could see it clearly. Xu Hongzhuang frowned, with a look of doubt on her face. She looked at the photo for a while. Then she said coldly. Give it to me. Quote. Luo Yan was delighted when he saw this. This means that she believed what he said and planned to take a closer look. It turned out that Xu Hongzhuang's previous reaction was that she trusted Xu Chou too much. Now seeing his firm tone, she began to doubt. He said it. No daughter would be so considerate to her father. So he handed the phone over without hesitation. Xu Hongzhuang took the phone and deleted the photos with two simple operations. Then she threw it to the ground. Pa! The phone broke into pieces. Xu Hongzhuang had taken the marrow cleansing pill, and her physical fitness was enhanced, and her strength was greater than that of ordinary people. This throw used all her strength. Luo Yan's strength has now recovered to the level of Hua Jin. But because he didn't expect Xu Hongzhuang to smash the phone so fast, he didn't have time to stop it. When the phone was smashed, he was completely stunned. It said that she was not considerate, it said that she doubted Xu Hongzhuang. How? Xu Hongzhuang's cold voice sounded. You said my father was looking for women outside, do you have evidence? FCK, how can you do this? You destroyed all the evidence, and you still ask me for evidence. If he still doesn't understand now, he's a fool. Xu Hongzhuang, as a daughter, does know what Xu Hao is doing outside. And she is tolerant and understanding. What are you doing? Luo Yan reacted and was a little angry. But at this time, the window of the driver's seat opened, and a woman was staring at him without any emotion. And the breath exuding from him was the late stage of Hua Jin. Luo Yan couldn't help but shut his mouth. Xu Hongzhuang continued to speak. What my father does is our Xu family's family affairs, and you don't need an outsider to meddle in it. If you play this kind of sneaky tricks again and want to deal with my father, don't blame our Xu family for being rude. This is Xu Hongzhuang's response. It's all the result of Xu Hao conquering her and constantly improving his favorability during this period of time. If Luo Yan showed it to his daughter who just came back, she would definitely scold Xu Hao. She might even suspect that several sisters had fallen for it. Luo Yan was shocked. He never expected it. He came to Xu's house with a rage, ready to expose Xu Hao and make the Xu family in chaos. But he got such a result. Impossible. Luo Yan didn't believe it. Xu Hongzhuang was just an exception. He didn't believe that the Xu family understood and tolerated Xu Hao. The Xu family had Xu Hao's pregnant wife. There were also several other daughters. He could tell them the truth. The photos were deleted by Xu Hongzhuang, and the phone was smashed. Would the Xu family believe him if he said it? It seemed that he had to collect evidence. Xu Hongzhuang said coldly, and she didn't plan to talk nonsense with Xiao Tian. Next to him, Xiao Wanling glanced at him with disdain. What kind of person is he, and he is worthy of causing trouble for Uncle Xu? He got in the car immediately, whispering in Xu Hongzhuang's ear. I didn't expect Sister Meimei couldn't resist Uncle Xu's charm. It seems that I have another comrade in arms. My family is really getting bigger and bigger. Xu Hongzhuang glared at her bestie. What comrade in arms? Watch your words. You're not ashamed. Hee, what does it matter? Aunt Su supports it. To be honest, it's not your father's fault for being fickle, nor is it our fault for being generous. It's just that your father is too. Oh, stop talking. The two besties got into the car, talking and laughing. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. The wreckage of the mobile phone and Luo Yan's shocked face were left on the ground. He had excellent hearing, and he heard every word of the two women. A storm was set off in his heart. Comrades. What comrades? She is a beautiful girl. She will definitely not go to any battlefield. That can only be used to describe being with Xu Hao. I didn't expect it. Xu Hao didn't even let go of his daughter's best friend. It seems that Yan Wumei is his daughter Xu Feiyan's good sister. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Xu Hongzhuang knew that the best friend in Xu Hao is no wonder that it will be so bland. Uncle. It should be the wife of Xu Hao Su Wanchou. For a while, the flag fluttered. How? He was hit hard. What? Xu Hongzhuang is just an exception. Can you tell other Xu family members? Come on, Xu Hao's ISP was agreed by his wife. Just arrange Xu Hongzhuang's best friend to live at home. Xu Hongzhuang knows everything, how could the Xu sisters not know? It would be self-humiliating to speak out. Ding. Luo Yan doubts life, emotional value plus 999. Ding. Luo Yan's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. Shenong Hall. In the training room, Xu Hao finished teaching the heroine's apprentice Feng Zixuan. With the blessing of the god's hand, teaching became more and more easy. It's not time to use the real power of the god's hand. Now is the stage of improving favorability. Seeing that the favorability between the apprentice and the fourth daughter has reached a limit. Something must be done. Xu Hao's mind moved slightly, and he took out a few packs of popping candy from his personal space. This popping candy has the effect of improving learning ability. It can be given to his daughter and apprentice who are studying. Come and take a break. I brought you some snacks. Come and have a taste. Xu Hao was taking a break with tea. He said to the two girls who were training. Hearing this, the two girls stopped. Although Xu Qingshe was reluctant, she listened to Xu Hao when teaching. After all, he was teaching her. She still understood this basic principle. Xu Qingshe frowned when she heard Xu Hao asking them to go over to eat snacks. She didn't want to accept Xu Hao's gift unless it was absolutely necessary. The reason why she followed Xu Hao's hand-in-hand teaching was because of the request of the senior sister, and she also wanted to contribute to Chinese medicine. Xu Hao's teaching was a favor, and she would definitely pay it back later, but she didn't want to owe more. Xu Qingshe hesitated, and Feng Zixuan smiled and pulled her arm and came to Xu Hao. She wanted to match the master and the junior sister. The father was kind and the daughter was filial. Naturally, she would not miss the intimate interaction of eating snacks together. Master, what snacks? Feng Zixuan asked curiously. Master, if you want to eat anything, just tell me next time and I'll buy it. It's troublesome for you to bring it here. Xu Hao pretended to take out a few packs of popping candy from his pocket. Xu Qingshe, Feng Zixuan, the two girls were confused. This is the snack Xu Hao brought them. Anyone over 10 years old will not eat this stuff. How old are they? I don't know how to spit. Feng Zixuan reacted. Without embarrassing Xu Hao, she quickly reached out to take it and thanked him. Thank you, master. Quote. Feng Zixuan took a few packets of popping candy and was about to share them equally with Xu Qingshe. Xu Qingshe walked aside without looking back and continued to train. She thought it was Xu Hao's compensation for her childhood. If Xu Hao was willing to buy her a packet of popping candy when she was young, she would definitely be very surprised. She only felt the insult of being teased. Feng Zixuan was helpless. She smiled awkwardly at Xu Hao and tried to open a packet and put it in her mouth. She immediately widened her eyes. The expression was very wonderful. The system produced it, the taste is beyond reproach. Feng Zixuan swore. This is the most delicious snack she has ever eaten. Hurry up and greet Xu Qingshe. Qingshe, you try it too, it's super delicious, the taste is invincible. Xu Qingshe ignored her. She thought Feng Zixuan was deliberately deceiving her. Seeing that she was practicing on her own, Feng Zixuan stopped persuading her. Now she was asked to share it equally with Xu Qingshe, she was still reluctant. Save a few packets of popping candy. Feng Zixuan continued to practice Tianyi Zhoujun. Soon she was shocked to find that. In the past, she had to try to practice several times before she could figure out what she didn't understand. Now, as long as she thinks of what she doesn't understand, the solution will automatically come to her mind. Her learning ability has greatly improved. Feng Zixuan was excited. At the same time, she felt strange. Not long ago, she was scratching her head when she practiced. It seems that she has become much smarter all of a sudden. What is the difference? It seems that she ate a packet of popping candy given by her master Xu Hao. Feng Zixuan was incredible. Popping candy also improves learning ability. That's right. What is Xu Hao's identity? Would he eat popping candy, a snack for children under 10 years old? There must be something special about it. Next, Feng Zixuan practiced for nearly an hour. She was addicted to rapid learning. Gradually, she felt that her ability to learn quickly was gradually weakened. This further proved that it was the popping candy. Until the effect completely disappeared. Feng Zixuan picked up the popping candy again and prepared to eat it. She saw Xu Qingshe who was practicing with a frown on her face. She still couldn't bear it. Qingshe, try this popping candy. It's not only delicious, but it can also improve your learning ability. You don't know, just 1 hour of study is equivalent to several hours of my study. Xu Qingshe put down the silver needle. Walked closer. Without saying a word, took the popping candy in her hand, tore open the package and ate it. She knew what the senior sister was thinking. She wanted her to reconcile with Xu Hao. But don't be too outrageous. It was just a popping candy, but she said it was a panacea. What kind of delicious food is this? Improve learning effect. I wouldn't even dare to brag like that. She just ate it, so she wouldn't have to say anything more. Feng Zixuan's eyes were full of resentment. I was just being polite, did you take it seriously? I really don't want to part with it. After Xu Qingshe ate it, she planned to say something sarcastic to the senior sister. What delicious food. Is it your first time eating candy? But when she tasted the popping candy, Xu Qingshe was stunned. It was indeed very delicious. It was later proved that it did have the effect of improving learning ability. Xu Qingshe looked at Xu Hao from time to time, wondering what happened during the time she was away. Not only did Xu Hao become so powerful, he could also take out such a special item. A strong sense of curiosity surged in her heart. For a woman, being curious about a man is often the beginning of her fall. The goal was achieved, and Xu Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. Ding Shu is curious, emotional value plus 753. Ding Feng Zixuan is sweet, emotional value plus 789. A few days have passed. Xu Hao takes the little girl home. I met Yu Yun, the Queen of Law again. At this time, her face is haggard and her spirit is depressed. The previous shrewdness and confidence disappeared, replaced by a woman's weakness. Shaoshan, you are getting bolder and bolder, and you run away from home. Yu Yun pulled her daughter over, scolded her, and then said to Shu gratefully, Mr. Shu, this child is naughty, thank you for taking care of him during this period, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. It's nothing, Shaoshan is very obedient, our family likes him very much. Xu Hao smiled. This little girl really doesn't need him to take care of her. But she often massages her legs. She is obedient and sensible, and he likes her very much. Xu Hao wants to adopt her as a daughter. The opportunity is right in front of him. As long as the Queen of Law is conquered, with the little girl's dependence on him, and she also said that she wants him to be her father. Then there will be another daughter. After Xu Hao finished speaking, he seemed to have just discovered Yu Yun's abnormality and asked in surprise. Lawyer Yu, you look mentally unwell, what trouble did you encounter? The little girl was eating a bag of popping candy, squinting her eyes and enjoying it. She also looked at her mother. As expected, her face was not good, and she was immediately startled and hurriedly said, Mom, what's wrong with you? I told you not to work every day, but you didn't listen. How long have you not rested? Yu Yun touched her daughter's head comfortingly. Explained to Xu Hao. This is what happened. She didn't hide anything and told the story of how she got involved in a case. She was originally besieged by the little fairy. A few days later, she still couldn't convince the defense lawyer. The other party insisted on not suing and giving up his rights, and she had no choice. After a few days of fermentation, those who supported her were also shaken. They began to attack her, saying that she was just a name. She was scared in front of the little fairy. She couldn't give justice to the victim. This was still during the suspension of the trial. Once her lawsuit was completely declared a failure, she would definitely will be drowned by scolding. She has been trying to find a solution these days. But no matter what she said, the defense lawyer just wouldn't listen. She was so angry that she didn't sleep for several days. The trial suspension time will end tomorrow. Yu Yun has given up resistance. This time she is completely defeated. She has fought so many lawsuits for those unfair people in the past and protected the interests of countless people. But she is about to end up in disgrace. Yu Yun is discouraged. She likes the profession of lawyer very much. It's a pity that after tomorrow, she can no longer be a lawyer. Seeing her expression, Xu Hao knew that the effect was achieved. So he deliberately frowned. Such a big thing happened, why didn't you tell me? I can help. Chapter 197. The little cotton-padded jacket is leaking. The little loli got her mother drunk. She was sent to the bedroom. I can help. Yu Yun was slightly stunned when she heard Xu Hao's words. Since she became a lawyer, she has always relied on herself. Even if she was about to face disgrace, she never thought of asking for help. Of course, it was also because the incident was too big. The circle of friends she knew could not help. Others could not solve it, but not Xu Hao. With Xu Hao's identity as the CEO of the 100 billion group. It's just a matter of a word. From beginning to end, Yu Yun never thought of asking Xu Hao for help. Xu Hao saved her daughter last time and owed her a great favor. She was really embarrassed to bother Xu Hao again. Xu Hao was busy with all kinds of things every day, how could he have time to deal with her little thing? Unexpectedly, Xu Hao actually offered to help her. Yu Yun was stunned for a moment. The little Loli's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she said quickly, "Mom, didn't you say that uncle is very powerful? He will definitely help you solve the problem. Hurry up and agree." Seeing that Yu Yun didn't say anything, Xiao Mengli was worried for her. Yu Yun touched her daughter's head. She said unhappily, "You are embarrassed. Your uncle is so busy, and we have to disturb him." "What's there to be embarrassed about?" The little girl pouted. "Anyway, uncle will become Xiaoshan's father in the future. Isn't it right for him to help mom now?" Yu Yun's face froze. This daughter is naughty. She had the idea of letting herself and Xu Hao be together before. Now she brought it up again. In front of Xu Hao. Yu Yun was embarrassed. "Xiaoshan, if you talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will beat you up." Yu Yun slapped her daughter, and then said to Xu Hao apologetically, "Mr. Xu, I'm very sorry. Xiaoshan just said something nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Children speak without restraint." Xu Hao smiled indifferently. "I need lawyer you to tell me the details so that I can prescribe the right medicine." Yu Yun just gave a rough idea. If he wants to help, he should know the process clearly. Although the whole process was led by him. After a lot of entanglement, Yu Yun really didn't want to be ruined. Since she could get Xu Hao's help, why should she refuse? Although the favor she owed this time was too big. At worst, she could pay it back slowly later. Yu Yun gritted her teeth and said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Xu. If you need me in the future, just tell me." 443. It's not a trouble, Xu Hao said deliberately. Xiaoyao is well behaved and cute. I don't want to see her sad. Lawyer Yu is busy with work, but don't ignore Xiaoshan. Spend more time with Xiaoyao in the future. With the character of this queen of law, it's useless to care about her. It's different when talking to little Lolita. Caring about his daughter shows that he has no selfishness and is more grateful. It will also make little Lolita more dependent on him. Kill two birds with one stone. Little Lolita's eyes were full of little stars, and she was very moved. Uncle is so good to her now, what if he becomes a father? Thinking of Xu Hao's care and the delicious popping candy, little Lolita secretly made up her mind. She must match her mother and uncle together. Yu Yun was slightly touched after hearing this. She was indeed busy with work before and ignored her care for her daughter. Now think about it, it's too wrong. She has been busy with work, fighting lawsuits for those poor people and protecting their rights. But she was stabbed back. She almost never turned over in her life. Fortunately, Xu Hao was willing to help. Yu Yun let it go. After this crisis, she will definitely make changes. Focus on her daughter. Thank you Mr. Xu for your teachings. I know what to do now. The little girl yelled at this time. Don't you feel awkward? One is Mr. Xu and the other is Lawyer Yu. Are you unfamiliar? Yu Yun was a little embarrassed. Indeed, Xu Hao saved the little girl. This time he helped take care of the little girl for a while, and he has to help him solve the troubles in the lawsuit. It's a bit inappropriate to call him like this. Xu Hao smiled and looked at the little girl. Then what do you think we should call each other? Yu Yun also looked at her curiously. She knew her daughter was very smart, and she didn't know what she could say. Uncle has helped us so much, just like family, of course we have to be kind. The little girl raised her head like a little adult. Uncle, you can call mom little sister, little Yun or Yuner. Mom calls uncle brother Wu, brother Xu, so that it seems close. Xu Hao, Yu Yun. Yu Yun's face flushed. She still has expectations for her daughter. What is going on? They are so grown up, and they still call Yuner, brother Hao. Just thinking about it, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to deduct 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Xu Hao spoke at this time. It is indeed inappropriate to call you lawyer. So, I am older than you, so I will call you Xiao Yun from now on. Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It would be better if she didn't call her Yuner. After hesitating for a while, she said, then I call brother. The little Lolita was full of regrets. To match uncle and mother, she wanted to start with the name. Yuner and brother Wu were the names she expected. I didn't expect to be rejected. But slowly, the names have been changed. It's a good start. The little Lolita smiled again. Next, Yu Yun told the details. Xu Hao pretended to listen carefully. In fact, when designing this heroine, she had already thought of a solution. One day passed quickly. The next day, the trial suspension time ended. Yu Yun met the defense object again. The defense object changed his previous incooperativeness. This time he was very active. He would not give up until he won the case. How could he be so depressed by the little fairy? Yu Yun knew that it must be because of Xu Hao's help. She was busy for a few days and said all kinds of good things, but she couldn't change the defense object's decision. Xu Hao got it done within a day. Although I don't know how Xu Hao did it. But with the cooperation of the defense lawyer, the case is easy to handle. In the court, Yu Yun's aura was fully open, and the demeanor of the Queen of Law was fully revealed. She already had sufficient evidence. With her eloquent tongue, she quickly left the other party's defense lawyer speechless and won the final victory of the lawsuit. The whole network was in an uproar. FCK awesome, the Queen of Law has won the fight against the official. There has been no progress for so long, it has been delayed until now. I thought she was afraid of those fairies, and she really didn't disappoint us. Are you kidding? Will the Queen of Law back down because of a group of fairies? She has been collecting information during this period, and the court hearing will be the king bomb. It's really a shame for us women, helping men to deal with us women. Why doesn't she die? These men are really stupid, they don't have any brains. We women are pregnant for 10 months, and bear the pain of giving birth to children. You are scolding me just because the child is not yours. Can you be more understanding? I understand, little fairy, get out of here. You have said all the good and bad things about me. I have never seen such a disgusting person. Because Yu Yun has made no progress in the past few days, the whole network has been scolding her. Now all of them have disappeared. Instead, the screen is full of praise. Although there are still some voices of little fairies, they were suppressed not long after. It's like an explosion in desperation. The effect is extremely shocking. Yu Yun's status as the Queen of Law is thus completely consolidated. Her reputation has risen to a higher level. Facing the praise from the internet and the compliments from colleagues, Yu Yun acted very calmly. No one can understand the feeling of despair. If Xu Hao hadn't helped, now she would be facing a situation that is completely opposite to the current praise from the whole network. It's chilling to think about it. She was full of gratitude to Xu Hao. As soon as she got home, the little girl came up to her and asked worriedly, "How is Mom? Have you solved the trouble you encountered?" She was worried when she saw her mother's haggard face yesterday. Yu Yun smiled with emotion. "Everything has been handled. You should worry about your studies and worry less about people's affairs." Seeing that Yu Yun was about to reach out to touch her head, the little girl shook her head and shook it off. She asked with shining eyes, "Is it because of your uncle's help?" Yu Yun nodded. If Xu Hao hadn't persuaded the defense lawyer, the consequences would be unimaginable. The little girl waved her fist. She said proudly, "I told you that uncle is great, right? He can help Mom relieve her work. Mom, can you be with uncle? Let uncle be Xiaoshan's father." Yu Yun's mouth twitched. How much does this daughter want Xu Hao to be a father? She has scolded him so many times, but he still has the evil intention. Yu Yun knocked her head. "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful of my family's punishment." The little girl pouted, not happy at all. Mom can't accept being with uncle. Uncle has helped so much, but it's still not enough. It seems that if you want uncle to be a father, you can't use ordinary means. The little girl said, rolling her eyes. Uncle helped Mom solve the problem. Why don't you invite uncle to come over for dinner to thank him? Who said I'm not grateful? Isn't there any food at home? I'm going to buy some tomorrow and invite your uncle to dinner at noon. Yu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was also taught a lesson by her daughter. What? Uncle helped you solve the problem today, but you're going to thank him tomorrow. It's not sincere at all. There's no food at home, don't you know to buy some? Isn't it still early? The little girl hugged her arms. She looked like a mature girl, disdainful of her mother's behavior. Yu Yun's face darkened. You're getting more and more excited. But think about it, what her daughter said makes sense. She glanced at the sky outside. It was just over 5 o'clock, and it wasn't dark yet. After some calculations, Yu Yun said, "Okay, I'll go buy food now and invite your uncle to come over to express my gratitude, okay?" The little girl cheered. "I can see my uncle again, I'll call him now." She smiled and her eyes flickered. She had learned about it online. To make uncle a father, uncle and mother should be together. Usually, they sleep in the same room at night. She had decided to get her mother and uncle drunk. If they had lunch at noon, they would be sober at night. The little girl asked her mother to invite uncle to come over at night. When Xu Hao came to Yu's house, Yu Yun had already prepared a table of delicious food. The little girl happily welcomed him in. At the dining table, Xu Hao and Yu Yun sat opposite each other. The little girl sat next to Xu Hao, full of dependence. Yu Yun's eyebrows jumped. The little cotton-padded jacket was leaking. She was not as kind to Xu Hao as to her mother. She had raised him in vain for more than 10 years. The little girl knocked on the table and taught him a lesson. "Mom, what's wrong with you? You didn't even bring out the good wine to entertain uncle." Yu Yun didn't usually have the habit of drinking. Thinking about today's entertainment for Xu Hao, she had to express her gratitude. Yu Yun got up to get the wine. "Bring me a bottle of Wangzai too." The little girl gave a warning, and then spoke to Xu Hao like a little adult. "Uncle, please forgive me. Although my mother often forgets things, she is still a very good person." Yu Yun heard it and frowned. How can the little girl talk like that? You are so old-fashioned. It seems that she is the daughter. Not long after, Yu Yun came back, with a bottle of motai and a Wangzai in her hand. Handed Wangzai to the little girl. "Mom, you didn't open it for me." The little girl took a look and immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Yu Yun was a little angry. "You don't have the hands to open it yourself." After that, she opened the motai to 9 by herself. She didn't care about him or her anymore. "If you don't want to open it, don't open it. I still have uncle." The little girl muttered. "Take Wangzai to Xu Hao and said sweetly. Uncle, help me open it." Xu Hao opened it with a slight twist. "Thank you, uncle. Uncle is the best, not like mom, the big devil." Quote. Yu Yun was upset again. She secretly said to herself, "I will endure until we finish the meal and Xu Hao leaves, then I will see how I will deal with you. Mr. Xu, thank you for helping me convince that defense lawyer, otherwise I really don't know what to do." Yu Yun sincerely thanked Xu Hao. Little did she know that she was in such a desperate situation because of the person in front of her. "It's just a little effort," Xu Hao said in a high-sounding manner that he didn't care. "Besides, I didn't do anything. It was your own efforts that won the lawsuit. This is the fact, but Yu Yun is still very grateful. Because the person Xu Hao convinced is really crucial." The two clinked glasses and drank together. Eating and chatting, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The little girl frowned. Since her mother toasted her uncle with a glass of wine, there has been no movement. She was still thinking about getting drunk together. "This won't do. Mom, what else are you going to eat? Didn't you see that there's no wine in uncle's glass? You have no tact at all. How can you entertain guests like this?" Yu Yun was embarrassed by what her daughter said. "Pick up the bottle and pour the wine, then raise the glass to apologize." Xu Hao found something wrong. Looked at the little girl's expression. His eyebrows moved. This little girl seemed to be creating opportunities for himself and her mother. Originally, he wanted to slowly conquer this heroine by saving the beauty again and again. The little girl's behavior made Xu Hao change his mind. Another idea emerged. That is, the rice is cooked. The good impression will gradually increase in the future. I can't let the little girl down. Xu Hao started to drink frequently. Yu Yun had to accompany him. In addition, the little girl also talked about what happened in the Xu family some time ago. Said how good the Xu family and uncle were to her. Let her mother toast to express her gratitude. Just like that, one glass after another. Yu Yun was already in a state of tipsiness. Seeing that the little girl was still trying to persuade Yu Yun, Xu Hao stopped. Getting drunk will make it less fun. This kind of tipsiness is just right. After dinner, the little girl saw her mother's drunken state and asked Xu Hao. "Uncle, mom is a little drunk, can you help her to the bedroom? I can't do it with my little arms and legs." "No problem, leave it to me." Yu Yun was not drunk, and her mind was clear. "I'm not drunk." However, Xu Hao had already helped her over, and the god's hand was activated. Yu Yun stopped talking immediately. The warm embrace and the masculine breath made her intoxicated. Chapter 198, Family Rules. Bringing a filial daughter. Too harsh. Lolita's mother is ashamed. Ding Yu Yun is too shy, emotional value +741. The little Lolita saw Xu Hao helping her mother to the bedroom. She waited nervously. She wanted her uncle and mother to be together. They must stay in the same bedroom at night. It would be bad if her uncle came out halfway. Fortunately, Xu Hao did not let her down. She stayed in the bedroom all night. The next day, it was close to noon. Yu Yun woke up slowly. She rubbed her dizzy head. She tried to wake herself up. The scenes from last night emerged in her mind. In order to thank Xu Hao, she invited him to dinner at home. During the meal, she kept drinking under the guidance of her daughter Xu. Xu Hao helped her to the bedroom. Then she couldn't help herself. The following things were a bit monotonous. Until the sky saw. Yu Yun's face kept changing. Green, white, red. Self-blame, regret, shyness, anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined, endless. 2. Yu Yun was very angry. But not at Xu Hao. But at that precious daughter. Last night, her daughter kept urging her to drink, and she didn't think much about it. Now it seems that she was just trying to get her drunk. Getting her drunk, creating an opportunity for her to be with Xu Hao. It can also be seen from what her daughter said. She thought she was drunk, so she asked Xu Hao to send her to the bedroom. She was tricked by her daughter. She is such a filial daughter. Yu Yun gritted her teeth. It was indeed the daughter who should be blamed for what happened. But she couldn't blame her daughter at all. Because at that time, when Xu Hao sent her back to the bedroom, she was not drunk. Her mind was still clear. She just needed to refuse Xu Hao at that time. 303, but she didn't. When Xu Hao helped her up, the man's breath hit her. A feeling she had never had before surged into her heart. The words that came to her mouth could not be said. Inexplicably, Xu Hao helped her into the bedroom. We were together somehow. I remember when Xu Hao sent me to the bedroom and was about to leave. I still held his hand tightly. Yingning. It was so embarrassing. Yu Yun covered her face, unable to believe that she was so brave at that time. In her bedroom, she held a man's hand and didn't let him leave. Is it true that men are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40? I couldn't help it. In fact, it was because her emotions were aroused. She was slightly drunk again, so she was so brave. Yu Yun looked to the side. Xu Hao hadn't left yet. He looked like he was sleeping soundly. I guess he was tired. Yu Yun was confused and didn't know how to face Xu Hao. It was her first time to get close to a man. But it happened because of her daughter's meddling in her initiative not to resist. Xu Hao couldn't be blamed. She didn't care, but what about Xu Hao? He had a family. Didn't I destroy someone's family? Thinking of this, Yu Yun blamed her daughter again. If she hadn't persuaded me to drink, how could I get drunk, and then become bolder under the stimulation of hormones? Drag Xu Hao to do something bad. Just when he was thinking about it, Xu Hao's eyelids trembled and he opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze. Yes, it was fake. With his physical fitness, he could easily stay awake for several days and nights. He was very vigilant and would wake up at the slightest sign of trouble. Will not leave safety to anyone. Xu Hao had woken up long ago. After a quick glance, the two looked into each other's eyes. Yu Yun quickly dodged, turned her face to the side, and her heart was heaving. Xiao Yun, it's my fault. I got drunk yesterday and made a big mistake. Hearing Xu Hao's self-blaming voice, Yu Yun turned around. She could blame her daughter and herself, but not Xu Hao. Indeed, she was the one who held him back. If Xu Hao insisted on leaving, this wouldn't have happened. But didn't Xu Hao say he was drunk? The responsibility fell on her daughter again. Brother Wu, don't blame you. We were all drunk yesterday. Yu Yun didn't give her daughter away. Her daughter had a good relationship with Xu Hao, and she didn't want Xu Hao to be angry with her daughter because of this. Brother Hao, we are both people with children. There is no need to care about these details. Just pretend that nothing happened, okay? Yu Yun's eyes were full of hope. She really wanted to get over this matter. She didn't want to ruin Xu Hao's life. If someone knew that she was a lawyer and interfered with other people's lives, she didn't know how she would be scolded. However, she wanted to treat it as a dream. Xu Hao, how could Hao agree? He just stared at one direction without blinking. Yu Yun followed his gaze. She saw a blush. She shuddered. She thought to herself that it was bad. The biggest secret was discovered. After some entanglement, Chu Yun told Xu Chou the truth. The truth was that her daughter Yu Xiaoyao was not her biological daughter. Xu Hao had known it for a long time, but still pretended to be surprised. That won't work. I'll pretend nothing happened. I'm so sorry for you. I have to be responsible for you. Quote. Yu Yun was in disarray in the wind. She was the one who suffered the loss in the whole thing. She would not pursue it. Xu Hao, however, expressed his guilt and said he would take responsibility. Thinking of Xu Hao's upright image in the eyes of the world, He often participated in charity activities, built Hope Primary School, and rushed to rescue his daughter when he saw her in danger. He was a very responsible person. At this moment, she was more and more sure of Xu Hao's character. Yu Yun couldn't help but feel distressed. She was very relieved that Xu Hao was responsible. But it was really unnecessary. She wished Xu Hao was the kind of ruthless scumbag who would pull out. If Xu Hao took her home, it would be a lot of fun. The reputation that was finally reversed would fall again. Brother Wu, it's really unnecessary. This is just a misunderstanding. Quote. Yu Yun wanted to explain, but Chen Hao interrupted. Xiao Yun, don't say anything. Although there are reasons for it, it's wrong, and I won't evade responsibility. Quote. Yu Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. She really didn't want Xu Hao to take responsibility. What's the big deal? Other women worry about men not taking responsibility. She just wanted the other party to abandon her after having an affair. Xu Hao continued. I know your concerns, Xiao Yun. I won't expose what happened between us, but please allow me to compensate you, otherwise I will be uneasy. Yu Yun felt a little relieved. That's good. You're not dragging her back to PK with Xu Hao's wife. Compensate her. Yu Yun wanted to refuse. She has nothing to lack now. Thinking of Xu Hao's firm tone, forget it. Ding Yu Yun was moved, emotional value plus 852. It was barely negotiated. Yu Yun realized her state. She quickly changed her clothes and got up. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, she saw her daughter coming out with sleepy eyes. She greeted her. Mom, why are you up alone? Where's Dad? Uncle is already with Mom. The little girl changed her words and called him Dad. Yu Yun was stunned for a moment. When she realized what was happening, veins on her forehead jumped. It was all because of her daughter's persuasion to drink last night. It caused her and Xu Hao to make mistakes. Yu Yun looked around, took out a ruler, and took the little girl to the sofa. Planned to punish her with family discipline. This daughter deserves to be punished, she must be punished. The little girl was frightened and became energetic. Mom, what are you going to do? If you dare to hit me, I will call Dad to teach you a lesson. Dad, save me, Mom hit someone, killed someone. Yu Yun quickly covered her daughter's mouth. What kind of lewd words are these? She screamed so miserably before she even started to hit her. If you scream again, I will really beat you. Yu Yun looked at her bedroom with a little worry. This daughter is outspoken, afraid that Xu Hao will hear it. And this scene was seen by the little girl, and her eyes burst into dazzling spirit. So Mom is afraid of Dad. Great, if Mom bullies me again in the future, I will complain to Dad. Let Dad teach her like he taught Mom. Hearing her mother's threat, the little girl didn't say a word. She kept staring at the ruler in her hand. The meaning was obvious, asking her not to tell Dad unless she threw away the ring. Yu Yun had no choice but to put the ruler aside. Yu Yun released her hand that was blocking her daughter's mouth. The little girl stopped yelling. She just smiled and looked proud. Because she had thought of a way to deal with her mother. Seeing her proud look, Yu Yun was furious. But there was really no way now. She would yell as soon as she taught her daughter a lesson. It would be troublesome if Xu Hao noticed her. She could only wait until Xu Hao left and then teach her a lesson. She planned to let her daughter go for the time being. However, the little girl did not let her go. Mom, you haven't told my dad yet. Did he leave a long time ago? That shouldn't be the case. I'll go and see. The little girl got up from the sofa and walked towards Yu Yun's bedroom. Yu Yun hurriedly grabbed her. Xu Hao didn't know if he got up at this time. If his daughter broke in. What would she see? That's your uncle, not your dad. Talk nicely. Yu Yun looked serious and said angrily. The little girl tilted her head. Was uncle with Mom last night? Yu Yun looked unnatural. Her eyes were full of hatred. It was all your fault, you little B*****. She didn't notice her expression and didn't say anything, so she took it as a tacit agreement. The little girl spread her hands. Then it's over. Who else would Mom be with besides Dad? Mom and uncle are together, so it's reasonable for me to call Dad, right? It makes sense. Yu Yun was speechless. Shang Menai was so angry. This daughter wanted Xu Hao to be her father so badly. She even drank alcohol to plot against her mother. Take a deep breath and change the subject. I don't know when Xu Hao will come out. How embarrassing it must be to hear that. I had planned to teach my daughter a lesson after Xu Hao left. But she couldn't bear it. I had to find an excuse to teach her a lesson. When she came out of the bedroom, she thought that her daughter got up sleepily and asked immediately. Didn't I assign you a task to get up in the morning to study and do homework, but you actually slept in? Is it because I haven't disciplined you for a long time, and your skin is itchy again? Yu Yun's eyes became dangerous. I also want to get up early, but I can't. The little girl said she was innocent. You were right to sleep in. Yu Yun was angry and was about to grab the ruler. Mom, what are you doing? Isn't it because of you that I can't get up? Because of me? Yu Yun was stunned. Who told you to be disobedient and get scolded by your father and beaten? How can you sleep? Yu Yun trembled. She was stunned in place. The expression changed constantly, which was very exciting. Ding Yu Yun was ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Yu Yun never mentioned discipline for her daughter again. She cleaned up the dishes quietly and made lunch. I really don't have the courage. I feel like I can't raise my head in front of my daughter. At the same time, Luo Yan walked into the community with a lot of bags. He walked towards Yu's house. Last time when he came to his aunt's house, Xu Hao brought gifts but he didn't bring anything. Luo Yan learned to be smart. Buy some gifts every time he goes to his aunt's house. Xu Hao is too dangerous. I don't know what method he used to make his wife and daughter not object to him finding women outside. Xu Hao is planning to take advantage of his aunt's mother and daughter. I must tell my aunt to be careful. The woman he likes, Yan Wumei, has fallen. Hong Qiangwei, who is both an enemy and a friend, is controlled by Xu Hao and becomes a personal bodyguard. He doesn't want to see his aunt and daughter fall into the hands of Xu Hao, the scumbag. Arrived at the door, Luo Yan rang the doorbell. Yu Yun was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the doorbell, she asked her daughter to open the door. But she didn't get a response. Turning around, where is her daughter in the living room? She probably ran to the bedroom to find Xu Hao while she was busy. Yu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She was with Xu Hao last night, and she hasn't cleaned up the room yet. I don't know if Xu Hao has gotten up yet. Will he have any idea about her daughter? This idea was extinguished by her as soon as it came up. With Xu Hao's character of being determined to be responsible for her. How could he be that kind of person? That's too bad. What Yu Yun didn't know was that Xu Hao was responsible for her. It was for the long-term benefit. He expected her to provide emotional value all the time. Shaking her head, putting aside her messy thoughts, she followed the door and opened it. She saw Luo Yan standing at the door. Yu Yun's heart suddenly lifted. She didn't want anyone to know about her relationship with Xu Hao. It was embarrassing enough for her to be heard by her daughter. Luo Yan suddenly came to the door again. This is her sister's son. If he knew that she was an aunt and was with Xu Hao, a married man, what would he think of her? But people are here, they can't be driven away, right? Xu Hao is still in her bedroom. Luo Yan will definitely find out when he comes in. What to do? Yu Yun didn't say anything, just stood there at the door. Luo Yan noticed that her face was not right, and he couldn't help wondering. In the past, my aunt would always invite him in at this time. What's going on? Aunt, I'm here to bother you again. I bought some things. Yu Yun still didn't invite him in. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with it. The bedroom door opened with a click. Little Lolita and Xu Hao came out. Mom, who's here? Little Lolita asked curiously. Luo Yan looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes widened immediately, his mouth opened so wide that an egg was about to fit in, and his head was buzzing. What did he see? Xu Hao was at my aunt's house. This wasn't the point, how could he come out of my aunt's bedroom? Luo Yan's brain crashed, and he was completely confused. At this time, Yu Yun's voice rang. Come in. Quote, my daughter and Xu Hao came out of the bedroom and were seen by Luo Yan. He couldn't hide it any longer. Luckily, Luo Yan was easy to talk to. Just tell him when the time comes and don't tell him about it. Yu Yun turned around and walked towards the kitchen with awkward steps. Luo Yan saw it and his pupils trembled as if struck by lightning. At this moment, how could he not understand what was going on? The reason why Xu Hao came out of my aunt's bedroom was because they slept together all night. It was still too late. My aunt didn't escape Xu Hao's clutches in the end. A deep regret surged in my heart. It was too late to be angry. Thinking that my aunt's daughter had just come out of my aunt's bedroom with Xu Hao. The gift in my hand rolled to the ground with a thump. Luo Yan didn't care and was greatly shocked. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 199, Calling Uncle. A warm family. Don't disturb our sleep. Ding Luo Yan's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 999. Luo Yan stared blankly at Yu Yun, who was walking towards the kitchen with unsteady steps. He looked at his aunt's daughter, who came out of the bedroom with Xu Hao with a smile on her face. His mind was in a mess. No, Xu Hao should not have succeeded yet. Xu Hao was taken down by my aunt last night, and my sister Yu Shaoshan did not have any abnormalities. She has not been killed yet. But not taking action does not mean that other things have not been done. For example, when Xu Hao was with my aunt, my sister was mischievous next to them. When he thought of that possibility, Luo Yan felt so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He hadn't come here for a few days. What happened during that period? Not only did my aunt, the upright queen of law, fall, but she also took her daughter into it. Luo Yan stood at the door like a fool. When the little girl came out and saw him, she couldn't help but frown, looking unhappy. Why is it this guy again? Disturbing the warmth of their family of three. So annoying. Pretending not to see it, the little girl pulled Xu Hao and played on the sofa. After a while, Luo Yan came back to his senses. Seeing the little girl and Xu Hao having fun, his eyes were full of pain. He was the king of killers. Not only did he fail to protect Yan Wumei, he didn't even protect his family. If my aunt and her daughter fell into Xu Hao's hands, would there be a good end? Numbly picking up the things on the ground, Luo Yan gritted his teeth and walked in. Staring at Xu Hao with murderous eyes. Hearing what the little girl said, his face changed. The little girl took Xu Hao's arm and said with a smile. Uncle, you are with my mother, can I call you Dad in the future? Uncle doesn't sound good, I still want to call you Dad. Xu Hao scratched her nose. You can call me anything, as long as your mother doesn't mind and is not afraid of being beaten. The little girl was delighted and threw herself into Xu Hao's arms like a swallow. She was so good at dribbling the ball and hitting people. Xu Hao couldn't help but sigh. This is almost the same as his mother. It's incredible how the little girl has grown up. The little girl's excited voice sounded. That's great, Shaoshan finally has a father, and he is no longer a wild child without a father. I'll see who dares to say that Shaoshan was picked up by his mother in the future. The little girl waved her little fist and said aggressively. In the kitchen, Yu Yun was cooking absent-mindedly. She heard her daughter shouting outside, Xu Hao's father. Her face flushed. She immediately took the spatula and planned to go out and teach her daughter a lesson. But she heard her daughter's excited words. Yu Yun stopped at the kitchen door. It turned out that her daughter longed for a father for another reason. She was bullied at school. She was said to be a child without a father. Yu Yun's face changed, and she finally put down the spatula and continued cooking. No wonder her daughter wanted Xu Hao to be her father so crazy. She plotted against her mother and persuaded her to drink and get her drunk. There was such an inside story. Yu Yun felt guilty. She usually neglected to care for her daughter. She didn't know about this. It seems that it's not impossible to let Xu Hao be her daughter's father. Yu Yun suddenly came back to her senses. Of course not. Xu Hao has his own family. How can he be willing to be a father to his daughter? What if Xu Hao doesn't object? Yu Yun didn't object to her daughter calling Xu Hao dad. If she didn't object, Xu Hao would not object even more. The little girl called Yu Yun mom and called him dad, which would also subtly change Yu Yun's mind. Gradually fell and was conquered by him. In the living room, the little girl was so excited that tears were about to flow down. Xu Hao reached out and wiped her eyes and smiled. Are you really not afraid of your mother's bamboo shoots and pork? No. The little girl raised her head and smiled. Because I have a father. If my mother dares to hit me, I will ask my father for help. Dad, you won't watch me being bullied by my mother and ignore me, right? After saying that, the little girl looked at Xu Hao with hope on her face and pitifully. If your mother wants to hit you, how can I control her? Xu Hao was puzzled. My mother hit me, and your father hit her, just like last night, until dawn. Xu Hao's mouth twitched. No wonder when I was with Yu Yun yesterday. I received the emotional value prompt of the little girl's relief. I actually thought I was dealing with her mother. It's a big idea. Xu Hao touched the little girl's long hair. Okay, if your mother hits you, tell me and I'll beat her up. Only if Xiaoyao is obedient. If she makes any mistakes and is beaten by your mother, I can't do anything about it. After all, the little girl has become his daughter, so of course she must be disciplined. She must not develop an arrogant and domineering temper. Of course. The little girl patted her body and said firmly. Xiaoshan must be obedient. Daddy is the best. Dad, can I make a small request? The little girl asked with great interest. What? Xu Hao was puzzled. When Dad is scolding Mom, can I watch from the side? It's so refreshing. The little girl's eyes lit up. What a filial daughter. Not only did she force her mother to drink, but she also watched her mother being beaten. She was so filial that people laughed. Let's talk about it later. Xu Hao looked at her young face, clear and stupid eyes, and spoke hesitantly. Stop talking, I'm serious. Dad, you don't know, Mom is so scary when she gets angry. I also want to see what she looks like when she is punished. Without Xu Hao's consent, the little girl started to act like a spoiled child. Beside her, Luo Yan's face was extremely gloomy, his fists clenched, and veins on his arms were jumping. The little girl had called Xu Hao dad before. She also said that Xu Hao would definitely be with her mother in the future. It was just called in advance, and now it has come true. Dad is called as intimately as possible. Poor sister. Do you know what kind of person Xu Hao is? Not only did he take your mother, he also wanted to take you. You were recognizing a thief as your father. What made Luo Yan even more unacceptable was the little girl was his sister. She called Xu Hao dad, so what did she call Xu Hao? Uncle. Luo Yan vomited blood in his heart. He couldn't call him that even if he was beaten to death. Time was spent in the happy interaction between the father and daughter, and Luo Yan's discomfort. Yu Yun prepared the meal and served it. The family started to eat. The only way to describe the happy life of the little Lolita and Xu Hao is to be happy. The protagonist Luo Yan seemed out of place. The delicious food was so tender that he couldn't eat a single bite. He was full of anger. Xiao Yan, why don't you eat? Don't you like it? Yu Yun asked doubtfully. Luo Yan smiled a far-fetched smile. It's okay, I just feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yu Yun didn't say anything else. She knew that her sister's son had a conflict with Xu Hao. She didn't know what the conflict was. Like Luo Yan's slanderous words against Xu Hao. He said he was evil, forced women into prostitution, and was a playboy and a pervert. Yu Yun didn't believe it. Xu Hao had an attitude that he had to be responsible for her. How could he be that kind of person? Although she didn't know what hatred they had. But she decided to talk to Luo Yan later. After all, Xu was her man. It's not good for the family to be like enemies. Seeing that Mom still cares about Luo Yan, the little girl said to sow discord. Mom, why do you care about him? I didn't see what he ate last time he came. Most likely he looked down on us and didn't like the food you cooked. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. This slander is too blatant, right? Except for the last time he came with Xu Hao. Except when he was upset and full of anger by Xu Hao, every time he didn't eat everything in a flash. I have to say that my aunt's cooking is really delicious. She is a big shot at work and a virtuous woman at home. She can be a lady in the hall and a good cook in the kitchen. She is an absolutely good wife and mother. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for him to eat my aunt's food in the future. It fell into Xu Hao's hands. She must only cook for Xu Hao. Luo Yan couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. Ding. Luo Yan doubts his life, emotional value plus 999. My daughter is targeting others for no reason. Yu Yun frowned and was about to scold her. But when she saw Xu Hao next to the little girl, she held back her anger. She thought of what happened last night. Her daughter heard it. She suddenly felt insecure. Xu Hao patted the little girl on the back. Xiaoshan, how can you say that? Your brother doesn't look down on us, he just doesn't have an appetite. Don't say that next time, okay? I know, Dad, Xiaoshan is not Dad. The little girl rubbed against Xu Hao's arms obediently. Luo Yan paused again with the chopsticks he had just picked up. Somehow, Xu Hao was clearly speaking for him, but he felt something was wrong. Are you sure it's not adding fuel to the fire? After dinner, Yu Yun cleaned up the dishes and came out, and the little girl happily pulled Xu Hao to find her and excitedly proposed. Mom, can we go out to play as a family? Dad has agreed. Yu Yun frowned. She and Xu Hao are not famous. Traveling together, with a child, what if someone finds out? Just when she was about to refuse, the little girl spoke again. Dad told me the reason, we can go to some scenic spots with few people to climb the mountain, I believe we won't be discovered. Quote. The little girl looked hopeful. Yu Yun opened her mouth, but couldn't say no. The daughter has never had a father. After recognizing Xu Hao as her father, her spirits have improved. She should especially want to go out and play with her parents, right? Yu Yun finally agreed. That's great. I'm not very happy to go out and play with my parents. The little girl held their hands and cheered. The family was very warm. Luo Yan, who was supposed to be a family, was excluded. As if he was an outsider. No one asked for his opinion. Luo Yan was so upset. After leaving the house, Yu Yun thought that her affair with Xu Hao should not be exposed, so she called Luo Yan. Xiao Yan. Quote, "What's wrong, aunt?" Luo Yan looked at Yu Yun, his voice a little hoarse. "Can I ask you for a favor?" Yu Yun glanced at Xu Hao and hesitated for a moment. Luo Yan was refreshed and spoke seriously. "Aunt, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will do it for you." He was very excited when he noticed that his aunt looked at Xu Hao. Could it be that his aunt and Xu Hao have another secret? Ask him to help and smooth out the trouble of Xu Hao. There is hope. Aunt knows how to resist, which means she has not completely fallen. It can still be saved. Under Luo Yan's expectant eyes, Yu Yun spoke. Said embarrassedly. I guess you have also guessed the relationship between me and brother Hao. Our identities are very special. It will be very troublesome if they are exposed. So, please keep it a secret for us, Xiaoyan, and don't tell anyone. Luo Yan was stupid. Where is the resistance? Didn't he agree to deal with Xu Hao? Relationships are about keeping a secret. He's too naive. Even after calling brother Hao, he still hasn't fallen for her. Hearing his aunt calling Xu Hao so intimately, Luo Yan's heart broke. What a pretty aunt. It's a pity that she fell into the hands of that scum Xu Hao. Xiao Yan, are you okay? Hearing his aunt's voice, Luo Yan came back to his senses and said bitterly. Quote, then what I told you. Yu Yun was a little embarrassed. Is this shy? No wonder, she has always been alone. She followed Xu Hao for no reason and asked him to keep a secret, which was embarrassing. Such a shy aunt. Luo Yan had never seen this before, and his heart suddenly ached again. He closed his eyes in pain. Okay aunt, I won't tell anyone. That's good. Quote, Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, she walked towards Xu Hao and the little Lolita. She drove out and prepared to go out and play together. However, how could Luo Yan watch the three of them together? He was still thinking about breaking up his aunt and Xu Hao. Although his aunt seemed to have recognized Xu Hao. But that was because of Xu Hao was deceived. He couldn't watch his aunt fall into the fire pit. Yu Yun drove out. Luo Yan was about to get in the car, but was stopped by the little Lolita. Why are you following us? Luo Yan said shamelessly without telling the real purpose. Aren't you going to play? I want to go with you. I haven't played since I returned to China. What does it have to do with you if our family goes out to play? The little Lolita looked unfriendly. Treated him as a light bulb. Luo Yan was depressed. I am also your brother, okay. Xiaoshan, how can you talk like that? Xiaoyan is also your brother. Yu Yun's dissatisfied voice came. The little Lolita pouted. She didn't want Luo Yan to follow her and destroy the family she worked hard to build. Coldly said, I don't care where you go, but don't go with us. This car can't accommodate you. Quote. The little girl said that she wanted to sit in the back seat with Xu Hao. Luo Yan looked at the passenger seat eagerly. The little girl interrupted his thoughts. Sorry, in our car, the passenger seat is never occupied. This reason is really unique. Yu Yun drove away with Xu Hao and the little girl. In the end, Luo Yan was not taken with him. Looking at the car in the distance, Luo Yan was unwilling. Followed quickly. The car stopped in front of a mountain in the suburbs. When the little girl got off the car happily, she was surprised to see Luo Yan coming too. The family started a pleasant mountain climbing trip. When they saw good scenery, the little girl took out her camera to take pictures. Took many photos of Xu Hao and Yu Yun together. Dad, you hold mom in your arms, that's right. Mom, come closer, and look more natural. Give me a kiss, yes, that's how you look like a couple. Luo Yan watched from the side. Auntie was hugged so intimately by Xu Hao that her teeth were broken. The little girl wanted to take a family reunion photo. She forgot to bring the tripod and couldn't help crying. She noticed Luo Yan beside her and her eyes lit up. Take a picture for us. Luo Yan held the camera blankly. Just watching Xu Hao and auntie look like a couple, and the daughter is Yu Shaoshan, a sweet and warm picture of a family. He pressed the shutter button with a heartache. Returned home at night. It was getting dark, and Luo Yan was still staying at home and refused to leave. The little girl said angrily, "What are you still doing here? Get out of here as far as you can, don't disturb me and my parents sleeping." Chapter 200, Daughter's eyes changed. Hang her up and beat her. Lolita mother seduces. After an afternoon of mountain climbing, Luo Yan was exhausted. Watching Xu Hao kiss and hug his aunt. His aunt's family was warm and harmonious, but he could only take pictures like an outsider. Who can stand it? If he hadn't grown up in the dark world since childhood, he would have honed a strong heart. Luo Yan would have collapsed long ago. The anger in his heart was accumulating little by little, and at a certain moment it would completely explode. Xu Hao made a lot of money in an afternoon. The little Lolita was in a good mood, except for her shyness. The protagonist Luo Yan was full of anger. All of them were emotional values. It was worth it that he refused to teach his daughter and apprentice. This queen of law was just a done deal, and she hadn't been completely conquered. The emotional value provided during the period was the highest. Xu Hao certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to harvest. After climbing the mountain together, Xu Hao followed back to Yu's house. After a warm dinner, Luo Yan also came back. He wanted to wait until Xu Hao left, and then complained to his aunt about Xu Hao's evil deeds. Who knew Xu Hao had no intention of leaving? It seemed that he was going to stay here at night. Luo Yan was in a very bad mood. Especially the little girl's words, which completely ignited his anger. "What are you still doing here? Get out of here as far as you can, don't disturb me and my parents sleeping." The little girl said to him angrily. Luo Yan couldn't help but think of the scene of Xu Hao and his aunt's mother and daughter in the same bedroom. He couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "Xu Hao, I tell you, you can't do anything to Xiao Tianxia while I'm here." A beam of light looked at him. The little girl was confused. Xu Hao looked playful. Yu Yun was full of surprise and confusion. "Xiao Yan, what did you say? What do you mean by this?" Luo Yan couldn't hold it anymore, and said with a sad face, "Aunt, I told you Xu Hao is a hypocrite, why are you still with him? Xu Hao is ambitious, not only did he attack you, but he also has his eyes on Xiaoyao." Yu Yun's face changed slightly, and she looked at Xu Hao in doubt. Xu Hao showed a look of indignation just right. "I don't know where I offended you, but if you keep talking nonsense, even if you are Xiaoyao's brother, I will sue you for defamation. I have always treated Xiaoshan as my daughter, how could I have the kind of thoughts you said?" The tone was impassioned and righteous. Yu Yun retracted her gaze and nodded slightly. Thinking about Xu Hao's character, he is indeed not that kind of person. How old is his daughter? That's illegal. He should be arrested and shot. Xu Hao is worth hundreds of billions, he won't be so unwise to do such a thing. If Xu Hao is really that kind of person, I wouldn't be ashamed this morning and said I would compensate her. It is certain that Xu Hao will not attack his daughter. That is the rumor spread by the sister's son. Suddenly, Yu Yun looked at Luo Yan with disgust. "I don't care what hatred you have with Xu Hao. That's between you. But why are you making fun of my daughter? This is intolerable. Dare you say it or not? It's obviously you who said it yourself." Luo Yan pointed at Xu Hao with anger on his face, trembling all over. The last time Xu Hao knocked him down with a punch, he said in person that he would not let my aunt and her daughter go. He denied it in a blink of an eye. That was so angry. "Speak clearly, when did I say such a thing in person?" Xu Hao was aggressive, as if he had been greatly wronged. If he didn't speak clearly, he would not let Luo Yan go. Yu Yun became worried. Luo Yan was the sister's son after all. If you anger Xu Hao, a billionaire, you will definitely not end well. Luo Yan stared at him unwillingly. "It was the day you beat me up. I remember it clearly. I had to stay at home for 10 days. Xu Hao smiled, but his expression remained unchanged. He said coldly, "Nonsense, when did I hit you? Even if you really went too far, at most I would have asked my bodyguards to do it, why do I have to do it myself? You can insist that I hit you, but do you have evidence? He has been lying at home for more than 10 days, so his condition should be very serious. Take out the hospital certificate." Yu Yun nodded beside him. Indeed, with Xu Hao's status, even if he was going to deal with someone, he would not do it himself. That would dirty his hands. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he needs to do it, what are those bodyguards doing? Yu Yun looked at Luo Yan suspiciously. See what hospital certificate he can produce. If he can't produce it, it means he is lying. Luo Yan was speechless for a moment. Noticing his aunt's expression, he felt a chill in his heart. In his eyes, Xu Hao's image became more and more terrifying. So he was waiting for him here. At that time, Xu Hao hit him, using the liku of Huajin. He did not cause any external injuries to him, but the injuries were inside his body. He could only slowly dissolve them through the Huajin in his body. The hospital could not find anything. So he did not go to the hospital at all. What? No way. You can't even produce a hospital certificate. Even if you want to frame me, at least you should be prepared, right? You have been lying at home for more than 10 days and this is it. I don't believe you recovered by slowly recuperating. You can't even produce this little proof and you frame me. How can I say to you? Xu Hao shook his head, as if he felt sorry for his unprofessionalism. The little Lolita stood up to make up for it at this time. Dad, you think too highly of him. If he could be fully prepared, he would not be the same. He doesn't look very smart. Dad, why are you talking to such a person? It's a waste of time. Just drive him away. Quote. We are going to sleep, please leave. Luo Yan gritted his teeth. Xu Hao, stop pretending. You used the power of Hua Jin at that time and injured me internally. Going to the hospital is useless. Xu Hao stopped talking. He looked like he didn't want to pay attention. Luo Yan was furious. Auntie, don't be fooled by him. He is distorting the facts. Yu Yun couldn't listen anymore. She was also afraid that if Luo Yan continued to talk, it would anger Xu Hao, so she stood up and said. Okay, Xiao Yan, you are not in a good mental state now, go back and rest early. Luo Yan wanted to say something, but Yu Yun looked at him coldly. I told you to go back. Quote. The powerful aura of the Queen of Law emerged. Luo Yan opened his mouth and swallowed his words. He looked at Xu Hao unwillingly and left the Yu family helplessly. If I had known Xu Hao was eloquent, I would have waited until he left before telling my aunt. This made his impression score in my aunt's heart drop greatly. With Xu Hao around, it was impossible for him to convince my aunt. I could only find a chance next time. He hated it so much. No one believed what he said. Xu Hao turned black and white, but he could convince people. Ding Luo Yan was extremely frustrated, emotional value plus 999. Opening square bracket. Brother Hao, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoyan. He is talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Yu Yun didn't know why Luo Yan hated Xu Hao. She could only say it reluctantly. Xu Hao waved his hand. There are so many people I don't like. I usually don't bother to care about them, but I can't stand it when they spread rumors about me and Xiaoshan. Just based on his rumor mongering, I can call the police and have him locked up. Since he is your relative, let's just forget it. Xu Hao looked like he was giving you face and not caring about it. Yu Yun was touched. The little girl also felt happy. Mom and Dad, if we don't save him, we shouldn't worry about that guy. It's not worth it. Go wash up and go to bed early. I'm a little sleepy. The little girl yawned. Xu Hao took a look at the sky outside and said deliberately. It's already so late, I have to go back too. Thank you Xiao Yun for your hospitality today. When Xu Hao mentioned the word, hospitality, Yu Yun's face looked a little unnatural. Isn't it a hospitality? They even provided special services in the bedroom. When she heard Xu Hao was leaving, Xiao Mengli was furious. She held Xu Hao's hand tightly. Dad, it's so late, where are you going? Isn't this home? Don't you think of this place as your home, and don't think of Xiaoshan as your daughter. The little girl was depressed and about to cry. Xu Hao comforted her by stroking her head. How could that be? Xiaoshan is so cute, who wouldn't want to have such a cute daughter? Dad means stay tonight. The little girl's eyes lit up and she said expectantly. Then she looked at Yu Yun. Dad is leaving, Mom, hurry up and keep Dad, it's dark outside, how dangerous it is for Dad to go out. Yu Yun, she actually wanted Xu Hao to leave. From last night to now, what happened was too dreamy. She wanted to be alone. But thinking about her daughter's words, it made sense. Xu Hao was very good to her family. It was so unkind to drive them away so late. Yu Yun also tried to persuade him to stay. Xiao Tian is right, it's already late. Brother Hao should stay and rest for a night. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms. Xu Hao hesitated for a moment and agreed. The little girl cheered. She grumbled in confusion. Why choose a room? Isn't Mom's bedroom ready? Mom, really, we were together last night, why are you still being so pretentious? Are you afraid of being beaten by Dad? The little girl muttered to herself. Yu Yun's forehead had a few black lines. If Xu Hao hadn't been there, she would definitely hang her daughter up and beat her. Xu Hao stayed at home, and Xiao Mengli was very active. Bring the toiletries and help pour the foot washing water. After washing, Yu Yun prepared to clean up a room for Xu Hao. But was stopped by the little Lolita. Pushed the two into Yu Yun's bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut by the little Lolita from the outside. There were only Xu Hao and Yu Yun in the room, and the atmosphere was awkward. Familiar environment, ambiguous atmosphere. Yu Yun couldn't help but think of the scene last night. She was very good at talking, but she didn't know how to start. It was still Xu Hao who broke the atmosphere. Xiao Yun, I'm sorry about what happened last night. I promised to compensate you. This is a marrow cleansing pill I asked someone to bring over. It can improve physical fitness. Xu Hao held a marrow cleansing pill in his hand. Yu Yun remembered that when Xu Hao came back from climbing the mountain in the afternoon, he saw a person and surrounded some things. Even when he was playing with them and relaxing, he didn't forget his promise to her. It can be seen how much care Xu Hao has. Yu Yun felt warm in her heart. She wanted to refuse. If Xu Hao gave her something precious, she couldn't accept it. But looking at the pill in front of her, the faint smell of medicine flowed into her nose, and she couldn't help but be curious. A pill shouldn't be precious, right? Yu Yun took it. Thinking of Xu Hao's character, he wouldn't use any poison to harm her, so she prepared to eat it. Xu Hao kindly reminded her. Go to the bathroom. Yu Yun was puzzled. It's just a pill, why go to the bathroom? Although she was puzzled, she still obediently went to the independent bathroom in the room and swallowed it. The marrow cleansing pill melted in her mouth, turning into countless warm currents, nourishing her limbs. Half an hour later, Yu Yun looked at herself in the mirror, as if she had been reborn, with a shocked look on her face. How could this be a cheap gift? It was simply a priceless treasure. It not only made her skin better, but also improved her physical fitness and made her look several years younger. Xu Hao must not have many such precious medicines. But he was willing to give her one. Just because he felt guilty about himself. It was not Xu Hao's fault at all. It was his daughter who persuaded them to drink. After sending him to the bedroom, she held him tightly. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was seducing him. It was obviously the fault of the mother and daughter, but Xu Hao paid such a high price for it. Yu Yun could not wait to get out of the bathroom and hurried to find Xu Hao. Brother Hao, why did you give me money for such expensive medicine? It was obviously not your fault for what happened yesterday. Because she was in a hurry, Yu Yun did not have time to put on her clothes when she came out. She just wrapped a bath towel around her. She was immediately like a lotus emerging from the water. Xu Hao was stunned. Yu Yun is one of the most charming female protagonists. She has the coldness of a queen of law between her eyebrows. She is full of mature aura. The superposition of multiple buffs aroused Xu Hao's interest. Before Yu Yun could say anything else, a hand reached out and hugged her into his arms. Yu Yun raised her head and met Xu Hao's bright eyes, and she couldn't help but panic. Brother Hao, what are you going to do? Xiao Yun, you are so beautiful. Xu Hao looked like he was fascinated by her. Yu Yun realized what she looked like at this moment. She was already very charming. After taking the pills Xu Hao gave her, her charm has reached the top of the Tenkong building. She just ran out wrapped in a bath towel. Isn't it intentional to tempt people to commit a crime? But she swore that she really didn't mean that. Yu Yun wanted to explain, but she couldn't open her mouth. Ding! Yu Yun was in a mess, emotional value plus 852 the next day. After Yu Yun fell asleep, Xu Hao washed up and went out. As for how to deal with the little Lolita who just fell asleep, it was left to Yu Yun. In the afternoon, Xu Hao came to Shenong Hall again. The female protagonist's apprentice hurriedly came to meet him. The fourth daughter Xu Qingxie also looked anxious. What's wrong? Are you so anxious? Xu Hao asked curiously. Feng Zixuan explained the reason. It turned out to be this morning. Because the incident between Chinese medicine and Western medicine was a bit big. After the Western medicine doctor took the patient away, there was no result for several days. The reporter broke into report. The Western medicine doctor really didn't cure the patient. It means that the patient was harmed by Shenong Hall and is dying soon. They can only try the last treatment. The result will be available in 3 days. If the patient can't be treated anymore, the patient will be sentenced to death. In other words, they only have 3 days left. If they can't learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine within 3 days, they can only ask Xu Hao for help. Feng Zixuan looked worried. When Xu Qingxie looked at Xu Hao, she was entangled, but also filled with a glimmer of hope. I hope Xu Hao can help at that time. Xu Hao didn't think so. His face was very serious and he said solemnly, "We don't have much time left. I would have come here in these 3 days and tried my best to teach you. You have to work hard. Master, you want to teach us for 3 consecutive days. Then your job." Feng Zixuan was shocked. Xu Hao said he had his own way. Feng Zixuan was moved, and Xu Qingshui's eyes gradually changed when she looked at him. Chapter 201, Daughter's Idea. The Crazy Xu Hao. On the pirate ship, Feng Zixuan led Xu Hao to Shenong Hall. Meet Su Chen on the way. Stared at Xu Hao with anger. This guy not only trained his fiancée, but also captured one of his junior sisters, and now he has another one in mind. Why not 2 junior sisters? Xu Qingxie is Xu Hao's daughter. She shouldn't be so crazy, right? Thinking of the junior sister who was also taught by Xu Hao. And Xu Hao is a lustful devil, hungry and indiscriminate. He was a little uncertain. During this period, Xu Hao often came over, and the relationship between the 2 sisters and Xu Hao continued to heat up. Su Chen was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He wanted to stop it. But the 2 junior sisters didn't listen to him at all. Thinking that he was deliberately slandering Xu Hao, Su Chen was very depressed. A piece of news he got in the morning gave him hope. That is, the results from the Western medicine finally came out. The patient will be sentenced to death in 3 days. The patient will be sent back to Shenong Hall. At that time, it will be his chance to show his medical skills and impress his 2 junior sisters. He will let his junior sisters know. What did he learn from Xu Hao's teaching? That is to deliberately take advantage. Only his own medical skills are the best. If he cures the patient, the 2 junior sisters will definitely look at him with admiration. Maybe they will even ask him for medical advice. At that time, he will also teach hand in hand like Xu Hao. Not only that, the credit of saving Chinese medicine will also fall on him. He will be admired and worshipped by countless people. Those upper-class people will come to him and take the initiative to make friends with him. He will accumulate connections step by step and finally step on Xu Hao. 3 days later, it will be his time to become famous. Looking at Xu Hao, who was warmly welcomed by his junior sisters, Su Chen was very unhappy. "Xu Hao, you can't be arrogant for long, wait for me." Xu Hao glanced at him. Noticing the sneer in his eyes, he showed a mocking smile. From the heroine, he found out the identity of the protagonist and some information. Su Chen did not know the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. He just used the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine to create his own acupuncture method. It was 0.1 times more powerful than the Tai divine needle, but it was far from comparable to the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. This made Xu Hao, who was planning to poison the patient again, give up the idea. The poison he used was at the same level as the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Only the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, or a stronger acupuncture method, could cure the patient. This was to prevent Feng Zixuan from inviting a master to perform other powerful acupuncture methods. Unexpectedly, the preparations made in advance could plot against the protagonist. I believe that the good show 3 days later will be very interesting. Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan did not even look at Su Chen. They believed in the character of their senior sister Lu Yiren. They did not believe that Xu Hao was the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goal. But their senior brother, like a dog's skin plaster, he came to them every day to say bad things about Xu Hao. It was disgusting. If it weren't for his good medical skills, he might have played a role in saving people 3 days later. Feng Zixuan would have driven him away long ago. He took Xu Hao all the way to the training room upstairs. Su Chen could only watch with gritted teeth. He noticed the mocking smile at the corner of Xu Hao's mouth. It is certain that Xu Hao has bad intentions towards his junior sisters. However, the junior sisters did not listen to his advice and boarded Xu Hao's pirate ship, which made them so angry that their bodies separated. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 999. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 1000. For the next 3 days, Xu Hao stayed in the training room with the female protagonist's apprentice and his daughter Xu Qingxie, teaching needlework hand in hand. Seeing Xu Hao's attention, the two girls also learned seriously. They didn't care about the bumps when Xu Hao taught. They entered the state almost as soon as they started. Even if there were some unexpected collisions, the two girls didn't react. Xu Hao felt a little regretful. The two girls were too focused and were not shy. The emotional value harvest was reduced. However, a blessing in disguise. The favorability of the two girls was rising rapidly. After resolving the crisis of Shenong Hall, we can start to attack the heroine's apprentice. 3 days passed in a flash. Finally, at the last minute, Xu Hao taught his apprentice Feng Zixuan to master the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Some surprises his daughter Xu Qingxie learned it a few days later. Although it was all with the blessing of popping candy, it was enough to show her medical talent. This day, the deserted Shenong Hall suddenly became lively. The reason was that an ambulance drove over. The Western doctor really couldn't do anything to the patient, so he sent the patient back. Many media reporters, like sharks smelling fishy smells, rushed to report. It was still the Western doctor who had the patient carried away before. All the members of Shenong Hall were very angry. You are the ones who are bragging. You look down on traditional Chinese medicine, and Western medicine can definitely cure people. As a result, the patient was not cured and was sent back again. Compared with before, the patient was even more dying, with only his last breath left. This is to let the patient die in their Shenong Hall. Being cursed by the world. Too despicable. What are you doing? Shenong Hall is headed by Feng Zixuan, the shopkeeper. Feng Zixuan stood in front of the crowd. She looked coldly at the group of Western doctors who were carrying the patient in on a stretcher, and said in a cold tone. She was not surprised by all this. She had already guessed the morality of Western doctors. However, at this time, she was still angry at their shamelessness. The Western doctor stood up and sighed. You Chinese medicine practitioners are not very good at saving people, but your methods of harming people are very powerful. Originally, the patient only had a minor illness, but under your treatment, the condition worsened countless times. We have invited countless experts and professors, but they have no way to treat this condition. Since the patient was harmed by you, of course we have to send the patient back to you for treatment. We Western medicine practitioners will not take the blame. If the patient has problems in our hands, you can frame us and say that we Western medicine practitioners caused the patient to have problems. The words were said with righteous indignation. Not only can they not cure the patient, but they also want to attack Chinese medicine. It means that Chinese medicine cannot save people, but can only harm people. You see, even their top Western medicine experts can't do anything. You can imagine how powerful it is. Let those who see Chinese medicine practitioners think carefully, and dare to seek Chinese medicine treatment. The intention is sinister. Shameless, too shameless. Even some bystanders can't stand it. Didn't they say a dozen days ago that if Chinese medicine couldn't cure the disease, they would treat it with Western medicine? They said it with such confidence, but in the end they couldn't cure the patient, and they took the responsibility and sent the patient back. Isn't that too shameless? That's right, they didn't cure the patient, but they still said they were afraid of being framed by Chinese medicine. The main point is double standards. What do you know? It's the truth, and people can't say it. It was the old Chinese doctor in Shenong Hall who made the patient sick. There is a video and the truth. That's true. The doctor at Harmony Hospital took the patient home for treatment out of kindness. If the Chinese medicine doctor hadn't randomly given acupuncture, he would have been cured long ago. Nothing wrong, it's all the Chinese medicine doctor's fault. If the patient can't be cured, he must be sent back. The Chinese medicine doctor wants to blame the Western medicine doctor for the harm done to the patient. We are not fools. Some people can't stand the shamelessness of Western medicine and speak up for Chinese medicine. Some people also excuse Western medicine. The two sides argued endlessly. Xu Qingxie, who was next to Feng Zixuan, was so angry that her teeth itched. Western medicine is still so shameless. She once decided to learn Western medicine because she couldn't stand the face of Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine. Want to promote traditional Chinese medicine. As for Su Chen, he had no expression on his face. He was so happy in his heart. Go ahead and curse, the more fiercely the better. When Western medicine suppresses traditional Chinese medicine to the limit, When the two junior sisters are desperate and helpless, he will stand up and turn the tide. The effect will be more sensational. Seeing the confrontation between the two sides, the eyes of the reporters lit up. They came forward with long guns and short guns to interview. The first person to be interviewed was a Western medicine doctor. "Excuse me, sir, our station interviewed you 3 days ago. You said that the patient's condition was very bad and the patient would be given the final treatment. Now the patient has not recovered, does it mean that he has been sentenced to death?" The Western medicine doctor calmly answered the reporter's question. "I just said that in order to treat the patient, we invited top experts and professors, and it took more than 10 days to make the patient better. It is true that there is no hope, but it is not us who sentenced him to death, but Shenongtang, the traditional Chinese medicine." Quote, "If they hadn't treated the patient recklessly and made the condition worse, we wouldn't be helpless. They are executioners." The Western doctor was excited and angry. They simply regarded Chinese medicine as a cancer in the medical field. He was angry, but helpless in his heart. They had planned to select a patient and arrange for him to be treated by Chinese medicine in Shenong Hall. If Chinese medicine couldn't cure the patient, they would come out immediately and accuse the patient of taking him away. Once they, the Western doctors, cured the patient, it would be a blow to Chinese medicine that it couldn't recover. Unexpectedly, an accident happened in the middle. The patient they found was too seriously ill. Chinese medicine, if they can't cure the disease, Western medicine can do nothing about it. Things went beyond the original trajectory. Fortunately, they made timely remedies. That is, they sent the patient back to Shenong Hall. They slandered them for causing the patient to be like this. In this way, although they did not make Western medicine famous, they could kill Chinese medicine with one blow. Chinese medicine has killed people. Who dares to see a Chinese medicine doctor? The reporter continued the interview. "It's a pity that a life is about to disappear. So, sir, how many days can the patient last at most?" The Western medicine doctor sighed helplessly. "The patient is now weak, and we have tried our best to save him. But Chinese medicine is too cruel, and we can't do anything about it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to last a day." "That's a pity." Quote, the reporter echoed and asked a few more questions. All the Western doctors answered. They mentioned Chinese medicine in every sentence, which said that the patient was harmed by Chinese medicine and had nothing to do with Western medicine. Some people were interviewing Western medicine. Some reporters also ran to the front of the people in Shenong Hall. The first person to be interviewed was Feng Zixuan, the owner of Shenong Hall. "Manager Feng, may I ask, what do you think about the medical accident in your clinic that caused the patient to die? Everyone is questioning your reputation as a female doctor, thinking that you were treating patients before and were hired as a shill. Do you want to explain this?" Manager Feng, after this incident, everyone no longer believes in Chinese medicine and is afraid that Chinese medicine will cause problems. Please tell us, do similar medical accidents happen often? The patient only has 1 day left. Manager Feng, may I ask, how should Shenong Hall deal with it? They were just asking for routine questions. Everyone knows the character of the owner of Shenong Hall and has never been interviewed. Last time the Western doctor took the patient away, she didn't say a word. I thought she would remain silent this time as before. Unexpectedly, Feng Zixuan spoke this time. "If you have any questions, you can ask them one by one, and I will try my best to answer them." Her expression was calm. It seemed that she did not see the difficulties faced by Shenong Hall. At this time, she was in a good mood to accept the interview of reporters. Feng Zixuan was indeed not panicking now. She just checked the patient's condition and found that he was still breathing, so she felt relieved. After all, even if she learned the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, the patient must not die. The person is dead, and no matter how powerful the acupuncture is, it is useless. Now there is still a breath. As long as there is a breath, she can use the 9 needles of heavenly medicine to cure people. The crisis of Shenong Hall is almost resolved. What needs to be done now is to publicize the effect of their Chinese medicine in curing patients to the maximum. Give Western medicine a profound lesson. The Western doctor was shocked when he saw this. A bad premonition surged in his heart. This bad premonition was thrown away by him as soon as it appeared. The patient is now weak and can't survive for more than a day. It can be said that one foot has stepped into the underworld. Does this female doctor of Shenong Hall have any other solution? They use advanced medical equipment in Western medicine and invite top experts and professors, but they can't cure people. It is absolutely impossible for Chinese medicine. I heard that Feng Zixuan was willing to be interviewed. One by one, the reporters went crazy. They swarmed up. Fortunately, the staff of Shenong Hall stopped them, so that the situation did not get out of control. The first reporter asked, "Is her title of female doctor unworthy of the name?" Feng Zixuan spoke calmly. "I just treat diseases and save people. I have never admitted that I am a female doctor. The names those patients call me. As for the patients I saved before, whether they were hired agents, I don't want to explain this. Because some people don't believe it, no matter how much you explain, it's useless. The innocent will be innocent." Quote. Feng Zixuan's answer was recognized by many people. It is said that this female doctor is very low-key, and today it is true. She treats patients and saves people silently, and never publicizes it. Unlike Western medicine, which cures a minor illness as if it has saved the world. I wish everyone knew. The second question is the medical accident of Shenong Hall. Feng Zixuan replied solemnly. So far, there has been no medical accident in our Shenong Hall. We have explained before that our doctor noticed that the patient was in a bad condition, so he planned to give acupuncture treatment. But the patient's condition was too serious and he fell into a coma halfway through. Some people took this as an excuse to discredit our Shenong Hall. A reporter asked, "Does shopkeeper Feng think that Western medicine is deliberately discrediting Chinese medicine?" Feng Zixuan revealed a shocking melon as soon as she opened her mouth. It's not just slander, it's to suppress our Chinese medicine, and they've used all means possible. We have collected evidence. The patient was hired by Western medicine to plot against our Chinese medicine. Think about it, why is it so coincidental? The patient just fainted when our Shenongtang doctor was treating him. It just happened that he was recorded at this time, and there just happened to be another Western doctor in our clinic, and his men had already prepared a camera to carry the patient in. Isn't all this too coincidental? Feng Zixuan's tone was calm. But it was like a thunderclap in the plane. It shocked everyone present. Feng Zixuan was right. They did find evidence. The evidence was given to her by Xu Hao. He was the instigator of everything, and it shouldn't be too easy to get the evidence. The female protagonist's apprentice was deeply moved, and her favorability rose sharply. Chapter 202. The daughter's position is shaken. She is a disciple who rebels against her master. Xu Hao teaches her in person. Everyone was shocked by the news revealed by Feng Zixuan. It caused a commotion. What the hell? What the hell? The medical accident at Shenongtang was fake. It was all a trap set by Western medicine to suppress Chinese medicine. No way, no way, if this is true, Western medicine is too abominable, using the patient's life to frame someone. It's very likely. Think about the coincidences that Manager Feng said, it looks like they were prepared in advance. Use your brains to think about it. What is the status of Western medicine? It is unshakable, right? Why would it suppress Chinese medicine that relies on metaphysics to treat diseases? Why else? Western medicine must be afraid and feel threatened by Chinese medicine. I don't think it's possible. They must have harmed the patient and are afraid of taking the consequences, so they put the blame on Western medicine. What's there to argue about? Didn't Manager Feng say there is evidence? Wait until she shows the evidence and you'll understand. Everyone was talking. Some smart people believed what Feng Zixuan said. There were also diehard fans of Western medicine who questioned it. But it is undeniable. Because of Feng Zixuan's words. What Western medicine did caused suspicion among the onlookers. The Western medicine doctor's face changed, and he was uncertain. He couldn't help but worry. Seeing Feng Zixuan respond calmly. He thought there was a way to cure the patient, but he didn't expect to find the source. Did Shenongtang really find evidence of their frame-up? It was obviously all cleaned up and finished. The Western medicine doctor began to panic. But in public, he certainly couldn't admit it. He said angrily. Don't slander others, you Chinese medicine practitioners are just jumping clowns. What is there for us Western medicine to suppress? If you frame and slander us again, don't blame me for calling the police. His tone was emotional. In fact, he was panicking. What if Feng Zixuan took out the evidence of their frame-up at this time? I'm afraid it will be more trouble than gain. Is it true? You will know later. Quote. Feng Zixuan glanced at him calmly. She had evidence, but she would not show it now. Showing the evidence now would indeed affect the reputation of Western medicine. But it would not do much to reverse the situation. Because the propaganda of Western medicine in recent times has devalued Chinese medicine to the point of being worthless, and it has been deeply rooted in people's minds. If you want to change, you have to cure the patient. After curing the patient, show the evidence. Give Western medicine a head-on blow. Feng Zixuan's reaction, however, made Western doctors misunderstand her, thinking that she had no evidence, but was just scaring people. The expression relaxed. Feng Zixuan accepted another interview with a reporter. The patient will not live for more than a day. 007. Asked them how Shenongtang handles the afterlife. Feng Zixuan asked back. Afterlife. Why do we have to deal with afterlife? Isn't the patient still alive? Can't he be treated? Quote. Wow. Feng Zixuan's words caused a sensation again. Western medicine used the world's top medical instruments and invited countless experts and professors, but they didn't cure the patient. The patient has been sentenced to death. Feng Zixuan means, how many days can the patient's life be extended? Feng Zizi continued. Not to extend life, but to cure the patient. Now everyone was stunned. Almost no one in the audience believed it. Western medicine spent so much money but it didn't work. Why did she say that she cured the patient? Feng manager Feng, I hear you wrong. You said you wanted to cure the patient. The reporter began to stutter. Feng Zixuan's voice was steady. I said it very clearly, that is, to cure the patient. In order to avoid everyone's suspicion, I can treat him on the spot. Shocking. Everyone was numb by Feng Zixuan's words. Everyone looked at her with a different look. As if looking at a fool. Manager Feng is not only good at medicine, but also so beautiful, no worse than several beauties in Shanghai, but unfortunately she has a brain problem. What a joke. Western medicine has spent so much money but still can't cure people. Can she cure patients? And do it on the spot. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Most likely she can't accept the fact that Shenongtang, a century-old brand, is about to go bankrupt, and she is starting to go crazy. Alas, it's a pity for a beautiful woman. Whether they support or not support Feng Zixuan, they don't believe her words. Quack, my daughter came to you for treatment and something went wrong. Now you don't want to harm our daughter. We firmly disagree. The 50-year-old couple, surrounded by a crowd, stood at the door of Shenongtang and cursed. The group of people following them were also the family members of the patients. Feng Zixuan sympathized with them, but not much. Who made the patient agree to let the Western doctor frame Shenong Hall? Based on the benevolence of a doctor, Feng Zixuan said patiently. I have made it very clear that your daughter is a Western doctor who framed our Shenong Hall. It has nothing to do with our Shenong Hall. Your daughter is in a very dangerous condition now. If she is not treated, she will not survive for more than a day. The family members of the patients did not believe it. Just listen to divine Dr. Feng. Since she said there is a way to cure your daughter, there must be a way. If she can't cure it, it's not too late to settle with her. The one who spoke was actually a Western doctor. He actually stood up to speak for Feng Zixuan. He had no good intentions and sneered in his heart. He sneered at Feng Zixuan's words of saving people. The patient only had one breath left. He only had 1 day left to live. If there was any mistake, the patient would die. If Feng Zixuan died during the treatment, the patient would have a greater impact. So, seeing that the patient's family was unwilling to let Feng Zixuan treat him, he stood up to say something good. The families of these patients believe in Western medicine. It was when their relatives were seriously ill that Western medicine invited experts and professors to treat them. Although there was no effect. After some hesitation, the families finally agreed. The pressure was put on Shenongtang. All the employees of Shenongtang could not help but worry. Feng Zixuan had treated the patient, but it didn't work. Could it be that she had thought of a treatment method? But the patient's condition was getting worse and worse. Several old Chinese medicine practitioners saw it clearly. The patient only had 1 breath left and would die if he was not careful. They didn't believe Feng Zixuan either. Zan can cure the patient. Feng Zixuan asked someone to push the patient over. Even though she had completely mastered the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, she was still a little nervous at the moment. After all, it was the first time to use the 9 needles of heavenly medicine to save people. Come on, big sister, you can do it, believe in the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Xu Qingshe encouraged Feng Zixuan. She also mastered the 9 needles of heavenly medicine and knew how powerful it was. It was much more powerful than the Tai divine needle she learned. The patient will definitely be cured. After adjusting her mentality, Feng Zixuan took a step and planned to go up to treat the disease. But at this time, someone came to the bedside faster than her. It was the senior brother Su Chen who suddenly appeared. It was finally his turn. Junior sister Feng Zixuan only knew how to use Tai magic needle. Why did she go up to treat? Mostly she was just trying to save the patient. The patient was in this state. Tai magic needle would definitely not work. We still have to rely on him. Su Chen took out the silver needle and turned to look at Feng Zixuan, who looked stunned, showing a reassuring smile. As if to say, I'm here, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe were both stunned. Su Chen suddenly rushed up, which was beyond their expectations. Originally, they kept Su Chen in Shenong Hall, intending to let him play a role today. But now the situation is special. The patient's breath is extremely weak. Is the acupuncture method created by Su Chen really effective? I don't know how it compares with Tai divine needle, but it is definitely not as good as Tianyi needles. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to go up now? What if something happens to the patient? The two women were very angry. If I had known earlier, I would have driven Su Chen away. He stayed and made trouble. Just when she was about to yell at him to get off, Su Chen had already started acupuncture. Everyone around thought that Su Chen was the rescuer she invited. For a moment, Feng Zixuan couldn't say anything. She was afraid that a word would disturb Su Chen. A hand trembled and the wrong needle was inserted, and the patient died. She could only watch anxiously from the side. Don't expect Su Chen to cure people. Just hope nothing happens. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe looked at each other, and they could see the anger towards Su Chen in each other's eyes. Who is this guy who suddenly appeared? Is he the one who treated the patient? Is he the reinforcement invited by Shenong Hall? He doesn't look very old. Is he really capable? It's obvious. You can see how confident shopkeeper Feng was just now. He must have something to rely on. Shopkeeper Feng has treated patients. She can't do it herself. How can she treat patients without asking for help? He is indeed too young, and he uses traditional Chinese medicine. He doesn't look very good. I've never seen him before. Could he be the apprentice of some hidden doctor? Brother. Manager Feng is so calm, maybe a miracle will happen and the patient can be cured. The people around were whispering. They all shook their heads, expressing their pessimism. There were also some who were expecting. They wanted to see a miracle happen. At this time, Su Chen was extremely excited. There were countless people watching at the scene, and there were also reporters present, attracting everyone's attention. Once he cured the patient, he would become famous and have a bright future. And he was also very confident that he could cure this patient. He relied on this set of acupuncture techniques he created to surpass his master. It was even better than his master's medical skills. Although the patient's condition it was bad, but under his control. Su Chen took out the silver needle. He quickly stabbed the patient. His movements were smooth and flowing, with a kind of transcendent charm. Some people who didn't care were shocked. They couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. As soon as they saw Su Chen's acupuncture movements, they knew he had real skills. Could he really cure the patient who was only breathing? That would be awesome. The people on the Western medicine side had a thump in their hearts. They thought of Feng Zixuan's confident words. Could this person really cure the patient? Then they, the Western medicine, would become complete clowns. The people of Shenong Hall also, his face was full of expectation. Although some old Chinese doctors did not recognize the acupuncture method used by Su Chen. They could feel the power of that acupuncture method. They were all excited. Su Chen looked confident. He finished performing a reduced version of the Heavenly Doctor 9 needles. But gradually, his face changed. The confident face was gone, replaced by a solemn face. Because he found that, after he performed a set of acupuncture methods, the patient did not react at all. Instead, his breath became weaker. What the hell is going on? This shouldn't be the case. Su Chen was a little panicked. He didn't believe in evil and performed it again. The patient's breath became weaker. The people around had already noticed something was wrong, and laughed. Haha, that's it. That's it, I thought a miracle really happened. Is this the last hope that Shenong Hall invited? Not very good, no hope. FCK, did you notice? The patient's breath is even weaker. How can this be saving people? It's clearly killing people. Chinese medicine is really terrible. The people on the Western medicine side laughed. This is the result they want. If Su Chen comes again, the patient will be cured to death. Facing the accusations of the people around, the people in Shenong Hall panicked. Worried eyes fell on Feng Zixuan. Feng Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. Stepped forward and said coldly, "Get out of here." Su Chen was sweating profusely at this time, his eyes were dull and lifeless. How could it be possible? The acupuncture method he created was more powerful than Tai Divine Needle, and it had always been successful. Never failed. Why didn't it work today? After driving Su Chen away, Feng Zixuan checked the patient's pulse. Fortunately, it was not that bad. He was not killed by Su Chen. It was her turn next. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zixuan took out the silver needle and performed the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Seeing Feng Zixuan take action, everyone was indifferent. They all knew that Feng Zixuan had treated the patient before and failed. Now she took action, thinking that it was Feng Zixuan's last stubbornness. But soon, they found something wrong. Shocked to find that the patient's electrocardiogram had miraculously improved. FCK, what's going on? The crowd was not calm. They held their breath. As Feng Zixuan continued to give acupuncture, the patient's condition got better and better. In the end, the patient was seen moving his fingers. The electrocardiogram was almost the same as that of a normal person. The crowd went crazy. How is it possible? Shopkeeper Feng really cured the patient. FCK, the patient was really on his last gasp, how could he be cured? Come on, those who said shopkeeper Feng cured the patient were hired agents, speak up. This was a patient sentenced to death by Western medicine, but shopkeeper Feng cured him. It's impossible that the entire Western medicine community is acting in concert with divine Dr. Feng. The little cow took a plane. That's awesome. I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. What is Western medicine? Chinese medicine is awesome. Crowd shocked. There was someone who was even more shocked than them. That was Su Chen. Hearing everyone's discussion, he recovered from the shock and looked at Feng Zixuan. Feng Zixuan's acupuncture method was somewhat similar to the one he created, but it was more perfect and natural. There were too many more acupuncture methods than the one he created based on the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Then there was only one possibility. Feng Zixuan performed the real 9 needles of heavenly medicine. But how could it be possible? Wasn't the 9 needles of heavenly medicine lost? Where did junior sister learn it from? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Su Chen's mind. Xu Hao. These days, Xu Hao has been coming to Shenong Hall to teach his 2 junior sisters. Su Chen suddenly became emo. When he thought of Xu Hao, that old pervert, whose medical skills were even better than his. Su Chen began to doubt his life. The crowd was in an uproar. Feng Zixuan's nervous mood was relieved when she heard the voices of the crowd and she finished the work in an orderly manner. She knew that the crisis was perfectly resolved this time. She was extremely grateful to Xu Hao. Xu Qingxie was also relieved. She couldn't help but think of Xu Hao, who had been teaching them personally these days. Her position of resisting Xu Hao together with her elder and second sisters began to waver. Chapter 203, The Daughter and the Apprentice Who Can't Escape. Playing with the palm of your hand. A miracle really happened. The crowd was excited to see the patient's condition gradually improving under Feng Zixuan's treatment. Everyone in Shenong Hall was excited and their eyes were shining. Never expected it. The patient only had 1 breath left. Their shopkeeper could still bring him back to life. It can be said that he was a living dead man with flesh and bones. This is their idol, a female doctor who can cure all diseases, and they are proud of Feng Zixuan as the shopkeeper. They are looking forward to Feng Zixuan curing people and reversing the crisis of Shenong Hall at this time. At the same time, they looked at the Western doctors who were already dead with mocking eyes. Don't you want to suppress them so that they can't raise their heads? Let's see how you end up. In the crowd, several old Chinese medicine practitioners were also surprised. They all knew that Feng Zixuan had treated patients. She also used Tai magic needle twice, but the patient was not cured. Now she can be cured. It was obvious that Feng Zixuan had found a treatment method in the past 10 days. These old Chinese medicine practitioners had a high status in the field of Chinese medicine. Otherwise, they would not have been invited by Feng Zixuan to sit in Shenong Hall for consultation. Each of them had extraordinary knowledge. They had seen some long-lost acupuncture methods such as Tai magic needle and 5 elements magic needle. But they had never seen Feng Zixuan's acupuncture method. They could not help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, an old Chinese medicine practitioner spoke. I remembered it. Swish. Several old Chinese medicine practitioners around him looked at him curiously. The old Chinese medicine practitioner was excited and asked the question. Do you still remember the medical saint 20 years ago? Are you talking about Su Lai Su Saint Hand? An old Chinese medicine practitioner frowned and asked in confusion. I admit that Su Shengxiao is very powerful, but compared to our shopkeeper Feng today, he is still a little bit inferior, right? Su Shengxiao can also treat many terminal illnesses, and can be said to have brought the dead back to life. After all, this patient was sentenced to death by the entire Western medical community, which is much more serious. Several old Chinese medicine practitioners nodded in agreement. You are right, I am not comparing the strength of the two medical skills. Do you know that Su Shengxiao used a set of acupuncture techniques? What did you say that acupuncture technique was called? Seeing that the group of old friends had gone off topic, the old Chinese medicine practitioner reminded. I remember. Quote. Another old Chinese doctor spoke. Su Shengxiao explained to us at that time that it seemed to be called the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, which was the acupuncture method of his sect. It is much more powerful than the Tai divine needle, but it has been lost for a long time. What do you mean by this? Do you think that the acupuncture method used by our shopkeeper Feng is very similar to the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine used by Su Shengxiao? The eyes of the old Chinese doctors flashed. Recalling Feng Zixuan's acupuncture method, it is indeed very similar. But it is much more advanced. Right. An old Chinese doctor was full of excitement. Has our shopkeeper Feng mastered the complete 9 needles of heavenly medicine? Yes, no wonder that the patient who could not be cured by Tai divine needle has now been cured by shopkeeper Feng. It turned out that he used the legendary 9 needles of heavenly medicine. If Zixuan knew the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, why didn't he use it to save people more than 10 days ago? Obviously, Zixuan didn't know it at that time, and learned it in just 10 days. Quote. In just a dozen days, he has mastered a set of acupuncture techniques that far surpass the Tai magic needle. Ah! The faces of the old Chinese medicine practitioners were full of shock. They fell into silence for a while, digesting this shocking news. After a while, someone sighed. It's really the Yangtze River where the waves behind push the waves ahead. We are really old. Now it's the world of young people. Zixuan, this girl, has such medical skills at such a young age. Her future is limitless. I really don't know what heights she will reach. Maybe she can really lead our Chinese medicine to rise completely. Now that you say that, I am a little looking forward to it. How can the things passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years be comparable to those Western medicine? If Feng girl can promote Chinese medicine, it will be worth it for me to die. It's not impossible. Su Shengxiao wanted to lead the rise of Chinese medicine, but failed. However, his medical skills are not as good as Zixuan's now. We must do our best to help. The old Chinese medicine practitioners all nodded, their eyes full of determination. Su Chen, who was standing aside, heard the flattery of the old Chinese medicine practitioners. In their mouths, junior sister Feng Zixuan has surpassed his master. He suddenly became more depressed. In theory, Feng Zixuan is his junior sister. Junior sister is very powerful, he should be happy. But he couldn't be happy. Because, Feng Zixuan's Tianyi 9 needles did not come from Tianyi sect. It was not taught by his master or Feng Zixuan's master. It was taught by Xu Hao. Xu Hao was able to teach Feng Zixuan Tianyi 9 needles in just a dozen days, which shows that his medical skills are more powerful. Xu Hao is much more powerful than his master. Su Chen couldn't accept it. Ding Su Chen's mentality collapsed, emotional value 999. I tell you, it was your Shenong Hall that harmed my daughter. If anything happens to my daughter, I will definitely fight with you. It was the patient's parents, and a group of relatives and friends. They were cursing Shenong Hall. The voice suddenly stopped. Brother and sister-in-law, look, Xiaofang's condition has improved. A person reminded ecstatically. The patient Xiaofang's parents also saw their daughter's condition and were so excited that they could not control themselves. Could it be that the owner of this clinic was not lying to them? But there was really a way to cure their daughter. The family members were full of expectations. The Western medicine people were dumbfounded. Looking at the patient's improvement data, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. They invited countless experts and professors to conduct a comprehensive examination of the patient. Not only did the treatment not improve at all, the patient's condition is getting worse and worse. The entire medical community had almost determined that the patient was dying and sentenced him to death. But now, they can use a treatment method to treat patients who cannot be cured. On the contrary, under Feng Zixuan's hands, just a set of silver needles, the patient's condition improved rapidly. It broke their cognition. The patient was found by them, and experts and professors had examined him. It was absolutely impossible that he was hired by Shenong Hall. Feng Zixuan really used medical skills to cure the patient. This made them firmly believe that Chinese medicine is metaphysics. It is just a trick, and the belief that it is not worth mentioning in front of Western medicine began to collapse. The Western doctors were shocked and speechless. Such a magical medical skill. It can no longer be called a medical skill. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is magic. It can bring people back to life. The patient only had one breath left, and they were all doctors and could see it clearly. The electrocardiogram was almost a straight line. He was saved by Feng Zixuan using Chinese medicine. The Western medicine doctor in the lead had a gloomy expression, shocked by Feng Zixuan's medical skills. As a representative of Western medicine, he thought of more. They just swore that the patient would die. He would not live for more than a day. They even framed Shenongtang to maintain the image of Western medicine. They said that countless experts and professors treated the patient. Now the trouble came. The disease that so many medical masters could not cure was cured by Chinese medicine in just 10 minutes. By then, the face of Western medicine will be completely destroyed. Many media reporters were reporting on the scene. It can be imagined that it will not be long before their Western medicine will become a joke of the whole world. Chinese medicine will also rise up on their faces. It is not enough to describe the situation of losing more than stealing a chicken. Thinking of such a consequence, the Western medicine doctor shuddered. He looked at Feng Zixuan in the middle of the field with burning eyes. At this moment, how much he hoped that Feng Zixuan would make a mistake in treatment. He no longer expected Feng Zixuan to treat the patient to death. He just hoped that it would not be too outrageous. At least the patient would not regain consciousness immediately. That would allow them, Western medicine doctors, to retain some face. However, the opposite happened. As Feng Zixuan took the last silver needle from the patient's eyelids trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Watching the dying person who only had one breath left was gradually revived. Everyone was boiling. They couldn't help but applaud Feng Zixuan for saving people. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Alive, really alive, isn't this too incredible? That patient was sentenced to death by countless experts and professors, but manager Feng saved him with a few injections in just over 10 minutes. Mom, I saw the female bodhisattva. From now on, there is only one goddess in my mind, and that is the female doctor. You call this metaphysics? It is indeed metaphysics. Our Chinese medicine is broad and profound. How can it be compared with your Western medicine that has been developed for hundreds of years? It is normal not to understand. I still remember that group of guys said that they would treat diseases that Chinese medicine could not cure with Western medicine. Why don't they shout now? Shout louder, I can't hear. It's fake, how is this possible? It must be a shill hired by that woman. Haha, clown, if that patient drags on, then the entire Western medicine community will act with our manager Feng. Can you speak with a little brain? Feng Zixuan cured the patient. It completely reversed the unfavorable situation of Shenongtang. It pushed Chinese medicine to the top for a while. It won the applause, worship and admiration of countless people. Originally, under the hype of Western medicine, Chinese medicine was considered to be not very good. One by one, they changed their positions. Of course, there are some people who have been overly brainwashed and do not believe it. But when they questioned, they were drowned by a large group of scolding. The noise around came. After the patient Xiaofang's sister adapted to the light, she opened her eyes confusedly, and her pupils gradually regained focus. Are you awake? A cold voice sounded. It was Feng Zixuan who spoke. Facing this guy who joined forces with Western medicine to frame their Shenongtang, she did not have a good impression. Xiaofang also saw Feng Zixuan. Knowing that this was the female doctor who saved her, tears came out. In fact, during the time she was in a coma, she still had her own consciousness. Just like some vegetative people. Although she was lying on the hospital bed, she could not speak or move. But she could feel everything in the outside world. And hear what people outside said. She came to Shenong Hall and fell into a coma. The doctors were helpless against her illness. Xiaofeng did not feel panic. Because this was her cooperation with Western medicine. As long as she cooperated, she would not have to spend money to cure her illness. Xiaofeng agreed. But after the Western medicine took her away, everything that happened made her suffer great torture and emotional breakdown. The doctors operated on her. But they could not cure her. They tried various Western medicine treatments. Although she could not feel pain, the mental torture was even more painful. Can you imagine the doctors discussing where to operate on you? Discussing what to cut off from your body. Xiaofeng naturally heard the conspiracy of these doctors against traditional Chinese medicine. They tried every means but could not cure her. These Western doctors gave up. They planned to use her life to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. Some doctors even suggested killing her and putting the blame on the Chinese medicine doctor. She could only lie on the hospital bed at that time. She had no way to resist and could only be slaughtered. She was so scared that her mentality exploded. Are these people still doctors who treat diseases and save lives? Are they angels in white? They are even more terrifying than the demons in the legend. Some people still raised objections, considering that it would be difficult to explain if the patient died in the hands of these Western doctors. It would be better to save her last breath and send her to the Chinese medicine doctor. Let her die in the Chinese medicine clinic. Xiaofeng was desperate. She was carried away from Shenong Hall and received treatment. Without exception, some old Chinese medicine doctors could not cure her disease. Therefore, she did not hold out hope for the female doctor Feng Zixuan, who proposed to treat her. Happiness came too fast like a tornado. Just when she was desperate. She felt a light emerge in the dark world. She kept walking forward along the light. Finally regained consciousness. She found that she could control her body. After feeling it, she was very stiff because she had been lying in bed for a long time. Her physical condition was also very weak. But she still gritted her teeth and tried her best to get up. After getting off the bed, she kowtowed to Feng Zixuan who saved her. Thank you, Dr. Feng, for saving me. Everyone present was shocked by Feng Zixuan's rescue and did not turn back. When they reacted, they found that the patient had already knelt in front of Feng Zixuan. Everyone sighed. This was a real life-saving grace. Not to mention kowtow to thank, I am willing to be a cow and a horse. Then, the patient broke the news. It was like a huge rock falling from a calm lake, causing a 44,000-foot wave. Feng Zixuan was shocked to see the patient kneeling in front of her. She hurried forward to help. But Xiaofeng refused. Dr. Feng, I'm sorry for you. I deserve death. I shouldn't have teamed up with the Western medicine group to frame you in Shenong. At this time, seeing the patient get up from the bed, a group of Western medicine doctors have been petrified on the spot. The Western medicine doctor in charge heard Xiaofeng's words, and he was refreshed and pulled out of the shock. He quickly spoke to stop. Don't talk nonsense in public, otherwise don't blame me for calling the police to smear you. Since you are unconscious, we can forgive you. We spent a lot of money to save you. We invited countless experts and professors to treat your disease. Your parents, relatives, and everyone know it. The Western medicine doctor knew that he had not fulfilled the promise he made to the patient to cure her. He was afraid that she would complain and expose the relationship between the two sides. So he played the emotional card. Although we didn't cure you, it also cost a lot. Xiaofeng looked at him with hatred on her face. Yes, I am in a coma, but you didn't expect that I would still have my own consciousness like a vegetable. I know everything you did to me. I will never forget your devilish faces. Feng Zixuan tried to help her up, but Xiaofeng refused to get up. Feng Zixuan was at a loss. At this time, Xu Qingshe came up and called her, senior sister. Feng Zixuan turned around and looked at him. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and doubt. They didn't know. The reason why Xiaofeng was in a coma but still retained consciousness was the result of the poisoning by Xu Hao, the mastermind behind the scenes. It made it easier for them to better fulfill their dream of leading the rise of traditional Chinese medicine. It was a small surprise. Chapter 204, Master and Apprentice meet again. Both become stepmothers. The daughter is dumbfounded. The patient Xiaofeng's face is full of hatred, and her tone is full of resentment. What she said attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked at her. What do you mean? There is indeed something inside this. Is this really a conspiracy of Western medicine against Chinese medicine? Isn't she in a coma? How can she still be conscious? Know everything that is happening outside. Don't you know that some vegetative people are like this? They can feel what is happening outside, but they can't do anything. Think about how terrible it is. Listening to the patient's tone, it seems that these Western doctors who are treating her have done something to her. Aren't they trying to cure the patient? We can all testify that many experts and professors have indeed been dispatched on the Western medicine side. Is there something else that we don't know? The crowd whispered. From time to time, they pointed at the Western medicine people. The media reporters were excited. I quickly raised the camera and focused. Originally, Feng Zixuan brought back the dying man, which was already big news. I didn't expect the patient to have more news. It must not be missed. The Western doctors looked angry. How could the patient say that? They spent a lot of money to cure the patient. How could he not be grateful at all? Because they didn't cure him, he wanted to slander them. He flatters the powerful and tramples on the weak. Only the leading Western doctor knew the truth. He was furious when he heard it. He wanted to stop Xiaofang from talking, but it was too late. Almost everyone was wondering why the patient who was treated by experts and professors hated Western medicine so much. And what Xiaofang said next also answered their doubts. Xiaofang told everything she had seen and heard in the past 10 days when she was taken away by the Western doctor. Including the conspiracy of Western medicine against Chinese medicine in various cruel means. At the cost of her life. Suppressing Chinese medicine so that it can't raise its head. Xiaofang also said that the Western doctor had called her in the morning, and the condition was that as long as she cooperated, he would help treat the disease. Causes and consequences, every detail. Everyone was shocked and speechless after hearing this. Looking at the Western doctors, their eyes were full of disgust. I didn't expect Western medicine to be so despicable. In order to suppress Chinese medicine, they would not hesitate to sacrifice a person's life. My God, is this the true face of Western medicine? Don't they call themselves angels in white? How can they be no less than the devil? It's terrible. She was unconscious on the hospital bed and could sense the doctors outside discussing her life and death. No wonder the patient hated Western medicine so much. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Who made her agree to Western medicine to frame Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine should not save such people. It's best to let her fend for herself. No way, no way, no one really believed her words. She must be a shill hired by Chinese medicine. Don't be too obvious about your attitude towards Western medicine. How can someone be conscious when he is unconscious? Haha, the identification is complete. You are just an idiot and a clown. Get out of here. Feeling the contemptuous eyes around him, a series of unbearable discussions came into his ears. The faces of all the Western medicine doctors were ugly. The face of the leading Western medicine doctor was extremely gloomy. Because what the patient Xiaofang said was all true. Because it was true, they dared not admit it. Otherwise, they would be scolded. He immediately acted angry, pointed at Xiaofang angrily, and scolded. Nonsense, you are slandering our Western medicine, and we spent so much money to save you. It's okay that you are not grateful, but you also slander us against your conscience. Oh, I know, you are in the same group with Shenongtang, right? You can't stand the Western medicine that dominates the medical field, so you deliberately staged this drama, and you really have good intentions. What kind of poison did the United Chinese Medicine give us? We kindly helped to treat it, but because the poison is too strong, even if we Western medicine spends a lot of money, we can't do anything. After sending you back, take the antidote. Otherwise, how can you explain that you can be cured in just a few minutes with a few injections? Such medical skills don't exist in the world at all. Distorting facts, turning the tables, and framing others. This is not the first time. The Western doctor is very skilled. However, as he spoke, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He felt that this was the truth. It was indeed the truth, but he had made a mistake. It was not Shenongtang who poisoned, but Xu Hao. The words of the Western doctor once again caused the crowd to exclaim. After some thinking, they all felt that it made sense. Feng Zixuan's medical skills were really too scary. They didn't believe it was true. The patient Xiaofang was so angry that she felt black in front of her eyes. Her parents hurried forward and helped her to the bed. Your illness has just been cured. Don't talk and rest at ease. Looking at the parents and relatives in front of her, Xiaofeng opened her mouth with difficulty. What I said just now is true. It has nothing to do with Shenong Hall and Dr. Feng. Don't blame me wrongly. She knew that her family and relatives were deceived by Western medicine. These days, they have been making trouble for Shenong Hall. I know, Xiaofeng, you should have a good rest. It was Dr. Feng who cured you. How can we blame her? Xiaofeng's parents cried with joy. The Western doctor who thought he had found the truth was not red in the face and was not out of breath. He said to Feng Zixuan angrily. Is this the method of your Shenong Hall? Relying on the slogan of traditional Chinese medicine, you are swindling. You don't have any real skills, but you will frame as Western doctors. Your method is too clumsy. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will call the police immediately. Don't let me lose face later. It seems that Feng Zixuan will not give up until she gives an explanation. Seeing that the time had come, Feng Zixuan sneered. You don't need to call the police, we have already called the police for you. As her voice fell, a burst of sirens sounded, coming from far away. Not long after, several police cars drove up. A group of police officers got off the car. The leading police officer had a beautiful face, top temperament, and heroic appearance. There was a style of women who were not inferior to men. Compared with Feng Zixuan, the female doctor, she was not inferior. Who else could it be but the police flower Lu Yiren? Hearing Feng Zixuan's tone and the presence of so many police officers, the Western medicine doctor's heart clicked and felt a little uneasy. Feng Zixuan's voice continued. Don't you want to confess? I'll give it to you now, let's see whose means are clumsy. After speaking, Feng Zixuan gestured to the staff. Then a screen was lifted up. Everyone was confused by Feng Zixuan's operation. Didn't she say she would give an explanation? What does this mean? At this time, the Western doctor felt that the ominous premonition was getting stronger. After the staff adjusted it, the screen began to appear. At first, everyone didn't understand. But gradually, they understood. The screen was full of evidence of Western medicine framing Chinese medicine, including screening Xiaofeng, a patient in the hospital, and finding gangsters to cause trouble in Shenong Hall. The evidence was very detailed. Until the picture was played, the whole audience was silent. A scream broke the silence. The noise was loud. FCK, the evidence of Western medicine framing Chinese medicine is here, what else can I say? I have seen the shameless face of Western medicine. It was clearly done by them, but they still refuse to admit it and blame others, crying thief, they are very good at this trick. What the patient said is confirmed, doesn't it mean that everything he said just now is true? Western medicine really did that to suppress Chinese medicine, it's terrifying to think about it carefully. It's too horrible. Western medicine is killing people without paying for it. From now on, I will only believe in Chinese medicine. Western medicine is for ghosts. When everyone in Shenong Hall saw the evidence released by the shopkeeper Feng Zixuan, they were all surprised. Hasn't the shopkeeper been looking for ways to treat patients recently? He also learned the legendary Tianyi needles. He even found the evidence of Western medicine's frame up. It's really admirable. Everyone looked at Feng Zixuan with more and more admiration. You ****, it turns out that you killed my daughter, and you blamed Shenong Hall. You wronged our benefactor, you really deserve to die. This is how you treat and save people, and you are still angels in white. Bah! The parents and family members of the patient Xiaofeng also understood what was going on. Everyone was furious and angry. Faced with the criticism of thousands of people, the people on the Western medicine side were completely panicked. The leading Western medicine doctor was also panicked. Didn't they say that everything was handled cleanly? How could someone find evidence? He knew that it was over. Because of their wrong decision, the reputation of Western medicine would be damaged. They were to blame. However, these were not what he should consider. There was a trouble waiting for him. A police officer came over and said in a cold tone, "You are suspected of spreading rumors, slander, and provoking trouble. Please go back with us to assist in the investigation. The evidence is irrefutable." The Western doctor could not refute it. The next moment, a pair of shiny handcuffs were put on his hands. He was taken to the police car. Of course, a group of Western doctors were not spared and were all taken back to cooperate with the investigation. If they were unaware, it would be fine. Once anyone participated in targeting Shenong Hall, they would be punished. It was very satisfying. The onlookers were all happy to see it. Then there was a great admiration for Feng Zixuan, Shenong Hall, and Chinese medicine. Watching the Western doctor being taken away, a media reporter took a photo of him wearing handcuffs and being pressed into a police car. More reporters looked at Feng Zixuan, the miracle doctor who brought the dead back to life. I couldn't wait to come forward for an interview. But Feng Zixuan refused. Such a move attracted the crowd's admiration again. This goddess is really low-key. If she hadn't been forced by the Western doctor just now, if she is in a hurry, she will not accept the interview from the reporter. Feng Zixuan has always been silently curing diseases and saving lives. If it is Western medicine, I want to brag about it. This is the difference between the two. They were unable to interview Feng Zixuan. The reporters all felt regretful. They turned their attention to the patient Xiaofeng who was rescued. As the protagonist of the incident, there are many topics. But before they could interview, the patient's family refused on the grounds that the patient's news was not available. Today's interview can only stop here. But everyone was very excited. What happened today can be said to be full of twists and turns. Especially the part where Feng Zixuan saved people, and they were hotly discussed. The reporters excitedly ran to the company and the TV station. They had to go back to edit the news release immediately. Not long after, one piece of news after another was released, and soon it became a hot search. A miracle doctor appeared. The patient who was sentenced to death by countless experts and professors of Western medicine was actually cured by her in just over 10 minutes. Shocking insider news: in order to suppress Chinese medicine, Western medicine is willing to do whatever it takes. Closing square bracket. Terminally ill patients expose the ugly face of Western medicine. Closing square bracket. Western medicine targets Chinese medicine, suspected of defamation, slander, and provoking trouble, taken away by the police, with evidence, pictures and the truth. Closing square bracket. As news came out, it caused a huge shock on the internet. F***ck. Is it true or false? I know that patient, who has been very popular on the internet recently. Western medicine has sent out so many experts and professors but couldn't cure him, but a Chinese medicine doctor cured him with a few injections. The news has come out, how can it be fake? Haven't you watched the original video? It's more real than gold. Awesome. I didn't expect our Chinese medicine to be so powerful. I will never go to Western medicine again, it's so smeared. Am I the only one who noticed that the female doctor is so beautiful? Especially the focused look when saving people, she is really like a living bodhisattva, love it. Quote. You are not alone. Come on, it's obviously fake. If a few injections can cure the disease, then the hospital should be closed down. Anyone with a brain won't believe it. There are countless discussions on the internet. There are different opinions on this. This thing is like 1,000 Hamlets. Everyone has different ideas. But no matter what, it makes Chinese medicine famous. Shenong Hall. After the reporters and media left, countless people flocked to Shenong Hall. As witnesses of miracles, they have great faith in Chinese medicine. Can't wait to find a doctor to prescribe medicine. For a time, the business was booming and overcrowded. Countless people wanted to find the shopkeeper Feng Zixuan for treatment. But there was no one in sight. The Feng Zixuan they were thinking about was in the reception room at this time, receiving the policewoman Lu Yiren. It can't be said to be a reception. It can be regarded as a reunion of sisters. Sister, such a big thing happened, you didn't tell me, you didn't treat me as a sister. Lu Yiren drank tea and looked at Feng Zixuan with an unhappy face. Feng Zixuan smiled. Given the situation of Shenong Hall at that time, it would be useless even if this policewoman junior sister was told. Second senior sister, don't blame the senior sister. We have been learning acupuncture during this period and ignored your help. Xu Qingshe stood up and spoke for Feng Zixuan. Hearing this, Lu Yiren turned her eyes to Xu Qingshe, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. This junior sister is Xu Hao's daughter. Then, isn't she the stepmother of the junior sister? Too humiliating, isn't it? Xu Hao said that this was just the beginning, and he wanted to catch all 5 masters and apprentices in one fell swoop. But she still pretended to be calm and smiled. Little junior sister, you too, since you have come down the mountain, you don't come to find me instead of the senior sister, I will be very sad. Quote. When Xu Qingshe went to the mountain to become a disciple 2 years ago, the 3 sisters had already come down the mountain. This was their first offline meeting. Because the 4 sisters often chat online and video chat frequently, they didn't seem unfamiliar. DBB. Xu Qingshe hurriedly explained. When I came back, I encountered an incident at the Shenong Hall of the eldest sister, so I stayed to help. I planned to visit the second sister after the crisis was resolved. Lu Yiren smiled. Hee. It was just a joke, and she didn't take it seriously. Seeing the little sister coming down the mountain, she couldn't help but think of the master on the mountain, and asked with some longing. Little sister, is the master okay? I haven't been back to see her for a long time. Quote. Xu Qingshe must have nodded. She talked about some interesting things on the mountain. She wanted to say it. The master is very good. Although he is not young, his strength is at the peak of Huajin, and his lifespan has increased. He also has the secret of keeping his youth, and looks like he is in his 30s, the most charming time. The three sisters gathered together and talked about some secrets between sisters. After the chat, the three walked out. Just met the protagonist Su Chen. Chapter 205, Raising a Daughter as a Pet. Pray that Xu Hao will not mess around. Master and I are on the mountain. Seeing that both sisters missed Master, Xu Qingshe told some interesting stories on the mountain. Finally, she made a summary. Although Master never said it, I can see that Master misses you too. Feng Zixuan sighed. Master rarely uses computers, mobile phones and other electronic products. He only uses her mobile phone to make calls. When junior sister was on the mountain before, she could still see Master in the video. I'm afraid it will be difficult to see Master in the future. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little sad, Lu Yiren laughed heartily. What's so difficult? If you want to see Master, we can go back and see him. It's not far away anyway. Or we can ask the Master to come down the mountain to see us. She's too lonely staying in the mountain alone. We can take care of her in the city. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Feng Zixuan spoke. We can go back to see the Master, but the Master knows that we are busy with work. She will definitely be unhappy if we delay work to see her. She might even drive us down the mountain. Xu Qingshe added. Second senior sister, you also know Master's character. She is indifferent and has almost reached the state of not being moved by external things. You have invited her to the factory more than once, but she was rejected. When I went down the mountain, I asked Master to come with me, but she said she was not interested. Xu Qingshe was silent after she finished speaking. Their master is the legendary hermit. He is not interested in the prosperity of the city at all. They are helpless. You are right. We couldn't do anything about Master's stubborn character before, but now. Lu Yiren took a sip of tea and smiled mysteriously. The two girls looked at her curiously. Lu Yiren did not keep the secret and said lightly. Don't you have mastered the 9 needles of heavenly medicine? If, what will the old lady do if I tell the Master this news? Xu Qingshe and Feng Zixuan's eyes lit up. It is true that their master is a hidden master, indifferent and detached from the world, but he has not achieved true selflessness. The master came from the Tianyi sect and has always been proud of the disciples of the Tianyi sect. He has always felt deeply sad about the loss of the Tianyi sect's sect-defining acupuncture method, the Tianyi 9 needles. In the past few years in the mountain, in addition to teaching them a few disciples, he has been studying the incomplete Tianyi 9 needles. Hope to complete it. Completing the complete Tianyi 9 needles has almost become the master's obsession. If they tell the master that they have learned the Tianyi 9 needles, he will definitely be ecstatic. The master who never goes down the mountain may be eager to find them. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe looked at each other. People. They all saw the feasibility from each other and were eager to try. But they still held back. Shenong Hall's current affairs have not been dealt with. Even if we call the master down the mountain, we can't take good care of him. It won't be too late to call the master down the mountain after they have dealt with the things at hand. At that time, I must take the master to have fun. XJ. Lu Yiren asked doubtfully. You haven't told me yet, who taught you the heavenly Doctor 9 needles? You are so mysterious. Do you treat me as a senior sister? I just learned that senior sister Feng Zixuan was the patient cured by the heavenly Doctor 9 needles. Lu Yiren was shocked. He didn't even learn the Tai Divine Needle, and the heavenly Doctor 9 needles was much more powerful, and it must be more difficult to learn. The most important thing is not to learn. But this set of acupuncture techniques has been lost. Even the master's Tianyi sect doesn't know about it. Before the younger junior sister Xu Qingshe became his disciple, the three sisters had been learning from the master. Senior sister Feng Zixuan has the best medical talent and inherited the medical skills of the master. Her medical talent is much worse than that of the junior sister. It took a long time to learn and she simply gave up. She has some talent in martial arts. So she focused on martial arts. The junior sister inherited the master's music and dance. For example, classical music, flute, ancient dance, colorful clothes and feathered clothes, etc. This. Hearing Lu Yiren's somewhat resentful tone. The two girls were speechless for a moment. Feng Zixuan looked at Xu Qingshe. It's not that they didn't tell Lu Yiren, but it's a bit embarrassing to tell her. The little junior sister used to say a lot of bad things about Xu Hao in the group. Now she has all the medical skills, but they were taught by Xu Hao. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Sensing Feng Zixuan's eyes, the problem seems to be with the little junior sister. Lu Yiren looked at her curiously. Xu Qingshe was facing this little junior sister, and she felt a little guilty. After all, she and her father did what they should do, and also did what they shouldn't do. Especially when the nature was strong, she would call Dad a few times. If those who regarded her as an idol goddess knew she was a righteous person, but was handcuffed by Xu Hao and called Dad, they would definitely destroy their three views and explode their mentality. Lu Yiren felt wronged. It's not her fault. Who would have thought that Xu Hao was so powerful? Don't say she couldn't stand it. Even a transcendent master would collapse and fall. Seeing the two senior sisters looking at her, Xu Qingshe pursed her lips and said with a determined heart. Xu Hao taught me and my senior sister Xu Hao. Lu Yiren was shocked when she heard the name suddenly. Who would have thought that the famous billionaire was actually a top doctor? Anyone would be shocked if they said it. Therefore, the two women did not think that there was anything wrong with Lu Yiren's performance. After Xu Qingshe finished speaking, she added another sentence. The grudges between Xu Hao and me are one by one. I am very grateful for his teaching to us and my senior sisters these days. I won't let him teach in vain. I will definitely repay him. She said so and thought so. Their three views are still positive. Repaying kindness with kindness. It has not reached the point of being hopeless. If they were really a few ungrateful people, Xu Hao would not have subdued them. Simply lock them up in the basement and keep them like pets. Qingshe, you don't have to do this. Feng Zixuan advised. I heard about the master from you before, and it was about money, but look, is the master still the same now? Seeing that I was in trouble and knowing the dangerous situation of Chinese medicine, he was willing to teach me the 9 needles of heavenly medicine without hesitation. This is a manifestation of great love. 3 days ago, he learned that Western medicine was urgent for us, and taught us for 3 consecutive days. In the past 3 days, I don't know how many jobs the master has turned down. How could he be the kind of person you said who is moody, scolds and beats at will, and is cold-blooded and ruthless? Your medical skills are not bad. You know that a person's personality will not change drastically without experiencing a huge setback. I think that the master treated you like that before. Is there any hidden reason? Feng Zixuan finished speaking, and Lu Yiren nodded and said, Senior sister is right. Mr. Xu is a very good person. He is indeed not the kind of person that junior sister said. 2 eyes looked at her at the same time. Xu Qingshe was surprised. The eldest sister spoke for Xu Hao because she had taken Xu Hao as her master. What happened to the second sister? Why did she speak for Xu Hao too? Lu Yiren was flustered, but her face remained calm. Her eyes showed a look of reminiscence. She remembered the days when she first met Xu Hao. Xu Hao was righteous and brave enough to fight the criminals. He had justice in his heart. I remember a bank robbery. Many criminals took control of the bank with guns. They captured many hostages in the bank. Just as they threatened with guns, Xu Hao stood up. He revealed his identity. He expressed his willingness to replace the hostages. The criminals agreed with great joy. Xu Hao, a billionaire, was not at the same level as those ordinary people. Threatening with him would definitely allow them to escape safely from the police. They could even rob. She was in charge of the case that time. It was also that time that deeply moved her. If Lu Yiren knew that it was just a trap designed by Xu Hao. Even the guns in the hands of those bandits were provided by him. I wonder what she would think. The two women were surprised when they heard Lu Yiren talk about Xu Hao. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao, who started from scratch and created a 100 billion group, actually had such a hatred of evil and the courage to sacrifice himself. Xu Qingshe couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Could it be that Xu Hao really had other hidden reasons for treating them like that? Lu Yiren simply said a few things and stopped talking. Can't say more. The following things are not suitable for children. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. While the sisters were chatting, a mobile phone rang. Feng Zixuan picked up the phone and saw the caller ID. She was happy. It was Master Xu Hao calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. She spoke excitedly. I couldn't help but be excited. She could safely solve the dilemma of Shenong Hall. She also promoted the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine and defeated the arrogance of Western medicine. All because of Xu Hao's hands-on teaching. If it weren't for Xu Hao, Shenong Hall would have collapsed. She was also criticized by thousands of people and her life was ruined. I saw the news, Zixuan, you did a good job. Feng Zixuan was even happier to receive Xu Hao's praise. It's all thanks to Master, thank you Master. Feng Zixuan thanked sincerely. Why thank me? It's all your own hard work. Hearing Xu Hao was about to hang up the phone, Feng Zixuan said hurriedly. This time, Shenong Hall was able to resolve the crisis thanks to Master's teaching. We plan to celebrate tonight. I wonder if Master is free. If Master is not free, we can do it another day. The other party did not speak, as if he was in deep thought. Zero, please give me flowers. Finally, he agreed. Feng Zixuan could not help but feel happy. Hang up the phone. The two girls looked at her. What's the matter? Master called me. He read the news online. Feng Zixuan explained. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked at Lu Yiren. By the way, Yiren, we plan to invite Master to dinner tonight to celebrate. You should come with us too. Lu Yiren was a little flustered. She had a special relationship with Xu Hao. She didn't know how much knowledge she had unlocked. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back when she saw Xu Hao. What if Xu Hao did something exciting and did something to her in front of the two sisters? It was not impossible. Last time, I went to her office in the bureau on purpose. Lu Yiren refused immediately. This isn't good, let's forget it. You guys are thanking Mr. Xu, why would I get involved? What's wrong with that? You are one of the four sisters, and we are all busy with our own things. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's a good opportunity for us to get together while the junior sister is here. Feng Zixuan waved her hand. Then her eyes showed doubt. Aren't you familiar with the Master? I helped you so much, and there are only four of us, including the Master, what's the matter? Noticing Feng Zixuan's eyes, it seemed suspicious. Lu Yiren had to say. B7. She wanted to cry but couldn't. If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken for Xu Hao in front of the junior sister. At this point, she could only pray that Chen Hao would not mess around at night. 0. The three chatted together for a while. Lu Yiren asked to leave. She said that there were still some things to deal with in the bureau and they would see each other in the evening. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe sent Lu Yiren out. Who knew that as soon as she went out, she ran into Su Chen. As soon as she saw him, Feng Zixuan was displeased. Because this guy rushed to treat the patient and almost caused a big trouble. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the three people. He was here to find a few people. Just now, he saw his junior sister Lu Yiren outside. These days, he told Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe the true face of Xu Hao more than once. But the two did not believe it at all. The problem lies in their inherent impression of Lu Yiren. They think she is upright and will not get involved with Xu Hao. The way to break the situation is very simple. Just prove that Lu Yiren is with Xu Hao. When the crowd dispersed, Su Chen was ready to find the three people, but found that they had already walked into Shenong Hall. The three sisters should be talking about something. Su Chen did not disturb them and waited for the three to come out at the door. Looking at such a beautiful policewoman sister. She has become a spasm for Xu Hao. Su Chen's heart ached. He suppressed his emotions and said. Junior sister Lu, you came at the right time. I told junior sisters Zixuan and Qingshe that you and Xu Hao are together. They don't believe it. Tell them, is it true? Lu Yiren's face changed slightly, and her eyes looking at Su Chen were full of anger. This guy has a vicious heart. He actually wants her to collapse in front of the two sisters. Found the two people's doubtful eyes. Lu Yiren said in a deep voice. What are you talking about? I do know Mr. Xu and we have a good relationship, but how could it be what you said? You even dared to spread rumors about the police, which is aggravated by your crime. Do you believe that I will arrest you now? Lu Yiren was angry, Feng Zixuan explained. This is the apprentice of our master's senior brother. I know. Lu Yiren nodded. He caused trouble for Mr. Xu and beat people. I arrested him. I didn't expect this person to be so despicable. He put a big hat on him directly. This guy wanted to ruin her reputation, how could she tolerate him? Besides, he caused trouble for Xu Hao, so he was an enemy. Xu Hao's enemy was her enemy. Ah! Feng Zixuan exclaimed, and her face changed. He even wanted to beat the master. Xu Qingshui's face was also a little ugly. They sisters had grievances with Xu Hao, but this was their family affair. Because of these, Xu Hao felt grateful for their teaching. I heard that Xu Hao was bullied, and I was immediately unhappy. Su Chen was confused. No, I clearly saw you and Xu Hao together last time. You even called Dad. How come you are not together in the blink of an eye? Can people be more sincere? You are a police officer. In the eyes of the two junior sisters, you are upright and hate evil. Why do you lie so easily? Who did you learn this from? Xu Hao suddenly appeared in his mind. It really fits the saying. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Chapter 206, The Policewoman's Pleading Eyes. Dignity gone. The vibrating car. Su Chen was anxious when he found that Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshui looked at him with more indifference and disgust because of Lu Yiren's words. I didn't hit Xu Hao. At that time, I knew that my fiancé Ji Yuning Shuang was being trained by Xu Hao, and I was so angry that I wanted to teach him a lesson. But before I could do it, you came and arrested me. It was also at that time that I saw you and Xu Hao kissing and eating together. When you got to the police station, you didn't let it slip and called Xu Hao daddy. Lu Yiren's face was extremely gloomy. She cursed Su Chen in her heart. She even said that she called Xu Hao daddy. Junior sister is Xu Hao's daughter. If she knew, how could she face her? She shouted coldly. Shut up, you are getting more and more outrageous. Do you really think that I dare not do anything to you just because you are my senior brother? If you dare to say anything nonsense again, I will definitely arrest you and lock you up for a few years. Even if your master comes to plead for you, it will be useless. In order to prevent the two senior sisters from discovering the problem, she said intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, I arrested you, you are angry, you can say whatever you want to me. But how can you bring Mr. Xu? Mr. Xu has a family and things to do, how could it be related to me? You still said that you want to train Ji Yuling Shuang. Ridiculous, do you know what Ji Yuling Shuang's identity is? Is she your fiancé? Are you qualified? A few words show that Su Chen slandered because he was arrested by her and was angry. It also shows Ji Yuning Shuang's identity. It is impossible to be related to Su Chen, and what he said is all lies. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshui suddenly realized. So that's it. The two women despised Su Chen even more. He made a mistake and was arrested, but he still blamed his junior sister and made up rumors. Too narrow-minded. Poor character. Because of this contradiction, he said bad things about Lu Yiren. Then he slandered Xu Hao before. The reason must be on him. Yiren, you are not the one who is harsh on him. You don't know, he has been saying bad things about the master in front of me and Qingshui during this period, which is very annoying. Lu Yiren's eyebrows moved, his eyes were cold. He said with disdain. It's disgusting, you'd better stay away from such people, in case you offend him by accident. About your essay, it will appear everywhere. But don't worry, if he dares to mess around, call me, I guarantee that he will be jailed for life. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Am I so despicable? From the beginning, he said the truth. It was also out of kindness that we stayed away from Xu Hao, this old pervert. How did he gradually become a bad person? Su Chen wanted to explain. I'm not that kind of person, what I said is true. Lu Yiren looked at him, thinking of her words of arresting him. Su Chen had no choice but to shut his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Ding Su Chen was very upset, emotional value plus 999. Lu Yiren said a few more words to the two women, warned Su Chen, and left Shenong Hall. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshui looked at Su Chen with more and more unkind eyes. Wanted to drive this guy out. But Feng Zixuan was kind-hearted. When the time came, she couldn't say it. No more Li Suchen, the two women began to deal with the affairs. Although the crisis of Shenongtang was resolved, there were still many things that had not been dealt with in time. The news on the internet continued to ferment. This incident had a huge impact on the reputation of Western medicine. First, it was revealed that Western medicine used patients' lives to target competitors. Then the evidence of calculating Chinese medicine was exposed. The biggest impact was that the Western medicine experts and professors did not work on the patients, but were saved by Chinese medicine with a few injections. It fully demonstrated the incompetence of their Western medicine. Reputation plummeted. As a result, many people no longer believed in Western medicine and chose Chinese medicine for treatment. At this time, the Western medicine community was already in a sensation. Countless Western medicine masters held temporary meetings. Finally, a decision was reached. The image of Western medicine in people's eyes must be changed. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Where you fell, you must get up from there. What you lost, you must get it back. To restore your reputation, you must defeat Chinese medicine and prove it to the world. So, a group of masters made a plan. Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference. The invitation letter was immediately sent to Shenong Hall. In order to prevent Chinese medicine from not responding to the challenge, Western medicine accepted media interviews and spread public opinion. This matter is full of strangeness from beginning to end. Chinese medicine treated a dying person in just 10 minutes. Will anyone believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. The facts have long proved that Chinese medicine is nothing but metaphysics and a trick. How can it be compared with Western medicine with scientific basis? Because of this conspiracy by Chinese medicine, our reputation as Western medicine has been greatly damaged, and many people no longer believe in our medical skills. I feel very sad. For this reason, we decided to hold a Chinese and Western exchange conference, and then we will expose the tricks of Chinese medicine. Quote. Which one is stronger, Chinese medicine or Western medicine? It will be clear at that time. I have sent out the invitation letter. I wonder if they dare to accept the challenge. When this interview information came out, the whole network was in an uproar. Some believe it, and some don't. But it made many people who believe in Chinese medicine regain their consciousness. What the Western doctor said makes sense. The Sino-Western exchange meeting is definitely a feast of medical skills. It will be a battle to see who is better. It won't be too late to choose which side to support after the Sino-Western exchange meeting is over. Towards evening, Xu Qingshe and Feng Zixuan packed up and prepared to go out for the appointment. At this time, an invitation letter was delivered to them. Feng Zixuan was puzzled. After reading the message, her face looked ugly. What's wrong with the senior sister? Xu Qingshe asked in surprise. Western medicine has issued a challenge to us. Feng Zixuan handed the letter to Xu Qingshe. Xu Qingshe was immediately annoyed when she saw it. It's always the Western medicine that's causing trouble for us. If it weren't for my senior sister mastering the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, Shenong Hall would have been ruined. Traditional Chinese medicine will decline even more. If these guys want to make trouble again, then we should fight them. Who's afraid of whom? Don't cry until you see the coffin. Don't you want to get back your place and continue to trample on our medicine? Let them lose more than they gain. Feng Zixuan looked solemn. Our counterattack this time is indeed a bit fierce. It's normal for them to be restless. We should be well prepared for the exchange meeting between Chinese and Western medicine in half a month. Xu Qingshe was still angry. So what if we are well prepared? We all know the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. We will hit them hard in the face again when the time comes. Feng Zixuan smiled bitterly. Qingshe, it's true that we know the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, but the 9 needles of heavenly medicine is not omnipotent. I don't know what the Western doctor will do this time, so we should be cautious. What should we do? They have already issued a challenge. Should we admit defeat? Of course not, we just need to be careful. We are not afraid of them, we will take on the challenge. Feng Zixuan's eyes were bright. She has always been gentle and calm, but now she reveals a sense of dominance. Put this worry aside for the time being. The 2 sisters walked out of Shenong Hall and went to a seafood restaurant. Seeing them dress up and go out, Su Chen's face was uncertain. No need to guess, they are going to see Xu Hao. In the end, Su Chen gritted his teeth and followed. No matter what, Feng Zixuan is his junior sister. Although she doesn't listen to him and hates him. But he can't watch such a beautiful junior sister fall into Xu Hao's clutches. Feng Zixuan hasn't fallen completely yet. It can still be saved. When the 2 women arrived at the restaurant, Yuren also happened to arrive. At this time, she changed out of her police uniform and put on a knee-length pleated skirt that looked quite like a queen. The stockings wrapped around her feet were full of sexy temptation. The snow-white shirt held up her curvy and exquisite figure. The 3 sisters met. Lu Yiren asked, "Has Mr. Xu arrived?" Feng Zixuan glanced at the time. It should be soon. Let's wait. The master never overtime. Lu Yiren rolled her eyes secretly. You still won't go overtime. I always tell her it's an hour. When has she never gone overtime? I can't stand it. Speak of the devil, a car stops in front of the three of them. A beauty who is as beautiful as the three of them gets out of the driver's seat. Open the door for Xu Hao. Xu Hao gets out of the car, sees them, and smiles. Am I not late? Feng Zixuan greets them. No, we just arrived too. Mr. Xu. Lu Yiren greets. Feng Zixuan introduces. Master, she is Lu Yiren, and also my junior sister. You knew each other before. She also helped to deal with the Western doctor this time. I brought her here, isn't it okay? Xu Hao glanced at Lu Yiren meaningfully and said with a smile. What do you mean it's an obstruction? It's more lively with more people, isn't it just right? Feng Zixuan's face is full of smiles. Then, a group of 4 people walked into the restaurant. They came to the top floor. A tail followed behind. Xu Hao noticed it, but didn't care. Feng Zixuan had already reserved a seat. Feng Zixuan notified the waiter to serve the dishes before going upstairs. Before long, a table of delicacies filled the entire table. Several people sat down one by one. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xu Hao sat next to Lu Yiren. As soon as she sat down, Lu Yiren's body stiffened. Because she found that there was an extra hand on her leg. She knew it was Xu Hao's without looking. She secretly complained in her heart. I knew Xu Hao would not be content. I didn't expect it to start as soon as she sat down. Lu Yiren could only endure it while pretending to chat with her sisters and brothers as if nothing had happened. Ding Lu Yiren was nervous, emotional value plus 741. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 951. Su Chen pretended to be a guest and went upstairs. As soon as he found a suitable observation position, he saw Xu Hao's dirty hands, and his heart tightened. Before, he would have rushed up to expose Xu Hao. But after the distrust of his junior sisters, he gave up. Even if he said it, what would it matter? Xu Hao would still quibble, and Lu Yiren would not admit it. The 2 junior sisters would not believe it. He had completely given up on Lu Yiren. Lu Yiren had completely fallen. Su Chen came here for Feng Zixuan. As long as Xu Hao did not attack Feng Zixuan, it would be fine. A celebration banquet, or a thank you banquet. Feng Zixuan took out a bottle of red wine and poured it. Master, thank you for your teaching during this period of time. If you hadn't taught me the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, I'm afraid our Shenong Hall would be in a different situation. How could we have won so much now? Zixuan is modest, you have also worked hard. Xu Hao raised his glass and clinked it with her. I also thank Mr. Xu, thank you for helping my senior sister solve such a big problem. Lu Yiren also raised his glass and faced Xu Hao. When they looked at each other, Tai Ran's eyes showed a pleading look. As if to say again, the 2 junior sisters are still here, please keep some dignity for me. You can do whatever you want after you go back. Xu Hao turned a blind eye and continued to do whatever he wanted. Seeing that the 2 senior sisters expressed their gratitude to Xu Hao, Xu Qingshe was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth. She raised her glass and said to Xu Hao, thank you. No matter the grudges between the 2, I have to thank Xu Hao for this period of time. Ding Xu Qingshe was grateful, emotional value plus 456. Xu Hao smiled and touched her, surprised. Just now he checked the attribute panel of this daughter. The favorability has increased unconsciously. Especially this time of help. Solving the crisis of Shenong Hall, the favorability has skyrocketed. Xu Hao fell into deep thought. This 4th daughter has a deep obsession with promoting traditional Chinese medicine. Follow this trend 513. Wait for this Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting to end. Isn't it not far from conquering? I thought the 4th daughter was so difficult to deal with, but it turned out to be like this. Then they toasted and exchanged cups, and had a good time. Su Chen watched from a distance, feeling very uncomfortable. Xu Hao and Lu Yiren's little actions never stopped. Poor 2 junior sisters were kept in the dark. Lu Yiren pursed her lips, trying to divert attention, and asked. Sister, when I came here just now, I saw the news from the Western medicine side, saying that there was a Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting. What's going on? That's the declaration of war from Western medicine to us. Xu Qingshe explained. Lu Yiren was stunned for a moment, then laughed. They really don't know how to die. Both of you have mastered the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, and they still come out to make trouble. Isn't that walking into the trap? Feng Zixuan shook her head. Western medicine is not weak either. They suffered such a big loss this time. They want to get back at the Chinese and Western exchange meeting, so they must be well prepared. They will definitely find out our situation. I'm just afraid that they will find countermeasures. No way. Lu Yiren couldn't believe it. That's the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Is there any disease that can't be cured? Feng Zixuan nodded. There are many, such as advanced cancer. Although these acupuncture methods of traditional Chinese medicine are magical, they only have the beneficial effects of regulating the body, strengthening the physique, improving immunity, etc. Like those patients with the most advanced cancer. The body is already riddled with holes and infiltrated by cancer cells. It will be quite troublesome to treat. Lu Yiren frowned. They shouldn't take out patients with advanced cancer, right? They can't treat them either. Who knows? Feng Zixuan was also somewhat helpless. Advanced cancer. Xu Hao ate an abalone and said aloud. Don't panic Zixuan, I will teach you another set of acupuncture in 2 days, and I guarantee that you can even cure cancer. Swish. Feng Zixuan was alert for a while. She looked at Xu Hao in shock with her 2 junior sisters. Master, is there an acupuncture method specifically for cancer? She knew that this master's medical skills were very powerful. She just didn't want to help. Once he entered the medical field, there would be no one who could fight him. Xu Hao smiled without comment. Do you know the 13 needles of Ghost Gate? Feng Zixuan frowned and thought. Xu Qingshe was also thinking. Even Lu Yiren didn't care about the strangeness. Not long after, Xu Qingshe exclaimed, her eyes bright. Unbelievable. Is it the acupuncture method that claims to snatch people from the hands of the King of Hell? Feng Zixuan also remembered it. The 13 needles of Ghost Gate are more powerful and mysterious than the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Hasn't it been lost long ago? Xu Hao actually knows it. After the meal, after leaving the restaurant, Xu Hao found an assassin to send Xu Qingshe and Feng Zixuan home. He pulled Lu Yiren into the car. The car was driving on the avenue, and the body of the car was shaking slightly. Chapter 207. Use the marriage thread to tie the knot. The scenery under the table. The pregnant niece returns home. At the table, learn that Xu Hao actually knows the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles, and is willing to teach them. Feng Zixuan was very excited. Xu Qingshui's eyes sparkled. If she and the senior sister learned the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Facing the Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference initiated by Western Medicine in half a month, they will not be afraid of anything. Western Medicine will lose more than it gains this time. It's just putting its face close to them for them to hit. Once their Chinese medicine completely defeats Western medicine, it will surely make Chinese medicine famous. The dream of promoting Chinese medicine will go a step further. The 2 women immediately asked Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled and responded calmly. The master-level medical skills are still in the human realm. The limit is the heavenly doctor 9 needles. Facing the most advanced stage of cancer, it will be very difficult to treat. So, Xu Hao used the God-level skill upgrade card to upgrade his medical skills to the God level. Originally, he wanted to find a useful master skill to upgrade. But he found that the skills he currently had would not work for him even if they were upgraded to the God level. So he simply upgraded his medical skills. He had so many women, and a daughter, what if she got sick? The God-level medical skills made him know the acupuncture points of the human body very well, which could be useful in battle. In a disguised way, his combat power was improved. Xu Hao talked freely. His hands under the table kept rubbing gently. Because of the tablecloth, Lu Yiren also tried to get closer to the table, and did not show any abnormality. The 2 women did not notice. Lu Yiren ate as if nothing had happened. Not to mention the shame and resentment in his heart. Provided a lot of emotional points for Xu Hao. There was also a machine to refresh the emotional points. That was Su Chen, who pretended to be a customer ordering food from a distance and looked at Xu Hao's table from time to time. Although Lu Yiren had fallen, he also completely gave up this junior sister. But seeing her endure Xu Hao's harassment in such an occasion, it was still heartbreaking. Why did he know Xu Hao was harassing Lu Yiren? The tablecloth blocked his view, so he couldn't see it. He could tell from Xu Hao's hand under the table and Lu Yiren's unnatural expression. Su Chen's eyes were blazing, and his fists were creaking. Xu Hao was also the father of junior sister Xu Qingshe. Feng Zixuan also regarded him as a master. Is this how he behaved as a father and a teacher? Flirting with other senior sisters in front of them. Ding Lu Yiren felt resentful, emotional value plus 852. The meal was over. Except Xu Hao, the girls were a little drunk. Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan's cheeks were slightly red. The eyes were moist, with a kind of slightly beautiful beauty. It made people salivate. Xu Hao resisted the urge to take 923 home immediately. The good impression has been reached, and we can start when teaching later. It's not worth it to alert the enemy now. Let's get angry with Lu Yiren, the senior sister first. Xu Hao was about to get in the car when a beautiful figure flashed in his sight. He paused and looked at it. At this time, the night was shrouded, and the prosperous magic city was brightly lit, illuminating the night sky. It was past 9 o'clock, a good time to go shopping. People came and went on the street. That beautiful figure was hidden in the crowd. She was tall and had a long and beautiful hair, which made people unconsciously attracted. Her lips were clearly defined and beautiful, and her eyes were firm, revealing an unyielding and confident look. She was not very old, but she had an intellectual and mature temperament. The most eye-catching thing was that she was exaggeratedly propped up in front of her. It felt like seeing Yorong. She has a graceful figure, but her waist is as slender as a willow in the wind. The contrast is particularly obvious. Her long legs are like a natural gun mount. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. A transparent attribute interface appeared. Character Li Feishui. Identity the protagonist of The Rise of the Iceberg Tyrant. Charm 94, full value 100. Strength 13, normal people 10. Constitution 12, normal people 10. Spirit 15, normal people 10. Favorability 0. D. Xu Hao was a little surprised. I thought it was some heroine, but I didn't expect it to be a protagonist. The protagonist of a female novel, The Daughter of Luck. It was the first time I met her, and I was a little surprised. Noticing that the figure was going away, Xu Hao retracted his gaze. He said to Hong Qiangwei, who opened the car door for him. I want all her information. Hong Qiangwei nodded, took out her mobile phone, and notified the Wushang members who were following secretly. Falling into Xu Hao's hands, Hong Qiangwei was very dissatisfied and wanted to resist. But under the control of the Star Fury pill, no matter how she resisted, it was useless. Life and death were no longer under her control. After a period of struggle, Hong Qiangwei no longer resisted and slowly accepted the identity of Xu Hao's slave. Not long ago, Chen Hao told her about Wu Shang. Let her mobilize the power around her. Hong Qiangwei was shocked. The mysterious and powerful organization, Wu Shang, rose rapidly in half a year, and the controller behind it was actually Xu Hao. There are many strong people in Wushang who are not weaker than her. Hong Qiangwei's heart was even more submissive. In order to avoid the protagonist's halo, he came up with something like a snatch. Maybe he found the peak death warrior who was drawn not long ago. Let her drive the two women back. To be on the safe side, Xu Hao also asked Hong Qiangwei to drive behind until the two women got home safely. With the protection of the Death Warriors, Chen Hao was sure that there would be no problems, so he took Lu Yiren home. The next morning, Xu Hao and Lu Yiren went out together. Lu Yiren went to the bureau, and Xu Hao went to Xu's group. These days, he has been cultivating his relationship with his daughter and apprentice. It has been a long time since he went to the company to handle affairs. I guess a lot of documents have piled up again. The car drove smoothly on the avenue. While driving, Hong Qiangwei reported to Xu Hao the information of the woman who was investigated last night. Ji Feishui, female, 22 years old. Closing square bracket. Born in an ordinary family, her parents are ordinary workers, and the family is happy and perfect. However, a sudden change destroyed her perfect family. 5 years ago, Ji Feishui graduated from high school and was looking forward to college life, but her parents were forced to death. Closing square bracket. The reason is that she rejected the rich second generation who had been pursuing her, Ma Qing, the eldest son of Hengyuan Group. Ma Qing had been in love with Ji Feishui since high school, and had been pursuing her but was rejected. Closing square bracket. Finally, he could no longer bear it, and Ma Qing completely exploded, threatening and forcing Ji's father and mother. Of course, Ji's father and mother did not want their daughter to fall into the fire pit, so they resolutely resisted, resulting in both of them being killed. Closing square bracket. Ji Feishui collapsed and wanted to sue for justice, but Ma Qing's power was too great. Hengyuan Group was a large group with a market value of tens of billions, so it was useless to report the case. Closing square bracket. Since then, Ji Feishui went abroad and deeply realized the power of money. She worked hard to learn all kinds of business knowledge in the past 5 years. Closing square bracket. Her business talent is amazing. In the past 5 years, she started a business while attending university and created a company worth hundreds of millions from scratch. Closing square bracket. After returning to China a month ago, she applied for jobs in many companies. In fact, she was investigating the domestic business environment and preparing to make a big move to retaliate against Hengyuan Group. Xu Hao tapped the armrest with his fingertips. His eyes were thoughtful. Both parents died, and he returned for revenge. It is indeed the template of the protagonist. It is a bit difficult to deal with. With hatred in her heart, she founded a company while attending school. She is not the kind of innocent girl who is easy to deceive. She is not short of money, so it is not easy to win favor. Oh, she is still the protagonist, with the protagonist's aura. She is the opposite of his villain's aura. They are destined to be enemies. There is nothing more to say. But, Xu Hao couldn't bear to kill her. The business talent shown by the other party can definitely make a career. With the blessing of the protagonist's halo, hundreds of billions or trillions are not impossible. Xu Hao thought of the vacant secretary position. I haven't found a suitable candidate yet. If she is recruited into the company, I guess I can be at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper. It's a pity, she is destined to be an enemy. If she is recruited into the company, she may turn against us at any time. Even if she is trained, helped to avenge her, and destroyed Hengyuan Group, she will still be an enemy. If there is still a Star Fury pill to control it, it seems useless. The Star Fury pill must target the protagonist's halo. Xu Hao remembered that there is something else that can improve favorability. Mind immersion system. Bob found it. 1,000 miles of marriage is tied by a thread. Gradually make the other party fall in love with you. The process is subtle and will not affect the mind. Xu Hao looked at the requirements and restrictions. Must be of the opposite S**X, nothing else. There is no limitation of the protagonist's halo. Xu Hao smiled. Just try it. There are 2 marriage lines. He had wanted to try the effect for a long time. I don't know if it will have any effect on my daughter in the future. He originally planned to use it on Xu Qingshe. But seeing that her favorability has increased rapidly, as long as he helps her realize her dream of promoting traditional Chinese medicine, it will not be long before she is conquered. It is a bit of a waste to use a red line on her. Now a suitable candidate has appeared. After making the decision, Xu Hao couldn't help but ponder. How should I meet this heroine? Ji Feishui is very smart. She is extremely sensitive because of hatred. He is a billionaire, and it will definitely arouse vigilance if he finds her for no reason. Then tell Ma Qing about Ji Feishui's return. Wait for Ma Qing to find trouble with Ji Feishui. Then he will appear as a hero to save the beauty. Unknowingly, the car drove into Xu Group. Xu Hao dealt with the piled-up documents in the office for a while. Not long after, Xia Qingge came to knock on the door. Uncle, I'm a little bit pregnant now, and my dad is urging me to go back. I'm afraid he will find out if I go back. Nestling in Xu Hao's arms, Xia Qingge said worriedly. Xu Hao gently stroked her belly. It was indeed slightly bulging. Xia Qingge has been pregnant for several months. This matter really needs to be dealt with earlier. If it takes a while, Xia Qingge's belly will get bigger. Her father will come to the door again. Will he die on the spot? Well, I'll go back with you tonight and convince your dad. You don't have to be busy with the company. Take good care of your pregnancy at home and give birth to our child safely. Yes, Xia Qingge said shyly. Afternoon. In a high-end tea house. A young, mature and intellectual figure was sitting by the window. She was sipping tea elegantly. She was flipping through the information on the table. All the relevant information of major companies in Shanghai, as well as some job application letters. It was Ji Feishui. It has been a month since she came back from abroad. In this month, she applied for many companies. She had an outstanding figure and appearance, and excellent academic qualifications. She was successful in every application. But she resigned after working for a few days. She was the creator of a company worth hundreds of millions. Of course she would not work for others. But for other purposes. investigating the domestic business environment. Just as Ji Feishui frowned and thought, a noise sounded and footsteps were heard. Ji Feishui looked up and saw a figure that she hated so much that she wanted to kill him. Ma Qing. She would never forget that this guy killed her parents. With the power and financial resources in his hands, he suppressed the death of her parents and left her with no way to seek justice. Over the years, she has studied hard just to make this guy pay the price one day. While feeling angry, Pei Shui couldn't help but wonder. She has been keeping a low profile since returning to China. How did this guy know her? Since she decided to return to China, she was ready to face the enemy and was not panicked at all. Ma Qing wore a suit, a valuable watch, and his hair was combed in a very stylish way. He looked like a decent person. Following behind him were two younger brothers, full of momentum. At this time, he stared at Ji Feishui with shining eyes. He killed Ji Feishui's parents and was punished by his family. He planned to kill Ji Feishui after the storm. But he couldn't find her. In the morning, he got the news that Ji Feishui had returned. After some investigation, he rushed over immediately. He saw Ji Feishui again. She was more elegant and beautiful than 5 years ago. Ji Feishui, you are back indeed. What's the matter, Mr. Ma? Repressing the murderous intention in her heart, Ji Feishui took a sip of the teacup and said lightly. Ma Qing raised his eyebrows and curled up the corners of his mouth. Feishui, I said you can't escape from my palm. It's just right for you to come back and be my girlfriend. Sorry, I don't plan to have a girlfriend. Please go back, Mr. Ji Feishui frowned even deeper. That's not up to you. This time I won't let you escape like I did 5 years ago. Ma Qing smiled evilly. If I let you be my girlfriend, you have to agree whether you agree or not. Ji Feishui's face was gloomy. This is a lunatic, completely unreasonable. But she is worth hundreds of billions, so it's not easy to deal with. Don't go too far. I'm bullying you, so what? Don't worry, I'll treat you well later. Ma Qing showed an evil smile on his face. Anyway, he had already torn his face with Ji Feishui, and he killed her parents, and there was a deep hatred. But after all, she was the woman he liked for several years. Now she has become so beautiful, he must enjoy it first. No more nonsense, Ma Qing gestured to the two younger brothers behind him. The two younger brothers stepped forward and were about to take Ji Feishui away. Ji Feishui looked ugly. Ma Qing's appearance was beyond her expectations. It's not that she couldn't deal with it. Two female bodyguards rushed out from the side and blocked the two younger brothers. Just when the atmosphere was deadlocked, a voice like spring breeze sounded. It's quite lively here. It was Xu Hao who designed all this. Ma Qing is very annoyed now. This time I came to see Ji Feishui, thinking that I could easily control her like I did 5 years ago and fulfill my long-cherished wish. Ji Feishui was obviously prepared, and things were out of control. Hearing the sound, Ma Qing looked over angrily and was about to get angry. But when he saw the person coming, his body stiffened and his anger quickly subsided. He called out stiffly, Uncle Xu. Why didn't he know Xu Hao? Xu Hao was of the same generation as his father, and they had dealt with each other. His father often taught him about Xu Hao's deeds. If it were half a year ago, the Xu family, with a market value of 10 billion, would not be taken seriously by Hengyuan Group. But in the past 6 months, the market value of the Xu family has increased more than 10 times. It suddenly became an existence that Hengyuan Group looked up to. Xu Hao tied a marriage line to Ji Feishui, and at night he and the pregnant Xia Qingge came to Xia's house to see her father. Chapter 208. My daughter's temperament is a good wife and mother. I'm really not a traitor to my master. The arrogant Ma Qing became submissive in an instant after Xu Hao appeared. Ji Feishui was a little surprised. But after seeing Xu Hao, she was relieved by the information about Xu Hao in her mind. It turned out to be this big shot. This tea house is very famous and receives upper-class people. She didn't doubt Xu Hao's appearance here. What's going on? If you have any grudges, you can go outside to solve them. How can you yell here? Xu Hao frowned and looked at Ma Qing. Ma Qing's heart tightened, and he realized that it was his words that disturbed Xu Hao, who was drinking tea here. With a net worth of hundreds of billions, he was used to being arrogant and domineering. I didn't expect to meet this big shot here. I cursed my bad luck in my heart. Ma Qing had to apologize. Uncle Xu, I'm sorry, it's my fault for disturbing you. I know you're disturbing me, why don't you get out? Xu Hao was not polite at all. Anyway, when he decided to subdue the heroine, he had already sentenced the Ma Qing family to death. What is he talking about when he is about to die? When has Ma Qing ever heard such impolite words? He was instantly furious. But thinking of Xu Hao's identity, he quickly suppressed it. The Xu family has now become a top family in Shanghai. It is not comparable to his family at all. If he offends the other party, it will bring big trouble to his family. It is true that he is arrogant and domineering, but he does not understand this principle. After all, his family often teaches people not to offend. Ma Qing dared not be angry or speak. He left the tea house with two younger brothers in disgrace. After driving Ma Qing away, Xu Hao seemed to drive away a fly and prepared to go back to taste tea. Playing hard to get. Seeing this scene, Ji Feishui's eyes flickered. Although she was well prepared to return to China this time, the power of Ma 660 Qing's family was too great. Originally planned to develop the company to a certain scale before confronting Ma Qing. Unexpectedly, it was discovered so soon. With Ma Qing's arrogant character and attitude towards her, he would definitely come to cause trouble every day. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Seeing the arrogant Ma Qing, he dared not say a word in front of Xu Hao, and had to call him uncle obediently. Ji Feishui rolled her eyes and thought of an idea. If she had a good relationship with Xu Hao, Ma Qing should have some scruples and stop, right? That's right, she wanted to pull the tiger's skin and pull the flag. As for seducing Xu Hao and asking him to help her revenge, Ji Feishui never thought about it. She is not that kind of person. Decided to build a career and avenge her parents. Some means of relying on power are another matter. Seeing Xu Hao was about to leave, Ji Feishui quickly stood up and greeted him. There was admiration in her eyes. She called out tentatively, "Mr. Xu." Xu Hao paused and looked at her in surprise. "Do you know me? Who can't act? High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. Is it really you?" Ji Feishui was very excited. "Mr. Xu, you are my idol. Your entrepreneurial history is a miracle. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. I didn't expect such a coincidence." Before returning to China, Ji Feishui read all the information of various domestic group companies. Xu Hao, the business legend, she would not miss it. It's a bit too much to say that he is an idol. She really wants to be like Xu Hao and build a 100 billion consortium within half a year. Then she can trample Hengyuan Group under her feet and avenge her parents. Thank you for helping me just now. Can you invite Mr. Xu for a cup of tea and chat? I really admire you. Ji Feishui's eyes are sparkling. When she looks at Xu Hao, she looks like a little fangirl. Xu Hao smiled noncommittally. This heroine is really hard to deal with. Her expression is acted, and she doesn't say a word of truth. At least she is a hero saving a beautiful woman. But her favorability didn't increase at all. Ji Feishui showed a happy expression. She immediately led Xu Hao to his seat and poured him a cup of tea. Ji Feishui's excitement subsided a little, and she slapped her forehead and said in annoyance, "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ji Feishui, and I just returned from studying abroad." After hesitating for a while, she still extended her hand to Xu Hao. "Hello." Xu Hao shook hands with her. Ji Feishui stiffened for a moment. This was her first contact with the opposite S**X. Ever since her parents were killed by Ma Qing because of her, she has closed herself off. Not to say that she hates the opposite S**X, but she doesn't feel cold either. The people she met before were not of high status, so she didn't have to force herself. Now facing Xu Hao, as a little fangirl, she had to shake hands. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in her heart, which quickly disappeared. Xu Hao smiled inexplicably. Just now, he and the heroine were bound together by 1,000 miles of fate, and I wonder if it worked. Then, Ji Feishui talked about how excited she was to hear about Xu Hao's deeds abroad. She expressed a strong admiration. Looking forward to the future, she must make a career like Xu Hao. Xu Hao played a play with her for a while. Seeing the company information and recruitment information on her desk, he asked in confusion. "Miss Ji just returned to China, are you preparing to work?" "I have been investigating recently, and I am still hesitating. I haven't decided which company to go to." Ji Feishui said distressedly, and then looked at Xu Hao expectantly. "Mr. Xu, can you give me some advice? I look forward to Mr. Xu's advice." Xu Hao smiled. You want to play, right? Then let's see who can play better. I know Miss G's situation. She is very capable. It is fate that we meet today. I now formally invite Miss G to join my company. What do you think, Miss Li? Xu Hao's eyes were smiling. Ji Feishui's heart snapped. In order to investigate the market, she has been looking for a job, but she has only found small companies. Because she will quit soon. She also wants to start her own business. Once she enters a large enterprise like Xu Group, she was invited by Xu Hao. If she quits, she will definitely offend the other party. She has always been at war with Hengyuan Group. She is not so stupid as to offend Xu Group, which has a market value of more than 100 billion. Ji Feishui secretly cursed herself for asking Xu Hao's opinion. Her heart was surging, but her face was shocked. I heard that the requirements for entering Xu Group are extremely strict. I just came back from abroad. It would be embarrassing if I can't even pass the company interview. How could Xu Hao let her get away with it? She waved her hand indifferently. I told you we are destined to be together, why do we need an interview? You are very capable, I am very optimistic about you, just join the company directly. I will arrange a supervisor position for you first, whether you can move up or not depends on you later. Ji Feishui was flattered and kept saying no. How can that be? Xu Group has always been fair and strict, and everyone who enters the company is a talent. I don't have much ability, and I still use the back door. I am afraid that someone will have opinions about you. Opinions? Who has opinions? I have the final say in the entire group, just come in with confidence, I don't know who dares to gossip. Xu Hao waved his hand, domineering. Ji Feishui was dumbfounded. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did she mention the company? If she wanted to follow the company, she could choose any of the top 500 companies in the world. She wanted to start her own business. But Xu Hao had said so much, if she still refused, it would arouse suspicion. The brain worked quickly, and finally came up with a solution. Mr. Xu, thank you for your kindness, but I still can't agree. Don't be angry, I don't mean to reject you, but I think it will have a bad impact on you. How about this? I'll go to Xu's group for an interview. If I can get into the company through the interview, it would be my honor. Xu Hao looked a little unhappy. Miss Ji, you keep shirking your duties. You said you were going to the interview, right? Ji Feishui waved her hands. How could that be? Mr. Xu is my idol, and Xu's group is the company I want to go to the most. How could I refuse? It's just that I want to get in with my own strength and don't want Mr. Xu to be affected by me. I will definitely go for the interview. Xu Hao looked strange. The group is not recruiting many positions now. With Ji Feishui's major, if she wants to go for an interview, she will pass it without any accidents. There is only one position that is uncertain. That is the secretary. Ji Feishui has never learned to serve others. Will she choose to apply for the secretary position in order to deliberately fail the application? He will say hello at that time. Personal secretary is in hand. The two then talked about many business matters. After drinking tea, Xu Hao prepared to leave. Ji Feishui followed immediately. Outside, Ma Qing left the teahouse but did not leave. He planned to wait for Ji Feishui to come out. It had become his obsession to take down Ji Feishui. She had been missing for several years, and she showed up today. He would not miss her. Finally, Ji Feishui came out. But he saw her walking with Xu Hao. Ma Qing's face suddenly turned ugly. How did this woman get involved with Xu Hao? A car stopped in front of Xu Hao. Seeing that they were about to separate, Ji Feishui took the initiative to extend her hand again. She said gratefully, "Thank you for Mr. Xu's advice. I have benefited a lot from talking to you for so long." Xu Hao shook hands with her jokingly and praised her. "I also admire Miss Ji's ability. The door of the company is always open to you. Remember to come for an interview early." Xu Hao left in the car. Ji Feishui stood there, disheveled in the wind. Why did she agree to go to Xu Hao's company for no reason? Sighed. Fortunately, it was just an interview. It's okay if you don't pass the interview. It's time to worry again. Just now, in order to win Xu Hao's favor, she showed a lot of business insights and professional knowledge. There are not many positions that she can't get in the interview. If she fools around in the interview, Xu Hao will know. He will definitely hate her. She has to go back and check the Xu group to see if there are any good positions that she can't get even if she fools around. It must be professional and not unpopular. What is your relationship with Uncle Xu? While she was thinking about it, Ji Feishui heard a voice that made her very disgusted. She turned her head and looked. She saw Ma Qing standing next to her, looking at her in doubt. What is my relationship with Uncle Xu? What does it have to do with you? Ji Feishui smiled slightly and called Uncle Xu. She knew that Ma Qing would not give up, so she followed Xu Hao out. Before leaving, they shook hands to show that they had a good relationship. It made Ma Qing afraid and dared not mess with the bed. It was just a small means of taking advantage of the situation. I don't want to pursue what happened 5 years ago for now, and you'd better not bother me, otherwise you know the consequences. With an ambiguous sentence, Ji Feishui turned around and left with the bodyguard. Watching her graceful back as she left, Ma Qing clenched his fists. His face changed constantly. Before he figured out the relationship between Ji Feishui and Xu Hao. He really couldn't do anything to Ji Feishui. Afraid of Xu Hao's revenge. I'm not willing to accept this. When he saw Ji Feishui again, he thought he could get what he wanted. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao, who he couldn't afford to offend, was involved. Check for me, find out whether Ji Feishui has any relationship with Xu Hao. If she dares to lie to me, I will definitely make her pay. Ma Qing roared. Even if there is a relationship, even if it's not deep, he will still take action against Ji Feishui. I believe Xu Hao will not become an enemy of their Hengyuan group because of a woman who has nothing to do with him. At night, Xu Hao and Sha Qingge came to her house together. When Sha's father learned that his daughter was coming back, his worry never diminished. His daughter hadn't been home for a long time. Thinking of the happy look of his daughter holding roses before, he felt very irritable. Click. The door was opened by a key from outside. The figures of his daughter and brother Xu Hao appeared. Seeing this, Sha's father hurried forward to greet them. Seeing his daughter gently taking out slippers for Xu Hao to change into, he was slightly stunned. A strange idea emerged in his mind. Brother Xu is getting younger and younger, in his 30s, quite mature and charming. His daughter is now gradually growing up. The two of them walking together, there is a taste of a talented man and a beautiful woman. At this time, the daughter changed shoes for Xu Hao, showing the temperament of a good wife and a good mother. Father Sha quickly shook his head and threw away this terrible idea. One is his daughter, and the other is his brother who he trusts very much and helps him a lot. How could there be a relationship between the two? Brother Xu, you didn't even tell me when you came, so I could prepare. Xu Hao weighed the moutai in his hand and smiled. I heard Qingge say that he was going home in the afternoon, and I also thought that I hadn't seen Brother Sha for a long time, so let's drink one together tonight. Father Sha quickly agreed. Xu Hao is now a billionaire. Even so, he and Xu Hao have never been alienated, and they have always been brothers. He was deeply moved. If he knew that his daughter was pregnant with Xu Hao's child. He often played with Xu Hao at home after he got drunk. I don't know what he would think. Uncle Xu, you guys chat about Dad, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. When facing Father Sha, Sha Qingge felt guilty and escaped with an excuse. Father Sha made tea for Xu Hao, and after chatting for a while, he talked about his daughter again. He said with a frown, Brother Xu, I don't know if you remember what I told you last time. I suspect Qingge has found a boyfriend, and I'm afraid she's been cheated, so I've been a little worried. Did Brother Xu find anything unusual in the company? Xu Hao took a sip of tea and said calmly. I have always kept what you said in mind. Qingge is your daughter, and also my niece. I will not let anything happen to her. But after my observation, there has never been any male around Qingge. In order to prevent me from not noticing because I was busy, I recruited 10 girls of her age into the company. They are now best friends and have a very good relationship. I asked her best friend and confirmed that she has no boyfriend. Father Sha was shocked when he heard this. I didn't expect Xu Hao to care so much about his daughter. In order to take care of her, he specially recruited a girl of the same age to accompany her in the company. It's a pity that he just thought that Xu Hao had something to do with his daughter. Damn it. With Xu Hao's guarantee, Father Sha put down his worries. Naturally, there was a big drink in the evening. Xu Hao also listened to what Father Sha said, and he would not go home until he was drunk. He didn't get drunk and stayed in the team. In Sha Qingge's bedroom, he spent a wonderful night. The next day, Xu Hao came to Shenong Hall and taught his daughter and apprentice the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. This time, Xu Hao activated the god's hand. A different feeling came over me. The disciple Feng Zixuan in his arms blushed, wondering what was wrong with her. She really wasn't a traitor to her master. Chapter 209, The Relationship Cannot Deteriorate. The Seduction of the Apprentice. Regulating the body. The problem of worrying that her father would notice was solved. To express gratitude, Sha Qingge served him wholeheartedly. The next day, while Sha's father was still drunk, the two left Sha's house and went to the company. Sha Qingge was already pregnant. I couldn't stay in the company any longer, so I started to arrange the handover of work and could take leave. Seeing Xu Hao caring so much about her bestie, Li Yunshu was envious. Take the initiative to find Xu Hao, eager to have a baby. Not knowing when Ji Feishui would come for the interview, Xu Hao greeted her. Make sure she can pass the interview smoothly no matter which position she is applying for. Xu Hao was puzzled. This 1,000-mile marriage, wouldn't it be ineffective? It's been so long. No effect was seen. While listening to Li Yunshu nodding and reporting on the work, Xu Hao handled the company documents, feeling very comfortable. Shenong Hall, compared with the previous coldness, it was completely two different worlds. Now the hall is crowded with people coming and going. All the staff of Shenong Hall are so busy that they are running around. But everyone is happy and enjoys it. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie also help. They are responsible for treating some seriously ill patients. With the medical skills of the two women, they have a very good understanding of the acupuncture points of the human body and have fewer concerns. So many people came to Shenong Hall at once. They all saw Feng Zixuan's medical skills on the internet, and they were cheated by Western medicine, so they were willing to give it a try. Of course, there are many people who came to see the female doctor after hearing the news. When they saw that Feng Zixuan was followed by a beautiful woman, the two women stood together, each with their own merits. They were also sisters from the same school, and their medical skills were not bad, which shocked countless people. Another female doctor's name began to spread. It was posted on the internet, and more people came to visit. Feeling the grateful and admiring eyes of everyone, Xu Qingxie was very happy. The 2 years of learning medical skills were not in vain. Although the two girls were very busy, they immediately took time out to greet Xu Hao when they heard that he was coming. There is another trouble ahead. Don't take it lightly. You must learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles to cope with the challenge launched by Western medicine in half a month. Because Xu Hao teaches step by step, it is not as troublesome as lecturing. While teaching one person, the other can go to help see a doctor. Daughter Xu Qingxie is talented, so she starts first. After the teaching, Xu Qingxie left the training room in shock and went to find the senior sister to replace her. I fell into the mystery of acupuncture. I felt a little admiration for Xu Hao in my heart. He knows such a mysterious acupuncture. The teaching is better than before, and it is easier to understand. This is the difference between the master level and god level medical skills. The teaching of the apprentice Feng Zixuan began. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. The favorability of this heroine has almost been raised, so he will naturally not let her go. Although Feng Zixuan is his apprentice, you can use her in any way you want. But if you want to get more emotional points, you must make it your own. Xu Hao took action. He didn't force it like he did with other heroines. With the god's hand, it is more maneuverable. The god's hand was activated. Feng Zixuan was immersed in Xu Hao's teaching. Gradually, a strange feeling came over her, interrupting her thoughts. Feeling the warmth of Xu Hao's embrace, a faint masculine scent filled her nose. Feng Zixuan couldn't help but start to think wildly. Feng Zixuan, what are you thinking about? This is the father of the little sister, and also your own master. Do you want to be a traitor? Feng Zixuan was shocked. He hurriedly shook his head, trying to dispel this thought. I think it was because Xu Hao's teaching to her some time ago moved him. But he couldn't have that feeling. They are master and apprentice, and the relationship cannot deteriorate. In order to get rid of that strange feeling, Feng Zixuan focused on learning acupuncture. RXHOP. She bit her lips tightly, her legs felt weak. Suddenly, her body stiffened. She sensed something was wrong. Xu Hao's voice rang out. Zizan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me feel your pulse. No need, master. I'm fine. Go on. Quote. Feng Zixuan was startled and stammered. What if the master found something wrong when he took her pulse? She did not blame Xu Hao for her reaction, nor did she think that she was misreading her. It was all her own fault. Why are you thinking nonsense and twisting around? The same teaching method was not like today before. Is this considered seducing the master? Wow, I am so embarrassed. Ding Feng Zixuan couldn't help herself, emotional value plus 753. It was almost evening when Feng Zixuan finished teaching. That's all for today. Go downstairs together. Xu Hao was as calm as usual, but Feng Zixuan was a little unnatural. Sister, how are you doing? Xu Qingshe came over and asked curiously, then sighed. The 13 needles of Ghost Gate are much harder to learn than the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Quote. Feng Zixuan couldn't help but freeze. She felt guilty facing her junior sister. After all, she had been thinking about her father just now. Ahaha, yes, it's quite difficult. Feng Zixuan laughed and said perfunctorily. Big sister, you think so too, right? Can we learn it within half a month? Or you can learn it alone. If both of us learn, it will take a long time. I will take care of the things of Shenong Hall, you don't have to worry. Xu Qingshe suggested very sensibly. Feng Zixuan shook her head. How can that be? My talent is weaker than yours, so it's better for the master to only teach you. When you learn it, it will be the same to replace our Shenong Hall. This is her true thought. There is another reason that she can't say. I have been studying with Xu Hao today, but I have not been in the state and have not learned much. And because of my actions, I disturbed the master. Feng Zixuan was really embarrassed. It's better not to learn it, and it will be the same if the junior sister learns it. No, Xu Qingshe refused. You are the owner of Shenongtang, and those Western doctors are also challenging you. If I go on stage, the effect of the slap will be greatly reduced, so it's better for you to learn. Feng Zixuan, you are a very nice person. I will really thank you. She really doesn't want to learn anymore. She is afraid that if she continues, something will happen. It's strange. Feng Zixuan has always respected her teachers. Although her master is charming, he has a family. Her daughter is her junior sister. How could she have such an idea? Feng Zixuan secretly checked herself and found that she was not sick. Is it possible that women can't suppress their temper for a few days? When she thought of the scene she couldn't help just now, her face turned red. The master shouldn't have noticed, right? It's so embarrassing. If there was a hole in the ground at that time, she would definitely jump in. She quickly pulled herself out of her shyness. Feng Zixuan took a deep breath and said, Qingshe, haven't you always wanted to lead the rise of traditional Chinese medicine and carry it forward? This opportunity is given to you. Xu Qingshe firmly refused. How can I steal the limelight from my senior sister? Senior sister, you learn from him. At worst, I can ask him to teach me later. Feng Zixuan really wanted to cry but had no tears. Just when the two women were about to refuse, Xu Hao spoke up. Don't push it back and forth. Since I choose to teach you separately, it means I am confident that I can teach you within half a month. Your worries are unnecessary. Did you forget the popping candy? The two women thought of the popping candy that can improve learning ability. It was with it that they learned the 29 needles so quickly and completed more than 10 days of courses in 3 days. Xu Qingshui's eyes flashed. Popping candy is extremely precious, and Xu Hao was willing to give it to them, which touched her heart. Feng Zixuan pursed her lips. She was a little abnormal now, and her heart was restless. When she thought about accepting Xu Hao's teaching, she couldn't help but have wild thoughts. She wanted to slow down. But Xu Hao had spoken, so she could only nod. I just hope that this situation won't happen today. Xu Hao, what did you do to Zixuan? An angry voice sounded. Several people looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Su Chen trembling all over and glaring at Xu Hao. Shenong Hall is busy now. Su Chen has nothing to do and is also responsible for treating some patients. She didn't expect it. He just neglected to pay attention to Feng Zixuan for a moment. Xu Hao actually started to attack. How did he see it? Feng Zixuan's face was still a little red, her eyes were misty and moist, and her skin was lightly pink. She had obviously reached her peak. It must be that Xu did something to her. Su Chen was so angry. You have already accepted a junior sister, and you are not satisfied. You actually attacked another junior sister and wanted to accept both junior sisters. You are simply not a human being. Su Chen finally figured it out. He also wondered why Xu Hao was so kind, and had the leisure to teach the two junior sisters acupuncture every day. He had no good intentions. First, he taught the two junior sisters to relax their vigilance. When the favorability was improved, he would tease them slowly until the junior sisters fell. He was so scheming. Su Chen was trembling with anger. He must not let such a thing happen. Ding Su Chen was furious, emotional value plus 951. Seeing Su Chen's angry look of being cheated, Xu Qingxie looked at Xu Hao and the senior sister with a surprised look. What did the two do between them? It's not obvious, everything is normal. Feng Zixuan's face changed. I didn't expect that the senior brother would see something. When she thought about the things between her and the master being discovered, she felt ashamed. More anger. Su Chen had a questioning tone. It seemed that Xu Hao had done something to her that was hated by heaven and people. The fact was just the opposite. It was she who was not in the right state, twisting and turning, seducing Xu Hao. If you want to question, you should question her. The master is innocent. Don't yell, this is my master, you should be careful when you speak. Feng Zixuan has a gentle personality and has never been angry, but she also has a temper. Xu Hao treats her very well. I can't watch my master being wronged by Su Chen. Su Chen looked confused. In his opinion, although Feng Zixuan has a good impression of Xu Hao, she hasn't reached that point yet. She should be harassed by Xu Hao and dare not resist. But the reaction of the junior sister is too big, right? Junior sister, is Xu Hao harassing you? Or forcing you to do something you don't want to do? Xu Hao harassed the senior sister. Xu Qingshui's heart jumped. Her eyes swept back and forth between the two. Feng Zixuan was very angry at this time, but she didn't show any abnormality. The master is just teaching us normally. Qingxie and I have the same teaching method. You are too dirty. Xu Qingxie nodded in agreement. This guy should think that Xu Hao's step-by-step teaching to them was harassment. Was her daughter also harassed? No, she can testify. She looked at Su Chen with even more disgust. She probably knew why this guy slandered others. It turned out that he was a brain-crazed person. When there was a little disturbance, he would imagine a big thing. Feng Zixuan's voice sounded. I have tolerated you until now because you are my senior brother. If you talk nonsense again, get out of here. She said that she was going to drive people away, which showed how angry she was. Feng Zixuan was firm in her attitude. Su Chen even suspected that he had seen it wrong. That's not right. Feng Zixuan looked like she must have had something happen with Xu Hao. Feng Zixuan didn't admit it, and he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and keep silent. He stared at Xu Hao with angry eyes. Xu Hao smiled disapprovingly. He said goodbye to his daughter and apprentice. I'm going back. I'll come back tomorrow. I hope Zixuan can recover tomorrow. Oh. Xu Hao left. Feng Zixuan, who was originally angry, froze. A blush gradually climbed up her cheeks. Xu Qingxie looked at Xu Hao's receding back without paying attention. Su Chen saw it and was so angry that his teeth itched. There really was a secret between the two of them. But why did Feng Zixuan react so strongly when he said it? There was only one possibility. That is, Xu Hao harassed her, and Feng Zixuan agreed, or at least didn't resist. Both parties agreed. How could he stop Xu Hao? He couldn't stop Xu Hao from attacking Feng Zixuan. Could he just watch his junior sister gradually fall? Su Chen was distraught. The next day, Xu Hao came again. He still taught his daughter Xu Qingxie first. Seeing that the junior sister looked normal, he frowned and thought about the mystery of the 13 towns of Ghost Gate. The same teaching, excluding Xu Hao did something, that's her problem. Feng Zixuan walked into the training room nervously. She greeted him. Master. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look directly into Hao's eyes. Ever since the teaching yesterday, Feng Zixuan's mind kept popping up Xu Hao's figure. I didn't sleep well all night. I hope good Zhao the same situation as yesterday won't happen today. Xu Hao nodded to her. Feng Zixuan felt her hands being held, and the teaching began. At first she didn't feel anything. Not long after, that strange feeling came up. The twisting seduced Xu Hao again. Zixuan, you can't go on like this, let me take a look. Xu Hao held her hand and felt her pulse. Feng Zixuan blushed, shyly not daring to raise her head. After a while, Xu Hao let go of her hand and said in a strange way. No disease, just strong yin fire, it will be fine after the yin and yang are harmonized. Quote. Zixuan, you don't have a boyfriend. Feng Zixuan felt ashamed. Quote. Xu Hao looked at her cute appearance like a little white rabbit. It felt like a big bad wolf tempting her to commit a crime. So he persuaded her step by step. I can treat you, but I don't know how effective it will be. Zixuan is not young anymore, and it's time to find a boyfriend. Feng Zixuan was too embarrassed to speak. The teaching continued step by step. During this period, the treatment of Ma Ziji was completed. After the treatment, although she was embarrassed, the feeling disappeared. The third day, the fourth day, Feng Zixuan gradually got used to having to treat her every time she taught. On this day, Chen Hao showed his fangs. Zixuan, after treating you, I feel terrible, and I feel tortured every time. Shouldn't you help me too? Ah, what should I do? Xu Hao looked at her delicate hands. Day 5. Day 6. This takes too much time. Even with the help of popping candy, it's a bit difficult to learn the 13 ghost needles within 10 days. Then what should I do? Feng Zixuan was also a little anxious. Xu Hao looked at her sharp tongue. Day 7. There is a way to be faster. Feng Zixuan looked up and blinked her watery eyes. That is, you eat the popping candy first to increase your learning speed. Chapter 210. The Fallen Disciple. The effect of the marriage line is amazing. Completely conquered. Feng Zixuan came back from the bathroom, pouted her lips, and looked confused. Her mind was a mess. How did the relationship with the master develop to this point? First, she was not right, and the yin energy was strong. She needed to be adjusted. The way of adjustment was a little special. It was physical contact during teaching, until the anger was released. Then she was fine, but Xu Hao was angry. It was because of her that Xu Hao felt uncomfortable. Xu Hao asked her to take responsibility, which was reasonable. After she got used to it, Xu Hao continued to test. Out of the guilt that everything was caused by her, and the desire to quickly learn the 13 needles of Ghost Gate, she agreed to Xu Hao's excessive request without thinking. Until now, Feng Zixuan is still deceiving herself. She thinks that the relationship with Xu Hao has not deteriorated. They just help each other. Because when the two of them were adjusting each other, Xu Hao did not do anything excessive, and his hands were always honest. Never touched anything that shouldn't be touched. She's a mistress and still wants to be a saint. Zixuan, let's start. Xu Hao smiled gently, like a kind and gentle teacher. Without knowing what happened just now, Feng Zixuan blushed and nodded. The teaching began. There was no longer that strange feeling. Because I ate popping candy, I learned it easily. Time passed slowly. I saw Xu Hao and Feng Zixuan coming down from upstairs. Su Chen clenched his fists fiercely, and his eyes seemed to want to kill. These days, he watched Feng Zixuan and his relationship with Xu Hao gradually deteriorate. He was not allowed to go upstairs, and the windows were closed, so he couldn't see what was happening inside. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. It was certain that Xu Hao was bullying his junior sister. He mentioned it to Xu Qingxie several times, hoping that she could take care of it. But it was useless. Xu Qingxie didn't believe him at all. Xu Hao and Feng Zixuan also hid very well. Except for Su Chen, no one found out about the problem. They had to hide carefully. Feng Zixuan is now famous, a famous female doctor, a goddess in the hearts of countless people. She is also the owner of Shenongtang and a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. She is also a sister of Xu Qingxie. If they knew that her relationship with Xu Hao had deteriorated, I don't know how many people would be heartbroken. Watching Xu Hao's back as he walked away, Su Chen gritted his teeth secretly. This can't go on. Feng Zixuan and Xu Hao are getting more and more ambiguous. I don't know when Xu Hao will eat him up. He can't tolerate it. Ding Feng Zixuan is shy, emotional value plus 963. Ding Su Chen is furious, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao took a car to meet the underground queen Yan Wumei. This heroine is with him because of benefits. He hasn't completely conquered her yet. But it will be soon, today. With a ding sound, a message came. Xu Hao picked up the phone. It was a document sent by his personal secretary Ji Feishui, asking for his opinion on how to deal with it. Xu Hao gave a simple reply. That's right. This heroine who lost both her parents and returned with hatred in her heart. She has become his personal secretary. It all started 5 days ago. The second day of teaching the heroine's apprentice. Xu Hao's eyes were filled with memories. Xu Hao was processing documents in the office when the HR manager called. He said that the candidates for the secretary position had been selected. He needed to conduct the final interview. Among them was Ji Feishui, whom he had reminded. As expected, Ji Feishui really applied for the secretary position. He immediately ordered several candidates who had reached the final stage of the interview to come and see him. Not long after, 4 people came to the office together. 2 men and 2 women. 2 of them, 1 man and 1 woman, were dressed up meticulously. They looked confident and were elite white-collar workers. The other person, Ji Feishui, was dressed casually. She even deliberately looked sloppy. When several people saw Xu Hao, they were all excited and nervous. Xu Hao was the CEO of Cheney Group. A random word could change their fate. Who wouldn't be nervous when they met him? There was one person at the scene, Ji Feishui, who was not nervous, and at this time, she looked like she had no desire to live. Since she met a day ago and agreed to go to Xu Group for an interview with Xu Hao, she went back and did a detailed investigation. Xu Group recruited positions including supervisors, managers, directors, etc. With the knowledge she showed in front of Xu Hao. As long as she went, most of them would pass the interview. It would definitely not work if she deliberately failed the interview because she was afraid of being discovered by Xu Hao later. There are some unpopular positions that she cannot pass even if she interviews seriously. If Xu Hao knew about it, he would definitely have a bad impression. While Ji Feishui was frowning and thinking, a position came into her sight. Secretary. Ji Feishui's eyes lit up. This position is not bad. It just so happened that she had never studied secretarial work, and she acted like a little fangirl in front of Xu Hao. Even if Xu Hao found out that she could not pass the interview, she could say that she wanted to stay with her idol so that she could improve her studies better. It was a pity that she did not pass the interview due to lack of ability, and she was deeply regretful. She had investigated Xu Hao in detail. She knew that Xu Hao loved his wife very much and had never had any scandals with other women. The previous secretary was a man. This interview would probably give priority to men. It was more secure. If she made mistakes on purpose at that time, she would definitely not pass the interview. On the day of the interview, Ji Feishui deliberately dressed casually and acted a little arrogant. She had the same bad temper as those sea turtles. She had high expectations but low skills. She looks like a thorn in the side, disobedient, and will definitely cause trouble if she joins the company. During the interview, seeing the interviewer frowning frequently, Feishui thought she was out of luck. She would definitely not pass the interview. But when the interviewer announced the candidates who passed the interview and called her name, Ji Feishui was dumbfounded. They were notified to meet the president. The 3 of them were very excited, but Ji Feishui looked unhappy. She could only pray. Xu Hao must choose a male secretary. Although she was reluctant in her heart, Ji Feishui still greeted Xu Hao with the 3 of them. The HR manager gave Xu Hao the interview materials of the 3 people. Xu Hao already had a candidate, but he still pretended to flip through the materials and finally took out one. He looked at Ji Feishui with a smile. "Ms. Ji, welcome to join Xu Group." Ji Feishui's head was buzzing. "I don't want to join the company. I want to start my own business, and I have almost investigated the market." She was stunned for a long time. It was the HR manager who spoke. "What are you daydreaming about? Mr. Xu is talking to you." Ji Feishui came back to her senses, looking flattered. "I'm sorry, I'm just too happy. Thank you Mr. Xu for your appreciation." A stiff smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was already crying in her heart. Xu Hao smiled. "Want to escape from my palm? Don't even think about it. You are definitely going to be my personal secretary." After encouraging Ji Feishui, Xu Hao continued to maintain his persona and looked at the other 2 men and 1 woman. "You are all very outstanding, but unfortunately you are a little short of my requirements. If you want to join Xu Group, you can interview for other positions." Originally, the 3 of them looked a little depressed when they heard Xu Hao deny them. After Xu Hao's encouragement, each of them was like chicken blood. It is said that Xu Hao treats people gently and never puts on airs. Now it is true. After the 3 left, only Xu Hao and Ji Feishui were left in the office. Xu Hao said with a smile. "I was right. I said Miss Ji was capable. It was no problem for her to join my company." Ji Feishui felt as if an invisible knife had pierced her heart. She pulled the corner of her mouth and showed a stiff smile. "I am also honored to join Xu Group and work for President Xu. Please give me more advice in the future." "Ji Shao, forget it, I will still call you Feishui in the future. I remember that your major is financial management. Have you also studied secretarial work?" Ji Feishui complained in her mind. I just didn't study secretarial work, so I came to apply for a secretary position. Who knew that the interviewer was a bad person and interviewed her? I know a little bit. President Xu is my idol. As soon as I saw this secretary position, I wanted to interview for it so that I could follow President Xu's teachings. Ji Feishui showed admiration again. Now that you are here, you can be at ease. Things have already happened and cannot be changed, so just look forward. There are benefits to joining Xu Group. If I become Xu Hao's secretary, I can get rid of Ma Qing's entanglement. Ji Feishui comforted herself in this way. You only know how to say nice things. Then you should get familiar with your job first. Xu Hao seemed not to hear the lack of understanding of secretaries in her words. He pulled her into the company to make her a secretary. Even if it was another position, he would arrange it by his side in the end. He planned to squeeze out all the value from her. Ji Feishui had no choice but to accept her fate. She walked towards Xu Hao's desk. Although she had not learned secretarial work, she still knew something about the work of a secretary. She put away the documents on the table. She was a president abroad. When had she ever done such rough work? A president, reduced to being someone else's secretary. Ji Feishui went crazy. If she had known that this would be the result, she would rather be harassed by Ma Qing than to provoke Xu Hao. Facing Ma Qing's harassment, she still had a way to deal with it. There was really no way to deal with Xu Hao. She reached out to take a document, and because she was absent-minded, her left foot tripped over her right foot. She fell straight down. The direction was exactly Xu Hao. Ji Feishui screamed. She instinctively waved her hands, trying to grab a life-saving straw. As a result, she hugged Xu Hao's waist. And her head hit Xu Hao's thigh. She felt her face touching something. Fortunately, she didn't get hurt. Ji Feishui breathed a sigh of relief. Then she found that something was wrong. This is obviously a man's thigh. Don't ask her why it is a man's. It's too obvious. Ji Feishui froze, turned her head blankly, and looked up. Zero seeking flowers 0. Met Xu Hao's surprised eyes. Feishui, you. Xu Hao was about to drink tea, and the teacup froze in midair. Is this how you eat chicken? Ji Feishui reacted, quickly got up from Xu Hao, and stepped back several steps. Hastily apologized and explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, I accidentally fell just now. Quote. She was so embarrassed that she almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. If she wasn't Xu Hao's secretary now, she would have run away long ago. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. She looked like a vulgar woman. She threw herself into his arms after just the second meeting. It's not so outrageous even if she threw herself into his arms. It's okay, as long as you're not hurt. Xu Hao looked strange. Ji Feishui's fall was too clever. No one would believe that there was no trick. But Xu Hao believed it. He thought of the thread of fate that connected the two of them. He had lamented that it didn't work before. I didn't expect it to work so well the first time. If he hadn't been wearing any clothes just now, it would have been interesting. But this was just the beginning. In the next few days, what happened between the two of them was nothing short of a miracle. For example, when they were walking together, Chen Hao suddenly stopped. Ji Feishui couldn't stop the car and hit someone with the ball. When they were riding in the elevator together, the elevator suddenly broke down and it was dark. Ji Feishui, who was afraid of the dark, could only snuggle in Xu Hao's arms. And, knowing that Ji Feishui had become Xu Hao's secretary, Ma Qing still came out to cause trouble. Let Xu Hao come to the rescue again. When they went out together, a flower pot would fall from the sky and point directly at Ji Feishui's head. Fortunately, she was saved by Xu Hao next to her. 0. Anyway, it was to create various interactions between the two of them. Originally, I was worried that Ji Feishui would have the protagonist halo, which was in opposition to his villain halo. Under the heaven-defying effect of the marriage line, this opposing halo was nothing. Xu Hao felt. If Ji Feishui didn't go with him, maybe there would be an accident, killing her or something like that. It was outrageous. Ji Feishui noticed this problem and was incredible. Are she and Xu Hao a perfect match? If they are not together, even God cannot bear it. But the age difference between the two is such that he can be her father. No matter what, they have experienced many accidents. Even though Ji Feishui is very rational, her affection for him is slowly increasing. The car was driving steadily. Xu Hao's eyes flashed, and his hands were pulled out of his thoughts. 1,000 miles of marriage is tied by a thread. It is indeed a good thing. Used on the heroine Ji Feishui, she can no longer escape from his palm. There is another red line in the system space. Is it for the eldest daughter? Or for the second daughter? Thinking deeply, the car drove into an alley. This is a private restaurant. As soon as he got off the car, Xu Hao noticed a hateful look. No need to guess, it was Luo Yan. He should have followed Yan Wumei secretly. Ding Red Rose is extremely frustrated, emotional value plus 999. Looking at his casual posture, it seems that he is ordering his younger brother. Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened. The fight between the two protagonists is a good show. But he doesn't hate her at all. Doesn't he have face? He and Red Rose have a grudge, and every time they meet, she kills him and makes him very embarrassed. But he saw resistance in Red Rose's eyes, so he had to cooperate. Although I'm not good enough in front of him. Luo Yan sneered and was unmoved. With a slight movement in his heart, Xu Hao waved to a dark corner in the distance, where Luo Yan was. It turned out that Xu Hao felt very embarrassed when he saw that the protagonist ignored him. Hong Qiangwei took the initiative to step forward, nestled in Xu Hao's arms, and raised her head to offer her a sweet kiss. With a chuckle, Xu Hao was about to walk in, and put his raised foot down again. The protagonist made him lose face, so he got it back from the heroine. Let him go, he will go. Looking forward angrily. But what's the point of being easily solved by him? If he didn't show up again, the two of them would probably keep kissing. Luo Yan felt very uncomfortable. This is let him go. Now seeing her throwing herself into a man's arms, she was coerced. Ding Su Chen is furious, emotional value plus 999. Remembering Su Chen's murderous look when he left Shenong Hall. After a moment, Luo Yan's pupils widened, and murderous aura overflowed from his body. What is Xu Hao going to do? Luo Yan's face was gloomy, and his figure walked out of the darkness. Luo Yan was stunned. He immediately gave an order to Hong Qiangwei. The main reason is that she is a beautiful woman. Because of Red Rose's several pursuits, his strength has improved. I guess he's going to cause trouble for him. It's okay that Red Rose is willing, he can't control it. The two of them hugged each other, which might be a provocation to him. Red Rose's eyes are full of reluctance, but she can't control herself. Chapter 211. My daughter called me in the middle of the night. Caught in the act. Your father is so awesome. Luo Yan came out. Looking at the two people being affectionate, his face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to kill Xu Hao as soon as possible. Hong Qiangwei also wanted to kill Xu Hao. A top killer of his generation was so frivolous in front of the only person who knew his identity. She was ashamed. However, she resisted mentally, but her body was very honest. Ding Hong Qiangwei was ashamed, emotional value plus 987. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 999. What do you want? Luo Yan asked harshly. Only then did Xu Hao let go of Hong Qiangwei's waist. Wouldn't it be over if you came out earlier? Why do we have to go through a set of procedures? Xu Hao smiled playfully and stated his purpose. There's a guy who's trying to cause me trouble recently. Please help me deal with him. It's better to kill him. Luo Yan was stunned. He looked at Xu Hao blankly. Is there something wrong with his ears? Xu Hao actually asked him to deal with people, that is, thugs. Are you kidding me? You stole the woman I like, took my aunt, and are still planning to take my aunt's daughter. You just bullied Hong Qiangwei. How can you say this with confidence? Besides, his current strength has only recovered to its peak, and he is no match for Xu Hao. You don't do it yourself, let him solve it. You treat him as a younger brother. You are stronger than me, and you can't deal with it, how can I be a match? Luo Yan thought of a possibility. If there is really someone stronger than Xu Hao, he would like to find the other party to join forces and kill Xu Hao every day. Who said I can't deal with it? Xu Hao sneered. A clown, I just don't want to do it, so as not to dirty my hands. Luo Yan's face darkened. As expected, he was treated as a little brother and ordered around. Then why do you want me to do it? If I can handle it, Red Rose can definitely handle it, right? I don't want Rose to get her hands dirty either. Xu Hao said with a smile. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. So you don't want to get your hands dirty? Let me do it, right? Oh one, what do you think of me? The anger burned up. You'd better give up on this idea. I want to kill you, and you still want me to help you. Dream on. Young man, don't be so angry, everything can be discussed. Xu Hao's smile did not diminish. Based on the relationship between me and your aunt, it's not too much for you to call me uncle. We are all family, and you are unwilling to help with this little favor. If your aunt knew, I'm afraid she would have a problem with you, her nephew. Quote. Luo Yan clenched his fists fiercely. His nails pierced into his flesh without him noticing. His eyes were boiling with murderous intent. Hearing Xu Hao talk about his aunt and her daughter who had been deceived. His heart was broken. I don't know what will happen to his aunt if she falls into the hands of this scumbag. And that naive sister. It's only a matter of time before the mother and daughter are together. If it were anyone else, he would at most feel uncomfortable. But his aunt is his family. Thinking of the two girls being toyed with, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Don't joke with my aunt, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Luo Yan growled angrily. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. I'm just stating a fact. After a pause, he continued. Yu Shaoshan, that little girl, looks like a beauty. She will grow up to be a big beauty soon. I am really looking forward to it. Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat. This is what he is most worried about. He is afraid that the little girl will be killed by Xu Hao. He was immediately furious. How could you do this? Shaoshan is still so young, a child. How could you bear to do this? Xu Hao asked in a leisurely tone. Small. Not small, she can catch up with her mother. Luo Yan took a deep breath. He knew Xu Hao was talking about the development of his sister Yu Shaoshan. The little loli's car is all gone. What else can't Xu Hao do? My aunt and her daughter are in danger. You beast, if my aunt knows you did this, she will never let you go. The murderous aura on Luo Yan's body almost turned into substance. The air around him became oppressive. If you pass by him at this time, you will definitely feel short of breath and feel like falling into an ice cave. Unfortunately, Xu Hao and Red Rose are stronger than him and are not affected at all. Xu Hao said, huh, with a teasing look. Didn't you tell your aunt? She would rather believe me than you. That little loli is quite simple. As long as you tell her to cooperate, Yu Yun won't know. Even if she knows, it doesn't matter. At that time, let the little loli get her drunk again and have a meal with rice. Oh, by the way, there's something you don't know yet. About how I became your uncle-in-law. Quote. It was because of the little Lolita's help that her mother got drunk and sent to the bedroom. Luo Yan was struck by lightning, his face was dazed. So that's it. He was puzzled before. With the rational character of my aunt. She wouldn't be with Xu Hao suddenly. I didn't expect that my sister also contributed to it. What a pitfall. Luo Yan beat his chest and stamped his feet. Not only did the little Lolita give herself away for nothing. She also pushed her mother into the fire pit. Filial piety. She is so filial. Filial piety is powerful. After digesting this news, Luo Yan's anger could not be stopped. Then he thought of something and slowly calmed down. Looking at Xu Hao calmly. What do you mean by telling me this? Xu Hao snapped his fingers. Let's go back to the previous topic and help me deal with someone. Quote. Luo Yan was furious. Talking about the strategy to capture his aunt in person, and still wanting to eat rice with toppings. He was already G riding on his head and shitting. You still want him to be a laborer. It's a pipe dream. However, before he could finish his words, Xu Hao spoke on his own. The little girl is well behaved and obedient. I wanted to do it later. Since you don't agree, I have to do it earlier. Swish. Luo Yan's eyes were about to pop out. FCK. What kind of brain circuit is this? Just because I don't listen to you, you have to do it to the little girl. Is there any connection between them? The little girl worships Xu Hao so much. She listens to rough work so much. In order to match Xu Hao, he gave his aunt wine. Xu Hao wanted to hurt her. Is this something a human can do? Even if he had seen Xu Hao's shamelessness still shocked him. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was angry. Shaoshan likes you so much, how could you do it? Don't bully me and say you want to hurt her. It's only a matter of time. I just let her experience happiness in advance. Just tell me if you will help her or not. Xu Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He issued an ultimatum. With that attitude, if he refused, Xu Hao would go to find his aunt and her daughter at night. Luo Yan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed reluctantly. A few words seemed to drain his energy. He looked depressed and lost. Although the little girl didn't like him, she also hated him and called him ugly. But he still didn't want to see the little girl get hurt. If his aunt knew about it, she would be heartbroken. No matter from which aspect, he couldn't let Xu Hao do it to the little girl. This was not a solution. I can only compromise. I must improve my strength. Only with enough strength can I protect my family and win back the woman I love. Wait for my news. I'll let you know when I've dealt with him. It won't be long before we can see the two protagonists fighting. I'm looking forward to it for some reason. It's a pity that the strength of both sides is not equal. It would be interesting if both sides were injured. In fact, it's okay if there is a difference in strength. I wonder what effect the protagonist's halo will have if one protagonist dies at the hands of another protagonist. Xu Hao no longer cares about Luo Yan, and goes to a private restaurant. Yan Wumei ordered the dishes and waited for him. They finished their meal together. The two of them went out for a walk together. Finally, they walked into a hotel. Sister Yan and Dad, Xu Feiyan went out for a walk alone and bought some things. Unexpectedly, she ran into Xu Hao and Yan Wumei. Seeing the two walking together, they were close. Xu Feiyan frowned. Just as she was about to go up and say hello, she saw the two of them walk into a hotel. Xu Feiyan froze in place. The two of them went shopping together, and it could be said that they happened to meet. It makes sense to go to the hotel together during dinner time. But it's already past 9 p.m. If you go to the hotel at this time, it's almost 100% reserved. Xu Feiyan couldn't believe it. How could the two of them be together? When did it start? It should be when Yan Wumei came to ask Xu Hao for teaching. Hand-in-hand teaching, the relationship continues to heat up. Xu Feiyan also understands that her stepmother is pregnant and needs to be restrained. Yan Wumei is also in her 30s. Dry wood and raging fire. But that's her father, and her stepmother has been pregnant for so long. How could her good sister Yan Wumei do such a thing? Xu Feiyan's mind was in a mess. However, seriously speaking, it was also her responsibility. It was she who pushed Yan Wumei to Xu Hao and asked Xu Hao to help teach. If it weren't for her instigation, the two might not be together. A sense of guilt surged in her heart. She felt sorry for her stepmother and several sisters. She was afraid that because of her, the happy family would be broken. Ding Xu Feiyan felt guilty, emotional value plus 753. After a while of emo, Xu Feiyan bit her tongue and came back to her senses. Maybe she was overthinking. The two of them just went to the hotel for supper. It was not the kind of relationship she thought. Xu Feiyan immediately wanted to go into the hotel to take a look. After a few steps, she stopped again. What if the two of them were really together? Go to catch the queen. Xu Feiyan was a little afraid to face it. After a lot of entanglement, Lian Zuyan took out his mobile phone. Dialed the number of the queen's sister. Lebben. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Feiyan, what do you want to talk to me about? Xu Feiyan's heart sank and she asked heavily. Sister Yan, where are you? Yan Wumei replied from the other side. At home, what's wrong? Xu Feiyan was stunned. At home. Did she see it wrong just now? Impossible. Although the two of them tried to cover up, with her eyesight at the late stage of dark power, she would never make a mistake. Combined with Yan Wumei's voice, she was lying. If it was just a meal, why did they hide it? It must be a shameful thing. Confirmed the news. Xu Feiyan felt indescribably uncomfortable. One was her sister the queen, and the other was her father. She couldn't accept it. Hearing that she didn't speak for a long time, Yan Wumei complained. Fei Yan, I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. Are you with my father? Yan Wumei was about to hang up the phone, and Xu Feiyan's voice came, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Because of panic, she didn't answer immediately. No, Uncle Xu didn't go home. He's not here with me. Xu Feiyan was resentful in her heart. How old is he, and he still calls him uncle? Don't you think about what you are doing now? Are you really not together? Xu Feiyan's tone turned cold. Give Yan Wumei one last chance. Yan Wumei also heard something wrong in her good sister's tone. Under normal circumstances, she can find the problem. Now is not a normal situation. Uncle Xu is really not here with me, can't he call me? I can help find him. Xu Feiyan hung up the phone coldly. She looked at the hotel, her face was uncertain. In the end, she gave up the idea of catching a woman for S*X. Xu Hao and Yan Wumei are her closest people. How should she face it after being exposed? After taking a deep look at the hotel, Xu Yuan went home in a depressed mood. Xu family villa. Fei Yan, what's wrong? Seeing that she was full of worries, Su Wancho came over with a big belly and asked in a puzzled manner. She seemed to have expected all this. Indeed, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother has been completely conquered by him. There is no need to hide it from her. It was Su Wancho who mentioned conquering Yan Wumei. It turned out that Xiao Wanling couldn't stand it and complained to Su Wancho. Su Wancho planned to find a helper for her. Friend Yao Xinrui has been busy with work and has little time. She can only find someone else. Yan Wumei became the best candidate. The relationship between the two has been confirmed. It was just because she was afraid of being discovered by them that she didn't dare to come to Xu's house. Su Ma, after you got pregnant, have you always slept separately from your father? His relationship with Yan Wumei was discovered by his daughter. When Xu Feiyan accepted it, Yan Wumei gave in after getting over the psychological barrier. Then she listened to Su Wancho's explanation. But she didn't dare to tell the story of Xu Hao and her good sister. He is a billionaire, there are so many temptations outside. She didn't know what to do. We sleep in separate rooms, Dad can bear it, what if he does something? Men's resistance to external temptations drops sharply. Su Ma, aren't you afraid that Dad will get into trouble like those people? Su Wancho asked Xu Hao to bring Yan Wumei over, and she made it clear. Hug Su Wancho. Su Wancho patted her back. Her good sister was with her father. Su Wancho stroked her belly with a happy face. Xu Feiyan asked tentatively. Su Wancho smiled. Xu Feiyan was stunned on the spot. Xu Feiyan felt better. She let the wolf into the house. I know your father has other women outside, but I don't mind. She was afraid that the pregnant stepmother would not be able to bear it. Xu Feiyan had an urge to cry. So there was this plan to conquer. She wanted to recruit Yan Wumei for service. Daughter Xu Feiyan is the key. Touched her daughter's head. Xu Hao knew. I've seen a lot, women are most likely to get into trouble during pregnancy. The main reason why he won't change his attitude towards me and you is because your father is too powerful. Your father knows the limits, even if there are other women, it will not affect the family. No, it's just that after the pregnancy was revealed, I was afraid that I would accidentally hurt the baby. If this destroyed the family, she would be to blame. She could only hint in a tactful way. Okay, what happened? Tell Su Ma will help you solve it. Chapter 212, Stealing the House. I knew you were seducing me, a vixen. Dad is so powerful. In the hotel, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Yan Wumei regained her ability to think. Gradually she remembered the phone call from Xu Feiyan. The more she thought about it, the more something was wrong. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Yan Wumei said worriedly. Uncle Xu, Feiyan called me just now, and her tone was a little wrong. Did she find out something? Xu Hao played with her hair. I shouldn't have, didn't you cover it up well? Yan Wumei rolled her eyes. I'm talking to your daughter on the phone, and you're still doing that. What if Feiyan finds out? Thinking of the scene at that time, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ding. Yan Wumei was very excited, emotional value plus 999. If you know, then you know. At worst, you can't show your cards. I'm not afraid of you, so what are you afraid of? Xu Hao didn't take it to heart at all. In order to let his daughter find out earlier, he also made arrangements. Isn't it? Before the night was over, his daughter had provided him with a lot of emotional value. Yan Wumei suddenly had a bitter face. Xu Hao was not afraid. She was afraid. Although she was very casual in front of Xu Feiyan, she still had the image of a queen. If she knew about her and Xu Hao. I thought it was her. A queen of a generation, actually seduced a married man and destroyed his family. Shameless. Thinking of her image in the hearts of her good sisters collapsed. Yan Wumei was ashamed. Not long after resting, the sky gradually brightened. After leaving the hotel, Yan Wumei was still a little worried that Xu Feiyan would find out something. Gritted her teeth and drove to the Xu family villa. Smoothly entered the gate of the Xu family. Xu Feiyan was practicing martial arts in the martial arts field. But even laymen could see that her moves were not in the right order and she was not in the right state. Xu Feiyan was still thinking about what her stepmother said last night. It gave her a great shock. It turned out that her stepmother had known that her father had a woman outside. Not only did she not oppose, she also expressed her support. The reason was that Dad was too strong. Xu Feiyan had been hanging out with Yan Wumei, the eldest sister, for a while. She understood some of the hints. Thinking of the time when she came back, she often heard the voice of her beautiful stepmother, and she was so embarrassed. She couldn't sleep all night. It was confirmed that Yan Wumei and Xu Hao were together. She was worried all the time after she came back. What if Su Ma knew? Would it destroy the happy family? Forget it, she was overthinking. If your feet are not weak, your moves will be weak. Uncle Xu didn't teach you that. A familiar voice sounded. 587 Xu Feiyan frowned and looked over, and saw Yan Wumei walking away with a smile. She hadn't thought about how to face this good sister yet. Naturally, she didn't look happy. She said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Yan Wumei paused and continued to walk forward. She thought to herself that there was indeed a problem. Xu Feiyan used to be very happy to see her. But today, she looked unhappy. She became nervous. Could it be that this good sister really found out? She showed a smile. "Of course I came to see you. Why do you look unhappy? Who made our Feiyan angry?" D9. Xu Feiyan snorted coldly and turned away. She wanted to get angry. But she thought that her stepmother didn't care and was willing to support her. She swallowed back what she wanted to say. Yan Wumei felt that the bad premonition was even stronger. But she still asked in confusion. "Feiyan, what's wrong with you? Is it because of the phone call last night? I just had something urgent to deal with at that time." Dealing with an urgent matter. Xu Hao looked at her sideways. "Is it about how to deal with the situation with my father?" As if a hammer hit her head, Yan Wumei was stunned. Xu Feiyan really knew everything. Yan Wumei panicked immediately. At a loss, she forced a smile. "Feiyan, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Keep pretending." Xu Feiyan smiled contemptuously. "I saw you and your father go into the hotel together." Boom! A thunderclap exploded. A line connected the events of last night. No wonder Xu Feiyan called her and said something strange. It turned out that she saw them go into the hotel. It's over. I was still worried about what to do if Xu Feiyan found out. The problem really came. After a moment of panic, Yan Wumei calmed down. Her eyes were firm. "Feiyan, I'm sorry, I took the initiative with Uncle Xu." She admitted her mistake frankly. In order not to destroy the relationship between Xu Hao and Xu Feiyan, she took all the responsibility on herself. Xu Feiyan looked at her with an expression that saw through everything. "Of course, I know without guessing that it must be you, a vixen, who seduced my father." Yan Wumei. After a moment of silence, she continued. "Feiyan, please believe me, I have never thought of destroying your family." After a pause, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will not associate with Uncle Xu in the future, and disappear from your sight from now on." "Who asked you to disappear?" I thought Xu Feiyan would ask her to get out of here. I didn't expect such a reversal." Yan Wumei looked at her blankly. Xu Feiyan snorted. "Since you apologized sincerely, I forgive you." In fact, when they were together, even if she was very angry, she would not drive Yan Wumei away. She has not forgotten how Yan Wumei took care of her in the past year. She has a deep relationship with this queen sister. After knowing her stepmother's attitude of not caring, she didn't even have much anger in her heart. Yan Wumei was even more confused. What the hell? Just forgive her like that. But I was with her father. Her stepmother was still pregnant, and she and Xu Hao went out to get a room. Even if they were good sisters with deep feelings, she wouldn't not care. Xu Feiyan saw her thoughts and pouted. "You should thank Su Ma. I was very angry when I heard that you were together. After I came back and told Su Ma, she said she didn't care." Quote. Yan Wumei was dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell is going on? She can tolerate being with her husband. Xu Hao's words came to mind. She is not afraid of being discovered. It turns out that she has the confidence. At this time, Xu Feiyan pulled her aside and asked curiously. "Sister Yan, when did you sneak out of the house and be with Dad?" Yan Wumei's apology just now has made her calm down. She couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Yan Wumei's head was buzzing. Hearing Xu Feiyan's words, she reacted. She was embarrassed. Why was she with Xu Hao? What should she say? Could it be that she couldn't stand it when she was teaching? Thinking that Xu was also teaching these daughters hand in hand. Will you have any ideas after knowing this news? Facing Xu Feiyan, Yan Wumei felt guilty. It's not good not to answer. She can only say something evasive. We developed feelings for each other during the teaching. I knew it. I shouldn't have introduced you to Dad and asked him to teach you. I'm letting the wolf into the house. Xu Feiyan was so angry that her teeth itched. Suddenly she thought of a question and her face changed. I remember seeing you guys enter the villa a few times and come out after a long time. I thought Dad was giving you a special treatment. Are you guys secretly doing that together? Her eyes were full of suspicion. And at this time, Yan Wumei, who was originally charming and bold, lowered her head, like a mistress who was caught. In the afternoon, Xu Hao came to Shenong Hall. He finished teaching his daughter Xu Qingshe hand in hand. It was the apprentice Feng Zixuan's turn. Xu Qingshe came down from upstairs and called Feng Zixuan. Su Chen noticed that Feng Zixuan's face suddenly turned red. His face kept changing. A sense of urgency arose in his heart. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to teach Xu Hao a lesson. Even if he had to be arrested for this, it would be worth it. Feng Zixuan came to the training room, feeling her hands being held. She kept praying that she would not feel that way again. If she continued, her relationship with her master would be unclear. It was not what she wanted. Under the activation of Xu Hao's divine hand, a familiar feeling came over her. Feng Zixuan was very upset. She was very normal at ordinary times, but every time she taught with Xu Hao, something went wrong. She was sure that she had not been drugged. Could it be that she was really interested in her master? A question suddenly emerged in her mind. But she was not a traitor to her master. Xu Hao sighed. Zixuan, it's been so many days, I know you may have some thoughts about me. But it's not right for us to do this. Zixuan, you are innocent and cute, and you have a good heart. I like you too. But there is a gap between our ages. It will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. What is blaming someone else and the thief crying, catch the thief? This is it. It was obviously his secret harm, and he took advantage of everything, but he pretended to be a victim. Feng Zixuan was stunned. She didn't expect Xu Hao to confront her. Master, it's not what you think, I misunderstood. Feng Zixuan waved her hands and explained in panic. Xu Hao just looked at her quietly. Feng Zixuan couldn't continue. Yes, if she didn't have any feelings for the master, why would she have that feeling every time she taught? Constantly seducing. But in all conscience, she really didn't mean that. Feng Zixuan felt very wronged. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xu Yi struck while the iron was hot. How about this, Zixuan, do you think it's okay? The time for the Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference is coming soon. You must study hard and can't be distracted. I will agree to you when you have learned the 13 ghost needles. It's like a student has a crush on the teacher. The teacher doesn't want to affect the student's study, so he deliberately draws a pie. It's just a pie. Even if the student achieves it, the teacher will not agree. But Xu Hao's main point is a reality. Feng Zixuan wants to cry but has no tears. She couldn't help herself when she thought that her master thought of her as a student who had a crush on the teacher. Quote, Feng Zixuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xu Hao. Okay, I've already treated you, it's your turn to help, Zixuan. Took out a bag of popping candy. Feng Zixuan glanced at it, her eyes charming. Ding Feng Zixuan felt embarrassed, emotional value plus 888. Evening, Xu Hao left Shenong Hall refreshed. Seeing Feng Zixuan's broken look again, Su Chen felt heartbroken. His teeth were broken. Watching Xu Hao's car leave, Su Chen used his body skills to follow silently. Xu Hao could not hide Su Chen's tracking. He ignored it after taking a look. He deliberately let Hong Qiangwei drive to a remote location. There were many people on the street, and Su Chen had no chance to take action. He would probably follow him all the way home. Xu Hao didn't want to bring the protagonist home. He wanted to finish the matter as soon as possible. At the same time, he asked his men to notify another protagonist, Luo Yan. The car drove into a dilapidated street. No one was seen around. Su Chen saw this and the opportunity came. He flashed in front of the car. What are you doing? Seeing Xu Hao's pretentious face, Su Chen got angry and said viciously. Xu Hao, stop pretending. Don't you know why I'm looking for you? Sorry, I really don't know. Xu Hao spread his hands. He started to delay again. How come Luo Yan has no sense of time? How long has he been notified? He hasn't come yet. It seems that he didn't take his words to heart. Xu Hao has always been fair and strict. As Luo Yan's uncle, if his nephew doesn't obey, then punish his aunt. He was thinking about when to find the queen of La Yuyun and beat her up all night. You don't know, right? Then I'll let you recall it. He has been depressed for too long these days. There are many things to say. If he doesn't say it, even if Xu Hao is beaten up, he won't feel relieved. Is my fiancée Ji Yuning Shuang yours? Don't say it's not. Last time at Gu's pharmaceutical group, although you acted very close, she had deep fear of you in her eyes. Yes, Xu Hao admitted it without hesitation. Who made her disobedient? It's her honor that I like her. She actually dared to resist. Do you think you can't teach her well? Su Chen was stunned. Then he was furious. Just because you like someone and she doesn't agree, you bully her. You still have the nerve to say it. Su Chen was trembling with anger and gnashing his teeth. You finally admitted it. Xu Hao pretended to be innocent. I didn't know she was your fiancée. Ignorance is not a crime. Su Chen frowned. If the master hadn't given him a marriage certificate, he wouldn't have known that he had a fiancée. Indeed, Xu Hao's training of Ji Yuning Shuang was before he returned to the city. No, how did Xu Hao get me confused? Even if she is not my fiancée. You can bully people unscrupulously. Take a deep breath and calm down. Su Chen said sternly again. What's wrong with Lu Yiren? She's my junior sister, it's impossible for her to call you dad willingly. Did you force her? Don't blame me for this. Lu Yiren and I love each other. Xu Hao still had a smile on his face. As for her calling me dad, it's just some fun, don't take it to heart. Your junior sister is willing, you shouldn't be able to control it, right? Su Chen vomited blood in his heart. Okay, I can't control Lu Yiren's affairs, but what about Feng Zixuan? Don't think I don't know what you did to her upstairs. Feng Zixuan is my junior sister, with a simple personality. I will never watch her being deceived by you. Why do you say I deceived her, but she couldn't take the initiative? Xu Hao looked playful. Impossible. Su Chen didn't believe that Feng Zixuan, who had a holy temperament, would be willing to be abused by Xu Hao. Feeling the breath approaching quickly, Xu Hao's face changed. Okay, I was just teasing you just now. Don't say that I didn't know that Ji Yuning Shuang was your fiancée at that time. Even if I knew, I would still train her. I also used some tricks to get your junior sister Lu Yiren, and Feng Zixuan is about to fall under my step-by-step guidance. Not only your two junior sisters, but also your junior sisters, I will not let go. Oh, by the way, I heard that they have a fairy-like master. Su Chen was already throbbing all over at this time. He was shaking non-stop, his eyes were red, and he wanted to choose someone to bite. Oh, you want to kill me? Xu Hao chuckled and pointed at Luo Yan who was there. Step over his body first. Chapter 213, The Weird Look in My Daughter's Eyes. She made a bet to sacrifice herself. She stayed to serve me. If you want to kill me, you have to step over his body first. Luo Yan, who had just arrived, had a few black lines on his forehead when he heard Xu Hao's words. Luo Yan looked at Su Chen curiously. This was the guy Xu Hao asked him to deal with. Su Chen's killing intent was boiling at this time, revealing his strength. He felt that he was stronger than Hong Qiangwei. As for why he didn't compare Xu Hao, it was because he felt that Xu Hao was too strange and hard to see through. It was obvious that his aura was only at the late stage of Hua Jin. But his strength was much stronger than Hong Qiangwei, who was at the late stage of Hua Jin. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to control Hong Qiangwei, the sick killer. This person should be a peak Hua Jin expert. Is 56. Luo Yan cursed in his heart, knowing that Xu Hao had bad intentions. I didn't expect it to be so sinister. Letting a mid-stage Hua Jin to fight against a peak Hua Jin, isn't that sending him to his death? He claims to be a top killer, has been training in the dark world for many years, is invincible at the same level, and can even fight across levels. Can cross two small realms. Luo Yan is not confident. He doesn't want to fight with the other party. Besides not being an opponent, he doesn't want to be treated like a monkey by Xu Hao. This guy is also full of murderous intent towards Xu Hao. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Luo Yan suddenly moved, considering whether he can win over the other party. Xu Hao is very strong, but definitely not higher than Hua Jin. The other party is at the peak of Hua Jin, and if he joins hands with himself, there is hope to get rid of Xu Hao. But he needs to find the opportunity. Xu Hao doesn't know how to control Hong Qiangwei. He still has so many powerful subordinates. It would be great if Xu Hao was left alone. These are Luo Yan's thoughts. Now Xu Hao threatens his aunt's daughter, he has to give in and fight this guy. Luo Yan hates Xu Hao, thinking about how to contact Su Chen after the fight to deal with Xu Hao together. Su Chen, who had broken his defense, also looked at him. He was immediately angry. He pointed at Xu Hao angrily, gritting his teeth. Are you playing tricks on me again? Delaying time and waiting for this guy to come. Xu Hao glanced at him. You just realized it. That look was as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Su Chen was furious. He felt the breath coming out of Luo Yan. He sneered. What's the point of finding a mid-stage Hua Jin? Let's go together, so that we won't die ugly. Xu Hao said with contempt. No need. My little brother is enough to deal with you. Ding Su Chen is furious, emotional value plus 1000. Ding Luo Yan is extremely frustrated, emotional value plus 1000. Luo Yan's face is gloomy. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. Who the hell is your little brother? I am enough. How can I, a middle stage Hua Jin, deal with him? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Xu Hao is stalling here. He thought that Xu Hao and the other two were no match, so he asked for a helper. It turns out that he thought too much. Xu Hao was waiting for this subordinate to fight him. How much does he look down on him? Su Chen laughed in anger. Then I will kill your little brother first, and see how arrogant you are. Quote. His anger could no longer be suppressed. It completely broke out at this moment. He flashed and rushed towards Luo Yan at an extremely fast speed. Luo Yan was extremely alert. He felt a strong killing intent locking him. The other party really wanted to kill him. The strength of the two sides was very different. If he was not careful, he might really die here today. He cursed Xu Hao again in his heart. Xu Hao deliberately provoked the other party to make them experience a life and death battle. The idea of him pretending to be casual was immediately shattered. Looking at Su Chen who was rushing over, Yin Yan concentrated his attention. He did not dare to be careless. In the duel between masters, victory or defeat often happens in the blink of an eye. The duel between the two protagonists officially began. Su Chen did not take Luo Yan, who was in the middle stage of Hua Jin, seriously. He just used his extreme speed and hit him when he was close. This punch was fast, accurate and fierce. Although it was not fatal, it could cripple the opponent. Xu Hao was a man without martial ethics. He did not want to leave evidence of murder for the opponent. Just cripple the person. Let's see how arrogant Xu Hao is. However, he punched Luo Yan, but missed. Hit a residual image. Su Chen was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. Is this the confidence that Xu Hao let him deal with him alone? Not enough. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have been inseparable. Although he focused on learning medical skills. But the old man taught him martial arts. He has a good talent for martial arts and has broken through to the peak of Hua Jin at a young age. Just now was just a test. He only exerted 50% of his strength. Su Chen smiled coldly. He gathered his strength again and attacked Luo Yan who had dodged to the side. Luo Yan had dodged by using the body skills he had practiced in the dark world for many years. He felt a little scared. The attack just now was too dangerous. If he hadn't dodged it, he would have had to bear it head on. With his strength, he was definitely no match for Su Chen. At least he was only slightly injured. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang. A fist came again with the speed of lightning and thunder. This punch was a few points faster than before. The powerful momentum locked him. Luo Yan had no way to escape for a while. The hairs on his body stood up. However, he still relied on the crisis awareness of the battlefield. At the critical moment, his body twisted instinctively. He actually dodged the fatal blow again. Xu Hao stood aside, watching the show with a playful look on his face. Even Hong Qiangwei took out a bag of melon seeds from the car. Xu Hao ate melon seeds while watching the show. He made a few comments from time to time. Hey, you want to kill me with this little strength? You can't even touch the corner of my little brother's clothes. Waste is waste. I give you a chance to take revenge, but you are useless. Tisk, you can't even hit this. You have wasted all your strength. It's called commenting, but it's actually destroying. Both protagonists are his enemies. He doesn't care who wins or loses. It would be interesting if one of them died. Let's see which one of them has a stronger protagonist halo. He saw Hong Qiangwei beside him from the corner of his eye. Xu Hao spoke with interest. Qinwei, who do you think is more powerful between the two of them? Who will win in the end? Hong Qiangwei looked at him with doubt in her eyes. I don't understand why Xu Hao asked this. Isn't it obvious? Su Chen is at the peak of Huajin. He is two small realms stronger than Luo Yan. They are not at the same level at all. Su Chen is stronger, so he will definitely win. Although he was puzzled, Hong Rang expressed his opinion. Do you think Su Chen will win? I don't think Luo Yan will lose. After all, he is my nephew. I can't let him boost his prestige and destroy my own prestige. Xu Hao smiled without comment. He rolled his eyes and said, how about we make a bet? What does the master want to bet? Hong Qiangwei asked. He no longer rejected calling Xu Hao the master, because he got used to it after calling him so many times. Xu Hao thought about it and said, if Su Chen wins, I won't force you to become my woman. If Luo Yan doesn't lose, he will take the initiative to go back and clean it for me in the next few days. Hong Qiangwei's face did not change at all, but her eyes kept flickering. She thought Xu Hao would let her go if she won the bet. She thought too much. That's right, Su Chen and Luo Yan are both Xu Hao's enemies. Winning or losing is none of his business. How could Xu Hao, a tyrant, make such a bet? But this bet is not bad. I won't force her. These days, she saw what Xu Hao did. He was lustful. He played with women one by one. She felt scared. Worried about when Xu Hao would do something to her. And she was fed drugs by Xu Hao, her body was out of control. It was impossible to resist. If Xu Hao promised not to hit her, it would be just a grievance to do something for him, which would not be so difficult to accept. She could settle down and be a slave. In fact, she knew very well. With Xu Hao's character, whether to keep his promise or not was just a matter of his thoughts. But it's better to have a promise than nothing, right? Okay, I'll bet with the master. Hong Qiangwei agreed. She was confident that Su Chen would win. As a top killer, she could naturally see that Su Chen's combat awareness was much worse than Luo Yan's. But after all, the realm was there. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile. Hong Qiangwei thought Su Chen was sure to win. He didn't think of a loophole in his bet. He said Luo Yan would not lose, but he did not say he would win. Will it be a lose-lose situation? Su Chen's face changed. Just now, he exerted 80% of his strength. The other party dodged it again. He then surged with even greater anger. He was at the peak of Hua Jin. If he could not even deal with a mid-stage Hua Jin, he would really become a clown. I wonder how Xu Hao would laugh at him. Sure enough, Xu Hao's mocking words came at this time. Then, I heard Xu Hao and his personal bodyguard openly betting on who would win and who would lose. Su Chen almost went crazy. Do you know what he is here for? He is here to cause trouble and kill people. He did not take him seriously at all. Su Chen was furious. Immediately, the momentum of the peak of Hua Jin was no longer reserved. He attacked Luo Yan. This time he was serious. Xu Hao said that this guy was his nephew. He stole his fiancée and junior sister, and humiliated him so much. He must destroy Xu Hao, his nephew. He narrowly avoided Su Chen's attack. Luo Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and was still frightened. It was a close call, he was almost hit. At this time, he also heard Xu Hao's voice, and he almost wanted to vomit blood. Who the hell is your nephew? Do you really think of yourself as his uncle? He noticed that Su Chen was even more angry with him. Luo Yan cursed. Xu Hao kept adding fuel to the fire, trying to kill him. At this time, the sound of Xu Hao and Hong Qiangwei betting came. Luo Yan was so angry that his breath was unstable. He actually bet to take down Hong Qiangwei. He was too bad. Facing Su Chen, who was already overwhelmed by anger, Luo Yan really wanted to admit defeat. Let Hong Qiangwei win the bet. But if he wanted to admit defeat, Su Chen would not let him. He would not stop until he was destroyed. Luo Yan could only grit his teeth and fight on. Fortunately, after Su Chen's 2 attacks, he found a problem. The opponent was very strong and his attacks were very sharp. But his fighting awareness was not strong. His hands were not stained with blood. He had an advantage in this respect. He had experienced countless battles of all sizes in the dark world over the years, and the tempering of blood and fire was no joke. He would not be defeated so quickly. How long he could hold on depended on luck. Su Chen attacked again. Luo Yan cried out in pain, and dared not respond to his sharp attack, so he could only dodge desperately. But this time, Su Chen attacked with all his strength. Although Luo Yan quickly used his body skills to dodge when Su Chen attacked. But he was still a little slow. A punch brushed his shoulder. A small piece of flesh was immediately wiped off. Luo Yan grimaced in intense pain. Su Chen was delighted to see this. He launched another offensive, each time more fierce than the last. Next, it was a one-sided brutal attack. Luo Yan's speed was greatly reduced due to his injury. He could not avoid Su Chen's attack, so he could only bear it. And how could his strength be a match for Su Chen, who was attacking with all his strength? He was defeated step by step. He kept spitting blood from his mouth. He was also injured in many places. He was hit on the head several times, his nose and face were swollen, and he was dizzy. If this continued, he would definitely die. Luo Yan could feel his life slowly slipping away. Am I going to die? A question emerged in his heart. The opponent's strength was too strong, he was no match. He could only be beaten to death. He was so unwilling. He had suffered so much in the past, and now he was successful. It was time for him to enjoy his life. He found his relatives and aunt, and also had a woman he liked. But they were all taken away by Xu Hao. In order to improve his strength, Yan Wumei made a deal with Xu Hao. He watched helplessly as he gradually fell. The aunt and her daughter were deceived. With the help of his sister, Xu Hao took down his aunt. Now he wants to take his sister. No, he can't die. The dying Luo Yan's eyes burst with unyielding light. If he died, his little sister would definitely suffer. The aunt and her daughter will be Xu Hao's playthings. He didn't want to see that kind of scene happen even if he died. So he couldn't die. With an unwilling roar, Yin Yan's aura continued to rise. Soon he broke through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Hua Jin. The late stage of Hua Jin. The power surged. With the improvement of strength, Luo Yan had the power to fight back. With the obsession of protecting his aunt and her daughter, Luo Yan's moves were swift and deadly. He let Su Chen's attacks fall on him without dodging. It was almost a desperate way of fighting. Not far away, Xu Hao saw all this and showed a look of expectation. This is the protagonist halo activated. This is interesting. With Luo Yan's combat experience and desperate fighting style, his strength is already on par with Su Chen. Only when they are evenly matched is it interesting. He glanced at Hong Qiangwei next to him. He has this personal bodyguard in his grasp. How did this guy break through temporarily? I don't know what he would think. Hong Qiangwei was shocked by this sudden scene. But the fact is not like that. He was at the peak of Hua Jin, so what if you broke through? A fierce fight began. She looked at Luo Yan with resentment. Why didn't he die? At first, he didn't take Luo Yan's breakthrough seriously. It was definitely heartbreaking. He was greeted by the strange eyes of his daughter Xu Feiyan. The Queen Su Wancho found her daughter's good sister Yan Wumei alone, and you stayed. Taking advantage of his flaw, Luo Yan swept his leg at a tricky angle. Finished the meal together. Luo Yan didn't notice Hong Qiangwei's eyes. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. In the end, both sides were injured. Su Chen was not going to lose, was he? After solving the problem of the two, Xu Hao returned to the Xu family. He was fighting Su Chen desperately at this time. Hong Qiangwei felt uneasy, kicked him fiercely on the waist. Now it was Su Chen's turn to retreat. If Luo Yan knew that the woman he liked would wish him dead immediately. Seeing Luo Yan being beaten so badly, she thought he was going to win the bet. Sensing Xu Hao's gaze, at the late stage of Hua Jin. As a top killer, he could of course see that the gap in strength between the two was getting smaller and smaller. Luo Yan suddenly broke through, and attacked desperately again. What can you use to fight me? He only had one thought. The sound of bones breaking sounded. Survive. Chapter 214, Filial piety has gone bad. Only eating grass near the nest. Who would play cards if they were decent? The fierce fight ended. Su Chen and Luo Yan were both injured. Later, the two of them got really angry. Both fought without regard for their lives. There were wounds all over his body. The nose and face were swollen, and the clothes were torn. Blood could be seen everywhere. The external injuries were already very tragic. Not to mention the internal injuries. I don't know how many bones were broken. There was almost no intact part of his body. Luo Yan still had a breath to hold on. He couldn't die. Although Xu Hao was very strong, there was a chance if he was alive. He must protect his aunt and her daughter. In his heart, he cursed Su Chen on the opposite side. During the fight, he hinted with his eyes several times. Just pretend for a while. Don't let Xu Hao, who had a common enemy, watch the show. As a result, this guy was overwhelmed by anger and turned a blind eye. Instead, the offensive became more fierce. Luo Yan had no choice but to defend himself. Xu Hao's goal was achieved. You don't need to think about how happy Xu Hao was at this moment. The two enemies fought to the death, and both were injured. Luo Yan couldn't help but look at Xu Hao on the side. Xu Hao's melon seeds were all over the floor, and his personal bodyguard was massaging him. He was so angry that he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Su Chen was awed. He came to Xu Hao to make trouble and teach him a lesson. He never expected that it would end like this. Xu Hao found a mid-stage Hua Jin to deal with him. He didn't take it seriously. He felt humiliated. He was a peak Hua Jin. Sending a mid-stage Hua Jin to deal with him. What a joke. The opponent's fighting consciousness and desperate fighting style were beyond his expectations. After Luo Yan broke through, he was like a different person. At first he suppressed him, but later he was suppressed by him. Now both of them are seriously injured. Neither of them can do anything to the other. Draw. Although it is a draw, Su Chen feels that he lost. He is at the peak of Hua Jin. He is 2 small realms higher than Luo Yan. Although Luo Yan broke through temporarily later, he is still 1 realm higher. He still has the advantage. It ended in a loss for both. He can feel that the other party has a strong fighting consciousness and his moves are fatal. The bloody aura on his body is extremely strong. He has killed many people. And he has been in the mountains. He usually kills chickens and hunts. Where to kill people? This strength is often trained with the old man. But losing is losing. He looked at Luo Yan deeply. Su Chen's eyes fell on Xu Hao, who looked leisurely. The murderous intent and anger in his eyes became stronger. He took his fiancée and flirted with his junior sister. Now he brought him such humiliation. This hatred is irreconcilable. If he doesn't kill Xu Hao, he will not be a human being. However, Yin Chen felt the bad physical condition. It is impossible to kill Xu Hao now. On the contrary. If Xu Hao wants to kill him, he will have no way to escape. What? Are you unwilling? Still want to kill me? Sensing his gaze. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows with a teasing look. Look at how useless you are. You can't beat my nephew who is 2 small realms higher. What use are you? The disdainful and sarcastic words were like invisible swords. Piercing into Su Chen's heart. His internal organs were churning. A mouthful of blood rushed to the monkey's head, and he was about to spit it out. He swallowed it back abruptly. Suppress the boiling killing intent. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He was in a very bad condition now. He had to find a place to heal his wounds. Su Chen wanted to retreat. He took a breath. He used the last bit of strength left to quickly run away. Luo Yan's face turned pale due to excessive bleeding. But after hearing Xu Hao's words, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Xu Hao called him, nephew. Luo Yan couldn't help but go crazy. But with Xu Hao's threat, he dared not speak. Seeing Su Chen running away, Yin Yan's heart was in a mess. Stop, where are you running to? He yelled. He also took up the last bit of strength to chase after him. If he didn't leave, Luo Yan was worried that Xu Hao would attack him. He helped him deal with Su Chen because he was threatened by him. There was a deep hatred between the two. If Xu Hao was attacked by him at this time, he would be like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Luo Yan chased after him to see if he could make things clear with Su Chen and joined forces to deal with Xu Hao. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 1000 C. Ding Su Chen's plasmolysis, emotional value plus 1001. Seeing that he had escaped for a distance, no one was following behind him. Luo Yan shouted to Su Chen who was running wildly in front. Brother, wait a minute. Who knew that Su Chen ran faster? Brother. Who the hell is your brother? Luo Yan cursed inwardly. Spit out a mouthful of blood, and speed up. Brother, let's talk it over. Xu Hao and I also have a deep hatred. We can discuss how to deal with him together. Speak. Su Chen slowly stopped. At a distance, he looked at Chuan Yan with an uncertain mood. Finally stopped running. Luo Yan stopped, took a few deep breaths, and said. The reason I fought with you just now was actually because of Xu Hao's threat. Xu Hao and I have a deep hatred for each other, and we cannot live together. Su Chen frowned. He was bruised and swollen at this time, and his face looked distorted. You lied to me, aren't you Xu Hao's nephew? Luo Yan almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't admit that I have such a relationship with Xu Hao. He deceived my aunt and claimed to be my aunt's friend. Immediately, Luo Yan recounted all the evil deeds of Xu Hao, including how Xu Hao plotted against the woman he liked, Yan Wumei, and how he deceived my aunt and sister. He also said why he came here today. It was Xu Hao who threatened the lowly sister. Seeing Luo Yan's face full of hatred and anger, Su Chen's doubts gradually disappeared. Believed Luo Yan's words. Based on his understanding of Xu Hao, he could indeed do such a thing. But after Luo Yan and Su Chen left, Xu Hao did not chase after them. Instead, he looked at Hong Qiangwei with a smile. Qiangwei, you lose. Quote. It took Hong Qiangwei a long time to come back to her senses from the fight between the two. Both sides were injured. She thought of the bet with Xu Hao. She bet on Su Chen to win. Su Chen has escaped now. Even if Su Chen is not counted as losing, but it is a draw, she still loses. And the punishment for losing is to go back and wash herself clean and wait for Xu Hao's favor. Hong Qiangwei's face turned pale. She cursed the two in her heart. Su Chen is still at the peak of Hua Jin. He can't even beat a mid-stage Hua Jin. What a waste. Luo Yan deserves to die too. Why are you fighting for your life? Wouldn't it be better to die obediently? Hong Qiangwei's eyes were full of murderous intent, and she suggested to Xu Hao. Master, do you want me to kill them now? No need. Xu Hao waved his hand. Hong Qiangwei was a little unwilling. These two people made her lose her virginity, and she wanted to kill them immediately. They have a grudge against the master, I'm afraid they will unite. I know, maybe they have already reached an agreement and are scolding me behind my back. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully, as if he was the flag bearer behind everything. Su Chen, Luo Yan, and she were all chess pieces on the chessboard. They could only be manipulated. Even if they unite, what's the use? One sentence can make them turn against each other. Let them cultivate their feelings for a while, and then let one of them stab you in the back, it will be very exciting. Hong Qiangwei suddenly felt a chill. So Xu Hao had this idea. Think about it, both of them are quite strong. And they have a common enemy, so they appreciate each other and sympathize with each other. They will definitely become good brothers who share weal and woe. If someone suddenly stabs you in the back at that time, one person was forced to stab in the back, and his heart was broken. The other person had to suffer the pain of betrayal by his brother. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Too cruel. Hong Qiangwei didn't understand why Xu Hao tortured them so much. Since they were enemies, why not just kill them? Why bother? She certainly didn't know that Xu Hao was harvesting emotions. After this incident, Su Chen's luck was consumed by a small half. Luo Yan only had a small half left. One more calculation and he could send him off. He asked someone to keep an eye on the two of them to make sure nothing unexpected happened. Everything was under control. Go back, don't forget to find time to wash up and wait for me. Xu Hao retracted his gaze from the direction the two left. Hong Qiangwei was in a state of confusion. She opened the car door for Xu Hao, then got in the car and drove to Xu's house. Xu's villa. Yan Wumei came here in the morning and had been there for almost a day. During this period, she had been staying with her good sister Xu Yuyin. Her affair with Xu Hao was exposed and discovered by her good sister. Although she was forgiven, she was still a little worried. She planned to cultivate the relationship to the original level. Yan Wumei's efforts were not in vain. The two returned to the old days of talking about everything. However, she found it difficult to speak when facing the questions Xu Feiyan sometimes asked. For example, she asked her, when did you and Xu Hao develop to the final step? How many times were they together in total? How long was each time? I heard that Xu Hao was very powerful, could she bear it? Some strange questions. Yan Wumei blushed. I didn't know what to do. Are these questions allowed to be asked by a daughter? She felt that her good sister's attitude towards Xu Hao was not right. Could it be that her filial piety had deteriorated? It's not Yan Wumei's fault that she thought so, it was really Xu Feiyan's performance that was too obvious. Asking about private matters for no reason. A few words. Never leaving Dad. One of them was because Xu Hao taught her step by step and constantly cultivated feelings. It was also because Xu Hao gave her the Mandarin Duck Tang sword. The Mandarin duck tang sword is divided into two. Designed for couples to maintain their relationship. One is in Xu Feiyan's hand. The other is in Xu Hao's personal space. Out of guilt for her good sister, Yan Wumei answered some questions from Xu Feiyan. Xu Feiyan was shocked. Finally understood what the beautiful stepmother meant when she said, "Your father is very powerful. Not only powerful, but also amazing. Other men are simply incomparable." Just as Xu Feiyan continued to pester Yan Wumei for questions, Xu Hao came back. This time, when she saw Xu Hao, Xu Feiyan did not greet him as usual. The look she gave Xu Hao was extremely complicated. Anyone who knew that their father was with their good sister would not be able to accept it. Xu Feiyan was still good. She did not lose her temper. But Yan Wumei kept winking at Xu Hao. Indicated that their affair had been discovered. Xu Hao nodded to her to show that he knew. Tell her not to worry. Wu Zhe, you are back. It's a good time to have dinner together. Su Wanchou came out with a big belly. Seeing Xu Hao, she greeted him. She also called Xu Feiyan and Yan Wumei. Yan Wumei was always a little scared when facing Su Wanchou. Xu Feiyan said that her stepmother, Xu Hao's wife, already knew about their affair. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't say it. They had to go to the living room together nervously. The meal made Yan Wumei feel uncomfortable. Because he found out. Among the women of the Xu family. Except for the two youngest sisters of the Xu family, the eyes they looked at her were not right. Xu Feiyan and Su Wanchou knew it, so it was fine. Xu Hongzhuang and her best friend looked at her strangely. After dinner. Before Yan Wumei could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Wanchou came to her. "Wumei, can we talk?" Knowing that Su Wanchou was going to talk about her and Xu Hao, Yan Wumei followed her to the courtyard. "Relax, don't be nervous, I already knew about your relationship with Brother Wu." Su Wanchou got straight to the point. Yan Wumei was shocked. "Who would play landlord? Your man is with another woman." Su Wanchou already knew about her relationship with Xu Hao. Yan Wumei couldn't help wondering. Is there really such a good wife in the world? Yan Wumei couldn't help but think of Xu Feiyan's words. "I asked you to come here because I want to tell you not to be afraid because of me." Seeing her suspicious face, Yin Kecho smiled. "I don't need to lie to you. You know how powerful Brother Wu is. I don't need to tell you, do I?" Since Su Wanchou didn't mind. No wonder Xiao Wanling looked at her with a strange look in her eyes. Even more vulnerable. Now she had to discuss card skills with Xu Hao and another woman at Su Wanchou's invitation. Su Wanchou didn't mind. As if she saw her doubts, Su Wanchou continued. "Zhao Lihao, this is still under normal circumstances. Then why didn't she make trouble for herself?" She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Even though Yan Wumei had expected it, she still couldn't believe it. "Do you think I can be his opponent alone?" If Xu Hao urged the power of thunder. It was embarrassing enough that her affair with Xu Hao was discovered. Why did she find her? It's better to come home often to accompany Brother Hao. Ling can't stand it alone. By the way, you don't know yet. Wanling is also Brother Hao's woman. After saying that, Su Wanchou looked at Yan Wumei with a smile. She was ready to see what expression she had. Yan Wumei's expression was indeed very interesting. Xu Hao had other women. Although she was a little surprised when she heard it for the first time, she also expected it. But when Su Wanchou said it, he was still shocked. It means that the woman named Wanling was also recognized by Su Wanchou like her. Wait, Wanling. Yan Wumei had a flash of inspiration. Isn't the best friend next to Xu Hongzhuang called Xiao Wanling? Could it be her? Xu Hao also attacked his daughter's best friend. Yan Wumei looked at Su Wanchou in disbelief. Su Wanchou nodded to her affirmatively. Yan Wumei was numb. A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its nest. Xu Hao is so good, he only eats the grass near his nest. Wu Zhe is already very powerful, and I'm pregnant now, so I need to be restrained. Yan Wumei suddenly realized. Not to mention Su Wanchou, an ordinary person, even if she has the strength of Wajin and amazing physique. After she digested the news, Su Wanchou said to her brother again. You don't object at all. Yan Wumei's face turned red. No way. No way. Wumei, you should stay tonight. Wanling is also at home, so you can discuss it with each other. He didn't do anything to his daughters, which shows that he still has some humanity. She can only be subdued by Xu Hao. Chapter 215, The Daughter Outside the Door. Jealous. Shy. Cracked. Shira Field. After chatting with Su Wancho, Yan Wumei returned to the living room in a daze. Her mind was a mess. She was still immersed in what Su Wancho said to her. Should we say Su Wancho is careless? Or is she careless? It's fine if she doesn't object to her husband finding a woman. She also helps to find one. It's fine if she pimps. She even pimps two together. She calls it better service. Xu Hao. What kind of godly wife is this? Just when she was distracted, a voice sounded beside her. Yan Wumei turned her head to look. At some point, Xiao Wanling came closer. She didn't have much contact with her best friend Xu Hongzhuang. The most memorable thing is, she came to Xu's house once, and Xiao Wanling sat in the pavilion to make tea. She was as gentle as water, a lady from a noble family. Think about it now, the look she gave Xu Hao at that time. I'm afraid she has been Xu Hao's woman for a long time. She can even accept other women. Before Su Wancho got pregnant, she must have played a lot. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his appearance. I didn't expect Xiao Wanling, who is like a lady from a noble family, to do such a thing. However, thinking of the beautiful Su Wancho, it's okay. Xiao Wanling was also a little shy. When she was with Xu Hao before, she had Su Wancho's help in finding other women. It was Su Wancho who suggested being with Su Wancho. Now she has to communicate with her in person. Xiao Wanling was ashamed. Although it was a little embarrassing. But for the sake of her own health, she had to take on this pimping job. With Xiao Wanling's initiative, Yan Wumei was also a bold character, and the two quickly became familiar with each other. Noticing her best friend chatting with Yan Wumei, Xu Hongzhuang had a complicated expression. She knew about her best friend and the things between Yan Wumei and Xu Hao. The two were chatting happily. What were they going to do? Xu Hongzhuang thought of a night a few days ago. She had something to do with Xiao Wanling, so she went to Xiao Wanling's room. But she didn't find anyone. No need to guess, she must have gone to Xu Hao's room again. Waiting for her bestie, she came back almost until dawn. Although for some reason, Xiao Wanling didn't feel tired when she was with Xu Hao. But she couldn't stand it every day. Who could stand it? Xiao Wanling complained to her bestie and went to Su Wancho again. I want to find a good sister. At that time, Xu Hongzhuang was stunned. Is there such a thing? Although she knew Xu Hao was powerful. But she didn't expect him to be so powerful. My little heart was pounding. Now it seems, the bestie has found a good target. The queen's sister that the fifth sister recognized outside. Xu Feiyan also found the two together and couldn't help but wonder. Sister Yan doesn't seem to be familiar with Sister Wanling, right? Why are they chatting so enthusiastically? At night, Yan Wumei lived at home for the first time. Xu Feiyan was afraid that she would not be used to it, so she invited her to her room. It has been a long time since the two of them had a night talk with their besties. It's just that when they chatted together, Yan Wumei looked at the time from time to time. Xu Feiyan felt strange. Until a certain moment, Yan Wumei said she was going back to rest. After leaving Xu Feiyan's room, Yan Wumei's heart was beating wildly. Walked straight to Xu Hao's room. At this time, her heart was in a mess, and she was alert to Zhan Yi. She didn't notice the little tail following quietly behind her. Xu Feiyan's eyes flashed with doubt. Strange, Sister Yan's room is not in this direction. What is she doing here? Is she going to the toilet? There is a separate bathroom in the room. Xu Feiyan was puzzled and followed closely. Soon she knew what the queen's sister was going to do. Yan Wumei came all the way to the outside of Xu Hao's room. After looking around, the door opened. Xu Feiyan covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of shock. This vixen is too bold, isn't she? She dared to go to her father at home, and she was not afraid of being discovered. However, thinking of Xu Hao's strength and the support of her beautiful stepmother, Xu Feiyan was relieved. But she felt a little uncomfortable. Xu Feiyan was shocked when she noticed the discomfort. Didn't she forgive Yan Wumei? Why did she feel sour? Yan Wumei went to help her father solve his troubles. She should understand. Is there something wrong with my thinking? Xu Feiyan's face suddenly turned red. Put aside those rebellious thoughts quickly. That's right. Several sisters are at home. Yan Wumei went to find her father in the middle of the night. If she made any noise, it would be bad if the sisters heard it. This is why she was uncomfortable. It must be like this. It's definitely not jealous. Xu Feiyan kept making excuses for herself. HMPH, Vixen, it's fine if you're just outside, but you've also burned your house. Find a legitimate reason for yourself. Xu Feiyan became unhappy with Yan Wumei. She glanced at the door with hatred and prepared to go back to sleep. Suddenly, she stopped. Hurry up and hide, because she found out. Another figure came over. The late stage of dark power gave her a certain night vision ability. She recognized it as Xiao Wanling at a glance. The best friend of the third sister Xu Hongzhuang. What is she doing here? Where is she going? While Xu Feiyan was stunned, Xiao Wanling walked to the door of Xu Hao's room. She opened the door and went in naturally. Xu Feiyan's head was buzzing. Xiao Wanling went to Xu Hao. What is she doing in Xu Hao's room? Could she be asking for tea art advice? It's so late, obviously not. There is only one possibility. To throw herself into Dad's arms. I didn't expect that Sister Wanling also has this kind of relationship with Dad. Sister Wanling is hiding it too well, isn't she? She usually looks gentle and is close to the third sister. But she sneaked into Dad's bedroom at night. Are you worthy of the third sister? Xu Feiyan felt even more sour. Wait a minute, Sister Yan is in there now. Didn't they crash? It's over. Xu Feiyan could already imagine the two women facing each other. They found out that they were both related to Xu Hao, and a Shira scene broke out. The Xu family was in chaos. Xu Feiyan looked worried. Decided to go and see. If the two women fought, she could also stop them. So, Xu Feiyan tiptoed and sneaked to Xu Hao's room. Hao's room door. Unexpectedly, there was no loud noise in the room. Very quiet. It was quiet, but soon there was a sound of fighting. Xu Feiyan's face kept changing. Her expression was so wonderful. I thought the two women were in a Shira field. I didn't expect it to be so harmonious. They seemed to have a good relationship and help each other. Ding Yan Wumei was shy, emotional value plus 963. Ding Xu Feiyan was shocked, emotional value plus 852. Xu Feiyan knew the strength of Xu Hao and Yan Wumei. Even if she looked at the situation at the door, she was still cautious. She was at the corner. But as she kept listening, her mind was immersed in it. Her body couldn't help but lean out. She wanted to hear more clearly. Her head stretched out little by little. Bang! It collided with something. It was another head. Xu Feiyan looked closely and was shocked. As soon as she said this, she quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes widened. She blinked in shock. How did you get here? Xu Hongzhuang was not as hard-headed as Xu Feiyan, who practiced martial arts frequently. It hurt a lot when she was hit. She covered her head, tears were about to come out. She was also shocked that Xu Feiyan was here. Xu Hongzhuang knew that her best friend had asked Yan Wumei to help. She was quite curious, so she came to see. She was just going out, and her head was hit. Xu Feiyan asked her why she was here. She also wanted to ask Xu Feiyan what she was doing here. After thinking about it, she understood. Xu Feiyan should have known about the affair between her good sister Yan Wumei and Xu Hao. She sighed, and should have wanted to hide it from her sisters. She was still discovered. This is not the place to explain. Xu Hongzhuang took Xu Feiyan's hand and came to her room. She sat on the sofa in the room. The lights came on. Both faces were flushed. The two girls looked at each other and turned their faces away. An awkward atmosphere spread in the room. It was Xu Feiyan who broke the silence and couldn't help asking. Third sister, why are you outside Dad's room? Xu Hongzhuang tried to calm down. She asked back, why are you outside the room? I followed Sister Yan all the way there. She realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Xu Feiyan quickly covered her mouth. Okay, stop hiding it, I'm the same as you. Xu Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her sister. Xu Feiyan opened her eyes wide. The same as her. With her and Yan Wumei's perception, they didn't find anyone else when they went out. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't have followed Yan Wumei to the outside of Dad's room. Not with Yan Wumei. That means she followed Xiao Wanling. After getting this result, Zai Yuan almost jumped up. Xu Hongzhuang was so calm. Obviously she knew about Sister Wanling and Dad a long time ago. You know, Sister Wanling is the third sister's best friend. Can the third sister accept it? Xu Feiyan asked blankly. Third sister, do you know that Sister Wanling is with Dad? Xu Hongzhuang glanced at her. I know, and I also know about your good sister and Dad. I even know that they are together tonight. Since the fifth sister knows everything, she simply doesn't hide it. Xu Feiyan is incredible. The third sister knows so much. If she hadn't confirmed that the third sister was also at the door, she would have thought she was involved. Next, Xu Hongzhuang began to talk about what happened. Xu Feiyan was stunned. Unexpectedly, it was Sister Wanling who suggested that the two girls go to Dad's room today. The reason is that it can't stand it. Xu Feiyan was speechless. I felt the power of my father again. Zero, please give me flowers. Xu Hongzhuang reminded her. You and I know about this matter, and we can't let the two of us know it. Don't worry, third sister, I know it. Quote. After a while, Xu Feiyan finally digested the news. A question then emerged. She looked at Xu Hongzhuang with suspicion. Third sister, since you already knew about Sister Wanling and Dad, how many times have you sneaked to the door tonight? The tone was full of scrutiny. Xu Hongzhuang's eyes were evasive. She didn't dare to look directly into her sister's eyes. Just this once. I was afraid something might happen, so I followed to see. I didn't do it before. Hee, do you think I will believe it? Xu Feiyan sneered. She threatened with a turn of her eyes. You'd better tell the truth, or I'll tell Dad. You actually in the middle of the night. Before Xu Feiyan finished speaking, her mouth was blocked by Xu Hongzhuang's hand, and her face was full of lies. She said in shame, you must not tell Dad, otherwise I will sever our sisterhood. Xu Feiyan raised her chin proudly. Then answer my question honestly. Xu Hongzhuang said coyly. Actually, there weren't that many times. Xu Feiyan didn't believe it at all. She grabbed her sister and kept asking questions. The next morning, Xu Feiyan yawned and got up. She slept in her third sister's room last night. She pestered her third sister and talked to her all night. Fortunately, she has a strong physical fitness. She felt energetic after sleeping for a short time. She came to the martial arts field to practice martial arts as usual. She performed a set of Tai Chi that Xu Hao taught her. This is a god-level Tai Chi. Constant practice can improve strength. After a set of boxing, it seemed as if some shackles were broken. Xu Feiyan's aura surged. Xu Feiyan was ecstatic. Is this the rhythm of a breakthrough? A moment later, she felt her strength breaking through to the peak of dark energy. Xu Feiyan's face was full of joy. She couldn't wait to find Xu Hao. Xu Hao told her that as long as she broke through to the peak of dark energy, he would give her a surprise. About breaking through to Huajin. Xu Hao also got up and was drinking tea in the courtyard. Xu Feiyan hurried to meet him. She cheered and took Xu Hao's arm. Dad, I have broken through to the peak of dark power. What's the surprise you said you would give me? Xu Hao felt the breath of breakthrough. He took a sip of tea and said. Why are you in such a hurry? Would I lie to you? Then he took out a broken mirror pill. He had 5 broken mirror pills. He gave 2 to Bai Ling and Yan Wumei respectively. He prepared one for himself. He would give one of the remaining 2 to his daughter, and he wanted to give another one to Hong Qiangwei. Xu Hao also taught her. It shouldn't take long to break through to the peak of transformation power. When he took the broken mirror pill, he would have a personal bodyguard who surpassed transformation power. Looking at Xu Hao held a pill with a strong medicinal aroma. Xu Feiyan was pleasantly surprised. She had taken a similar pill, called the Zisui pill, which transformed her. Not only did she become more beautiful, her martial arts talent was also improved. She was able to break through from the early stage of Ming Jin to the peak of An Jin in just half a year. Xu Feiyan happily took the pill and prepared to run to the bathroom as if she was taking the Zisui pill. This is the broken mirror pill. After taking it, it can help you break through to Hua Jin directly without going to the bathroom. Xu Feiyan nodded. She opened her mouth and took the pill. Jii. Soon, a strong breath rose from her body. Xu Feiyan suddenly felt warm and comfortable. The breaking realm pill melted in her mouth and turned into countless warm currents that flowed into her limbs. But he didn't. Anyway, he was the only man around the villa. But at this moment, something strange happened. Dad, I broke through. No, is that taking advantage? But soon, she found something wrong. He did it to brush up his emotional value, that's it. Feeling her own strength soaring. As for him taking advantage, it was too strong. He broke through to Huajin. Xu Feiyan turned around and wanted to share the good news with Xu Hao. Xu Feiyan clenched her fists. She ran into the villa quickly. Xu Feiyan was in the joy of breaking through to Huajin. She exclaimed, ah, she was finally going to become a Huajin master. His aura surged rapidly. Is this the power of a Huajin master? The bodyguards hiding around were all female assassins. Dad won't hurt her. Without his permission, not to mention men, even flies can't fly in. Xu Feiyan was unable to control that kind of power for a while. All her clothes were shattered. The powerful aura swept over. She felt that she could easily abuse herself with Anjin. I didn't expect that this broken mirror pill had a side effect that was not considered a side effect. Originally, he had the ability to stop it. Xu Hao retracted his gaze and took a sip of tea. No need to worry about being taken advantage of. Xu Feiyan was very excited. Chapter 216, My daughter is ashamed. The female killer offers herself to me. I love you. Ding. Xu Feiyan is too shy, emotional value plus 1001. It was already daybreak. All the women in the Xu family got up. As soon as they came out, they happened to see Xu Feiyan rushing into the villa. They were all stunned. Oh my god, is the fifth sister so unrestrained? She ran naked in the early morning, I didn't expect she had this habit. Xu Shiqing murmured. Xu Huai saw this, his eyes lit up. I didn't expect the fifth sister to be so attractive. With this body proportion, she deserves to practice martial arts frequently. Xu Hongzhuang and Su Wanchou couldn't help but be curious. They knew Xu Feiyan's character. It wouldn't be as outrageous as the two women said. They all knew that Shiqing and Wei were joking. But why? Xu Feiyan would shyly run back from the courtyard. The girls walked towards the courtyard. What caught their eyes was Xu Hao leisurely tasting. Ah, the girls looked strange. No way, no way. Fifth sister ran back home from this direction, and only dad is here. Are they two doing something shameful? No way, that's too crazy, dad is not that kind of person. What's going on? The girls speculated. Just when they couldn't help but ask. A figure walked over. It was Yan Wumei. She was attracted by the sound of Xu Feiyan's breakthrough. She witnessed the whole process of Xu Feiyan's breakthrough. Yan Wumei explained with a smile. Don't get me wrong, Feiyan took the medicine given by Uncle Xu, and because she didn't control the power well during the breakthrough, her clothes were shattered. So that's it. Xu Hongzhuang and Su Wanchou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They knew how powerful Xu Hao was. They thought he couldn't help but attack Xu Feiyan. They thought too much. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Xu Huai said with regret. Xu Shiqing rolled her eyes at her sister. What's your tone? What's wrong? Do you want something to really happen? Oh one. Shiqing and Huai didn't think so much. They believed in Xu Hao's character. Xu Huai rolled her eyes and said excitedly. Just now, the fifth sister tore the clothes in front of dad, didn't everyone see it? The girls thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. They all looked strange. It was Su Wanchou who stepped out to smooth things over. It's just a misunderstanding, don't think too much. The next day, Xu Feiyan didn't come out of the room. It was really embarrassing. The clever little sister Xu Huai even ran to ask her. How do you feel? Xu Feiyan was so angry that she beat her sister on the spot. It's all over the place. At dinner, Xu Feiyan looked uncomfortable when facing Xu Hao. She would think of what happened in the morning from time to time. Her heart was beating wildly. Anyway, she would not treat this father with a normal heart. 2 days passed in a row. Under Xu Hao's urging, Hong Qiangwei had to fulfill the bet of the day. Xu Hao still cared about her opinion. Let her choose a place by herself, wash herself and offer herself to the bed. He didn't take her by force casually. Hong Qiangwei felt a little comforted. She was entangled for a long time. Hong Qiangwei chose a couple hotel. Although she didn't want to, who made her lose the bet? It was all Su Chen and Luo Yan's fault. Hong Qiangwei hated them both. I wish I could kill them as soon as possible. That night, after Shen Nongtang taught his apprentice and daughter, he took Hong Qiangwei to a candlelight dinner alone. Then he went to see a movie. They simply went through the process of a couple. After all, she was his personal bodyguard. Although she was controlled by the Star Fury pill, she couldn't stir up any waves. But it would be better to win her over from the bottom of my heart. He didn't mind doing something insignificant to gain favor. And seeing Xu Hao's concern, although Hong Qiangwei still rejected it in her heart, it was much less. The thought of, maybe it's not bad to follow Xu Hao, came to her mind. In the ambiguous lighting atmosphere, Hong Qiangwei changed into a maid outfit. Changed the coldness of the top female killer. Her voice also became delicate. The top female killer turned into an obedient little maid, creating a strong contrast. Ding Red Rose was embarrassed, emotional value plus 888. Ding Red Rose was shocked, emotional value plus 999. For the next few days, the master and servant cultivated their relationship. Hong Rose had a complicated look on her face. Being controlled by Xu Hao, she had gradually accepted her fate. The only belief she had was to improve her strength. And Xu Hao could help her improve. She gradually stopped resisting. This morning, Xu Hao took a car to the entertainment city. As soon as he got off the car, a smaller figure rushed over. He shouted excitedly, "Dad, you are here." Yes, it was his cheap daughter, the little lowly Yu Xiaoyao. Next to her followed her mother, the queen of La Yuyun. It turned out that the little lowly was on holiday today and felt bored at home. Yu Yun realized her mistake and began to focus on her daughter. So she wanted to take her daughter out to play. When she heard about going to the amusement park, the little girl was extremely excited. She used to hear her friends say, "How great the amusement park is. How happy it is to go there with her parents." At that time, the little girl could only listen and envy. Her mother was always busy with work and had no time to accompany her. Her father, she had never seen him since she was a child. It was different now. She also had a father. The little girl immediately called Xu Hao. Xu Hao thought that he had nothing to do at home. Come to the mother and daughter to harvest a wave. Xu Hao picked up the weak and boneless little girl and scratched her nose. Smiled. "Does Xiaoshan miss me?" the little girl said without hesitation. "I dream of being with my dad." To show that what I said was true, the little Lolita leaned close to the wooden horse. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and sensed a murderous aura. He glanced at the crowd. He saw Luo Yan at a glance. The protagonists are all invincible Xiao Chao. A few days later, he was alive and kicking again. Think about how badly the two protagonists fought before, and they were almost on the verge of death. He recovered so quickly. It's a bit of a stretch to say that he recovered. He just looks fine, his internal injuries have not been completely healed, and his strength has not been restored. The reason why he recovered so quickly. It was his good brother Su Chen who took action. He used the acupuncture method he created, which was more powerful than the Tai divine needle. You read it right, it's a brother. After listening to Luo Yan's story about Xu Hao's bad deeds that day, Su Chen also told Xu Hao's various evil deeds. The two of them sympathized with each other and couldn't help it. Each of them scolded Xu after a good chat, both of them recognized each other. It can be said that there is no acquaintance without fighting. In the next few days, the two of them healed each other and shared hardships. Su Chen was responsible for treating the injuries. Luo Yan knew that he had just come down from the mountain, so he helped explain the situation in the city. Help him understand the situation better. The relationship continued to heat up, and they had become good brothers. Little did they know that everything was secretly controlled by Xu Hao. How good their relationship is now. How desperate it will be then. Today, the injury has healed a little. Luo Yan said goodbye to Su Chen and came to his aunt's house to check the situation. I don't know if Xu Hao has kept his promise. Did he do anything to his sister? As a result, as soon as I arrived at my aunt's house, I saw my aunt driving and taking her daughter out. The mother and daughter were dressed up carefully. The little girl was full of smiles. It seemed that she was going to meet someone she liked. Luo Yan had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurried to catch up. Sure enough, the mother and daughter came to see Xu Hao. I saw Xu Hao holding his sister in his arms as if he was holding his daughter. The little Lolita innocently threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. She didn't notice Xu Hao's wolfish ambitions at all. Luo Yan felt extremely uncomfortable. Ding! Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Luo Yan was unhappy, and Yu Yun was also a little upset. Seeing that the daughter she had raised for more than 10 years was closer to Xu Hao than her. It felt like the little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air. The complicated mood was not shown. Yu Yun smiled and stepped forward, apologetically. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, Xiaoshan is an ignorant child, and I disturbed your work again. Xu Hao waved his hand indifferently. Xiaoshan is so cute, even if I turn down all the work, I will accompany you. In his words, he regarded the little Lolita as the closest family member. The real situation is, he is no longer a hands-off boss. In the past, the work was handed over to Sha Qingge and Li Yunshu, two best friends. Now the personal secretary is online. The work in the company is even less concerned. Ji Feishui is the heroine of destiny. She is a business type. She has run a company before, has experience and is sophisticated. Xu Hao feels relieved to hand over the work to her. All he needs to do is observe Ji Feishui's favorability. Others do not know the true situation of Xu Group. Xu Hao deliberately said this to improve his favorability. Yu Yun was touched after hearing this. In her opinion, how could a CEO of a 100 billion group not be busy? He must be busy participating in such activities every day. However, Xu Hao, who is so busy, he took time out to accompany her and her daughter to the amusement park. Xu Hao is so good to his daughter. Or maybe it's because of her. Thinking of the time she spent with Xu Hao, Yu Yun was shy. I know that Dad is the best. Dad, I love you. The little Lolita was also very moved. She approached the wooden horse again. Afterwards, the three of them entered the entertainment city like a family of three. There is not much heat about Yu Yun on the internet. Everyone is paying attention to the Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference. Yu Yun also did a good job of disguising her trip, but she was not so cautious. She was responsible for buying the tickets. As if Granny Lu entered the Grand View Garden, the little girl looked around curiously. Everything was new to her. Holding her mother with her left hand and Xu Hao with her right hand, her eyes were almost dazzled. Mom and Dad, I want to play this. Seeing the roller coaster spinning in the sky, the little girl's eyes lit up. Pointing at the roller coaster, she said. Yu Yun's face changed slightly. Xiaoshan, let's change to another project, this is too dangerous. I think it's good. Do you think those people are not safe coming down? Where is the danger? The little girl pointed to the crowd coming down from the roller coaster. Yu Yun looked in the direction of her finger. Several people were pale. And a few were retching continuously. Obviously scared. Yu Yun's mouth twitched. Look, Mom, it's not dangerous at all. Are you scared? The little girl tilted her head. She looked at Yu Yun as if she was looking at a rookie. Yu Yun felt insulted. Before she could get angry, the little girl took her and Xu Hao's hands and walked towards the roller coaster. Oh, it's about to start, let's go over quickly. Yu Yun was indeed a little scared. She was thinking about how to convince her daughter to change a project, but she was already pulled into the roller coaster. She fastened her seat belt. There was no choice but to bite the bullet and get on. The roller coaster started. The world was spinning in front of her. The little girl was not afraid at all, and felt very surprised. Yu Yun's face turned pale. Suddenly, a hand reached out. He held her hand. Yu Yun was startled and looked over quickly. She saw Xu Hao showing her a warm smile. Yu Yun felt warm in her heart. Then, a feeling of shyness came over her. This scene looked like a family of three. But they were not a family. Although Yu Xiaoshan was not her biological son. But she was also a mother with a child. Xu Hao had a family. Now the two held hands together, as if they were going out to have an affair. For a moment, Yu Yun was in a state of confusion. How could she care about being afraid? She turned a deaf ear to the screams around her. Until the roller coaster stopped. Yu Yun was still in a trance. Hey, Mom, you are too modest. You looked scared before, but you didn't feel anything at all, just like Daddy. Yu Yun didn't know what to say. At this moment, she heard the little girl calling her daddy. No, that kind of thing must not happen. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and looked. Is Xu Hao going to subdue his aunt? If he hadn't been holding on, he would have knelt on the ground at this time. And seeing the state of his aunt, Luo Yan was shocked. He was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. Luo Yan's body trembled violently. Double happiness. Luo Yan was extremely manic. If the aunt starts to have Xu Hao in her heart, how, then she's fallen. She felt strange. Before, she just treated the little girl as a child. The strange feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. With his sharp eyes, he saw Chen Hao holding his aunt's hand on the roller coaster. Ding. Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 1001. Unbelievable, Hong Qiangwei has lost her virginity. A terrifying aura enveloped him. Now Xu Hao launched an offensive. Luo Yan hid in the crowd. Now she took it seriously. Luo Yan's injuries had not yet fully recovered, and his strength was not much, so he could not resist this pressure at all. If the aunt fell, Xu Hao would be even more unscrupulous in attacking the little Loli. When he thought of Xu Hao took down the little Lolita, and the aunt not only did not pursue the matter, but also participated in it. Xu Hao can definitely do this. However, just when Luo Yan was desperate and wanted to go up to stop it. In the following play, Luo Yan was so heartbroken that he was about to suffocate. It must be stopped. She was looking at him with a cold face, with murderous intent in her eyes. There are many people who give their daughters to their lovers. It was Hong Qiangwei. Not only murderous intent, but there was also a young woman's charm between her eyebrows. The two of them are together because of the little girl's help in getting her drunk. It seemed that she and Xu Hao were really married. A thought emerged in his mind. Chapter 217, The Fall of the Lowly Mother. Hard to talk about. Opening her mouth shyly. Luo Yan and Hong Qiangwei have known each other for a long time. Although she has a sickly personality and always fights with him. But he has no hatred in his heart. Who makes the other party so beautiful? He was thinking that when he becomes stronger, he will suppress her. Conquer her as his woman. Now it is impossible. Someone has taken the lead. Luo Yan's heart is broken. And his hatred for Xu Hao is even deeper. Ding Luo Yan is furious, emotional value plus 999. Hong Qiangwei's eyes are cold. If it weren't for Xu Hao's plan, she really wanted to kill this guy with a knife. It's all because of him that she lost her virginity. Even if she doesn't kill him for the time being, she has to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in her heart. However, there are too many people at the scene, so it is not suitable to take action. Then wait a little longer. Noticing that Luo Yan looked angry and painful when he saw Xu Hao playing with the mother and daughter. Hong Qiangwei had an idea in her mind. The momentum exerted on Luo Yan was slightly reduced. She decided not to suppress Luo Yan. Just make him unable to make trouble. Let him watch Xu Hao flirt with his aunt. Enjoy the grief of having a relative fall into the clutches of the devil and being unable to save him. It can be said that she is vicious. She is the one who is talking about a vicious woman. Otherwise, how can there be such a saying? It is better to offend a villain than to offend a woman. Things did develop as Hong Qiangwei thought. Next, Xu Hao played a few more games with the mother and daughter. During the period, he kept flirting with Yu Yun. The relationship between the two was also heating up. Dad, this. Mom, this is so fun. Hey Dad and Mom, why are your hands held together? I want to hold hands too. The little Lolita was completely unaware of this. She was jumping happily. After playing several games, I didn't feel anything. Instead, I became more and more energetic. Happy times are always short. It felt like not much time had passed, and the day was over. Feeling that the relationship with Yu Yun was getting closer and closer, Xu Hao smiled. Now it should be the stage of first love. It has reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult to deepen the relationship. As we all know, feelings need a long time to brew. It can't be improved in 1 or 2 days. But Xu Hao was too lazy to cultivate feelings slowly. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot quickly. Now that the relationship has reached a bottleneck, what else can he do? Xu Hao has a way. After playing for a day, Loli was very excited. Yu Yun also felt satisfied. The ambiguity with Xu Hao made her feel like she was in love. After playing, she was ready to go back. Mom and Dad, wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go with you. Quote. Yu Yun was worried about her daughter, so she followed. Not far away, Luo Yan was sweating and trembling all over. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat. The veins on his arms were bulging, and his face was very hideous. He just watched Xu Hao flirt with his aunt for a whole day. Watching his aunt gradually fall. He wanted to stop it. But at every critical moment, Hong Qiangwei's momentum and pressure would cover him, leaving him unable to move. He understood Hong Qiangwei's sinister intentions. You want to watch. You can. Want to mess with it. No way. So cruel. Luo Yan was attracted by the discussion of several people around him. These were several spirited young men wearing fancy clothes, dyeing their hair in colorful colors, and having tattoos. Brother Liang, look, it's that young woman, she and that man have separated. I've never seen such a charming woman. Compared with her, what kind of rubbish did I play with before? Look at that delicate little loli, it seems to be her daughter, the happiness is super doubled. Brother Liang, it looks like they are about to leave, when are we going to do it? Yes, while the man doesn't react, let's tie up the mother and daughter. Such a beautiful mother and daughter, even if I die, I am willing to. The leader of the gangsters, called Brother Liang, couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the backs of Yu Yun and her daughter going away. He waved his hand. Damn it, we are brothers. Then the group headed towards the mother and daughter. When Luo Yan heard these words, his pupils shrank. The murderous aura surged in his body. These guys dared to think about his aunt and her daughter. They are courting death. He immediately planned to rush up to deal with this group of thugs. But at this moment, a huge momentum enveloped him again. Red Rose took action. This is the little villain she had someone find. Specially for Xu Hao to have a good impression in front of Yu Yun, how could he let the guys destroy it? What do you want? These guys want to attack my aunt, and you still want to stop me. You are working for Xu Hao now, but Xu Hao has a good relationship with my aunt. If something happens to her, she will definitely not let you go. A day of torture has made Luo Yan mentally exhausted. He also felt hatred for Hong Qiangwei who had been blocking him. Hong Qiangwei was unmoved. Luo Yan just watched a group of fancy hooligans walking towards his aunt and her daughter. Angry to the extreme, Luo Yan gradually calmed down. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Hong Qiangwei was Xu Hao's subordinate and had been responsible for taking care of himself. How could he let a few hooligans harm his aunt? Luo Yan turned his head and looked at Xu Hao. With his strength, he would definitely notice a few hooligans. But he didn't stop them. No need to think, there must be another purpose. A word popped up. Hero saves the beauty. If you want to quickly improve the relationship, hero saving the beauty is the most useful. Luo Yan didn't understand it. These hooligans were deliberately arranged by Xu Hao. What a despicable method. It's just a girl, is it necessary to be so scheming? Xu Hao doesn't believe in true love. He only believes in one thing. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. Luo Yan can already imagine it. Several thugs harassed, and in despair, Xu Hao came out to save the beauty. The aunt and her daughter were grateful. His only two relatives were killed by Xu Hao. Hao was deceived and was spinning around. He was deceived and had to help count the money. Luo Yan felt a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The old wound was not healed, and the anger caused a new wound. It was just as Luo Yan thought. Yu Yun and her daughter came out of the bathroom. They met a few gangsters. They had a malicious smile on their faces. Yu Yun saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly protected her daughter behind her. What are you going to do? She looked at them coldly. As the Queen of Law, the pressure accumulated over more than 10 years broke out at this moment. The gangsters were frightened. After a moment, they came back to their senses. Haha, this beautiful young woman has a bit of aura. It seems that she has an extraordinary identity. She is either a white-collar worker in a company or a rich lady in the upper class. What? There are these identities. Isn't it more exciting? It seems that God treats us well. What are you doing? Hee hee. Brothers want to invite you to dinner, you won't refuse to give me face, right? 2. Is this your daughter? She's so cute, kid, come to uncle will bring you candy. Don't worry, brothers are not bad people, we will be very gentle. Several hooligans talked recklessly. Some people even wanted to take advantage of the little girl. The little girl hid behind her mother. He looked at them with disgust. I don't want to, you are bad people, my father will not let you go. The little loli's words immediately caused a burst of laughter. No one took it seriously, and dirty words came one after another. The appointment was gloomy. The eyes flickered, thinking about a solution. This bathroom in the playground is a bit remote. There are people around, but not many. As a lawyer, she knows human nature well. It is impossible to expect these people to save them. What she has to do is to delay time. Attract more people, or call security. The mother and daughter will be saved. Clenched her fist. In order to protect her daughter, she fought with this group of people. After taking the pills given to her by Xu Hao, not only did she become beautiful, she felt that her physique had become stronger and her strength had increased. Not afraid of these gangsters. Yo, are you going to fight us to death? I advise you not to do stupid things. Quote. Little chicken, don't waste time, I see someone is going to call people, quickly bind the mother and daughter. Quote. Brother Liang smiled obscenely, and brought several younger brothers to approach the mother and daughter. Stop, don't hurt them. A young man happened to pass by. Seeing a group of thugs about to attack a pair of stunning mother and daughter. The fire of justice burned fiercely. Immediately ran over and yelled in the middle of the way. Boy, what did you say? Say it again. A younger brother gave him a cold look. Draw out a knife. To prevent others from causing damage, several other younger brothers also showed their weapons to intimidate everyone. The young man's rushing figure stopped abruptly. If the opponent is unarmed, he can take a few hits. At most, he will be beaten. If you say no, you will get the beauty admired his bravery and pledged her love. But the other party had a weapon. If he was not careful, someone would die. Other people around him also gave up the idea of being a hero to save the beauty. They could only run to call for help or call the police. After intimidating everyone, the leading thug looked at Yu Yun and Yu Shaoshan again, his eyes full of greed. Come with us, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your daughter, right? Swords have no eyes, if something goes wrong, don't blame us. Quote. Yu Yun was indeed scared. She felt that she had the strength to deal with this group of thugs. Wait until the rescue arrived. But the other party suddenly showed their weapons, which made her give up the idea of fighting. It was not that she was afraid of danger. But she was afraid that her daughter would be accidentally hurt during the fight. Seeing several thugs approaching, Yu Yun took her daughter and kept retreating. There was a dead end behind. There was no retreat. What should I do? Are we going to give in? With the behavior of this group of thugs, there will definitely be no good ending if I follow them. A feeling of despair enveloped my heart. Wow, it's Dad, Dad is here. Quote. The little girl suddenly shouted. The gangsters and Yu Yun were stunned. Following the little girl's gaze, they saw a figure rushing over quickly. Who else could it be but Xu Hao? He stood firmly in front of the mother and daughter. Looking at the broad back in front of him, it seemed that he could protect them from the wind and rain. Yu Yun felt a strong sense of security in her heart. Dad, it's them who want to bully me and Mom. The little girl didn't hide behind her mother at this time. She stood up and pointed at the gangsters, angrily. She made an appointment to quickly pull her daughter back. Warn her not to talk nonsense. Xu Hao, the backbone, has arrived, and everything will be left to him. They can't cause trouble. Xu Hao squeezed Yu Yun's hand, signaling her to rest assured. In order to avoid being recognized, Xu Hao wore sunglasses at this time, covering most of his face. Facing a group of thugs. Boy, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Just a bunch of trash. Before the thugs finished speaking, Xu Hao took action. He was a peak Wajan strongman, and it was really a sledgehammer to kill a chicken to deal with a group of small thugs. But he did not show his fighting power too exaggeratedly. Just 3 punches and 2 kicks, and the thugs were solved. Anyway, they were some social scum. Xu Hao did not hold back. He left a hidden force in everyone. Wait until that hidden force explodes. You will lie in bed for the rest of your life. Several thugs were knocked to the ground. The severe pain from their bodies made them wail non-stop. The commotion here was a bit loud, and more people gathered around. Pointing and talking happily. All of them praised Xu Hao for a good lesson. These thugs deserved to die, and they should be arrested and imprisoned for reform. Dad is so awesome. Seeing Xu Hao solve the bad guys so easily. The little girl came up with shining eyes. Holding Xu Hao's neck, she bit him a few times. Brother Wu, thank you. If you hadn't appeared, Shaoshan and I would be in danger. Yu Yun came over and said with gratitude. In fact, she thought too much. They were already his women, how could Chen Chou let them be in danger? There were female bodyguards arranged by him in secret. Will not let others encounter them. I'm glad you're all right. Xu Hao showed a spring breeze smile. Yu Yun felt a sense of security. The more she recognized Xu Hao, the more favorable he was to her. It seemed that if she was with Xu Hao would come to protect them in the first place when they encountered similar dangers in the future. Ding Yu Yun was touched, emotional value plus 888. Ding Luo Yan was filled with resentment, emotional value plus 999. No, it's not like that, Auntie, you were all deceived by him. This is all a routine arranged by Xu Hao. Aren't you the queen of law? Wake up. Not far away, Luo Yan, who saw this scene, roared wildly in his heart. Why can only in his heart? Because under the pressure of Red Rose's momentum, he couldn't open his mouth at all. Watching the relationship between Auntie and Xu Hao take another step forward. Luo Yan felt that his heartache connected to his body, and the pain continued. He clenched his fists, his nails pierced deeply into the flesh, and blood dripped from his fists. The hatred and murderous intent in his heart surged. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. More and more people gathered around. Fearing that he would be recognized, Yu Yun hurried to drive. Take Xu Hao and the little loli home. As the queen of law, Yu Yun has a keen insight. But she really didn't find any problem with these gangsters looking for trouble. It's just because Xu Hao plays with reality. He just asked someone to lead these guys here. The two sides don't know each other. The attack was so heavy and merciless. Yu Yun had no doubt. Yu Yun made dinner. After dinner, they watched TV together for a while. The little girl kept hinting to her mother. Yu Yun glared at her daughter and called Xu Hao hesitantly. Quote, Xu Hao turned his head in confusion. After a struggle, Yu said shyly. I want to ask, does Brother Hao still have the pills that he gave me last time? Xiaoshan saw my changes and insisted that I ask you for one. I know that medicine is very precious. If I have it, I can buy it at a price. It doesn't matter if I don't have it. Quote. The voice got lower and lower. She knew how precious the pill was, and it was no exaggeration to say it was a priceless treasure. What would it cost to buy it? The only thing left was to have an in-depth exchange. Chapter 218, Treason. The feeling of being the heroine's apprentice. Confessions to each other. Yu Yun was a little embarrassed to speak. Remembering that she had taken the marrow-cleansing pill given by Xu Hao, they had S*X all night. When she woke up the next day, the daughter was shocked to see her changes. She thought that she had communicated with Xu Hao and was beaten all night. That's why she became like this. So the daughter asked Xu Hao to beat her. Yu Yun was shocked. This daughter has always been reckless. It can be seen from the fact that she got herself drunk in order to make Xu Hao a father. She was really afraid that her daughter would go to Xu Hao and something crazy would happen. Yu Yun told the reason. It was because she took the medicine given by Xu Hao. The little girl didn't believe it, saying what kind of pill was so magical. Unless she helped to get one. Otherwise, she would go to her father to beat her. Just like her father beating her mother. Yu Yun was immediately tangled. It goes without saying how precious the pill Xu Hao gave her was. Can it be obtained casually? Xu Hao gave it to her because he felt guilty. Besides, it was not Xu Hao's fault. After giving her the medicine, they were even. Why should he give it to her? Even if Xu Hao was willing to give it, she would feel embarrassed to accept it without paying a price. It was a priceless treasure that could strengthen the body, make her beautiful, and make her younger. Xu Hao was a billionaire and had everything he needed. What price would she have to pay? After thinking about it, she was the only one who could interest Xu Hao. Using herself in exchange. What was the difference between her and those unruly women? Yu Yun felt ashamed. She disagreed and said that if her daughter wanted it, she could ask Xu Hao for it herself. The little girl thought her mother had lied to her. She was beaten by her father because of this change. She also wanted to ask her father to beat her. Since her mother could beat her, why couldn't she? 877. She also said that Xu Hao should beat them both. Hearing these words, Yu Yun felt dizzy. I was really afraid that my daughter would go to Xu Hao to do something bad. Yu Yun had no choice but to agree. How could a daughter be so bad to her mother? She wanted something, but she used her mother to exchange it. What a filial daughter. Yu Yun was so angry that Xiang Menai was in pain. She didn't notice that the little Lolita, who was lowering her head, had a cunning look in her eyes. At this time in the living room, the little Lolita blinked her eyes and looked at Xu Hao. Although she wanted to match her mother and father. But she also really wanted to have the same change as her mother. She became so beautiful overnight and looked several years younger. Mom said that Dad gave her some medicine. Is there really such a magical medicine? She is still young and has not read much, so she doesn't want it. The little Lolita only knows. Mom became beautiful after being beaten by Dad. Strange, although Mom was beaten by Dad, why wasn't she afraid? After Yu Yun finished speaking, she lowered her head and blushed. She didn't dare to look at Xu Hao. Xu Hao understood the reason. He first looked at Yu Yun's slender figure, and then smiled. I thought it was something. Xiaoshan wanted it too. Just tell me directly. I have another one here. Xu Hao's mind moved slightly, and he took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his personal space. The lottery in the past 6 months. He has no shortage of marrow-cleansing pills. He can guarantee that all his women can get one. Marrow-cleansing pills are very precious, and he will not give them to outsiders. But is the little Loli an outsider? Anyway, she can't escape his palm. As soon as the marrow-cleansing pill appeared, a strong medicinal fragrance spread out. It makes people feel refreshed. The little Loli hurried over, took the marrow-cleansing pill with surprise, and looked at it curiously. Is there really a magical pill that can make you beautiful? And seeing Xu Hao so casually give the priceless pill to his daughter, Yu Yun was slightly touched. A warm current surged in her heart. Xu Hao was really good to her and her daughter. She recognized Xu Hao more and more. Seeing her daughter holding the pill to look at it, Yu Yun quickly scolded her. "Xiaoshan, do you have any manners? Why don't you thank me quickly?" The little girl put away her curiosity. Her mother told her how precious the pill was. Her father took it out and gave it to her without hesitation. The little girl was very moved. She threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. The wooden horse took a few bites. "Dad, you are so good to Xiaoshan, Xiaoshan will always love you." Xu Hao smiled and patted her back. "Let her go and eat the marrow-cleansing pill." The little girl opened her mouth and was about to eat the pill. Yu Yun tried to stop her. She knew that after eating it, impurities in the body would seep out. Let her daughter go to the bathroom. The little girl left, and Yu Yun looked at Xu Hao with gratitude. "Brother Hao, thank you. I don't know how to repay you for giving Xiaoshan such a valuable thing." Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. He sat down next to Yu Yun and grabbed her hand. He said with a smile in his eyes, "You're welcome. I didn't give it to you for free. You just said you had to pay for it." Facing Xu Hao's aggressive eyes, Yu Yun blushed. She lowered her head and dared not look him in the eye. Xu Hao stretched out his hand to lift her chin. Yu Yun's head was lifted up, and her eyes were blank. Then, she saw a face approaching. Her eyes widened in an instant. Ding. Yu Yun was shy, emotional value plus 654. Half an hour later, the little Lolita came out of the bathroom happily. Now she has really become beautiful. Her skin is delicate and creamy, and she is more delicate and lovely. "Mom and Dad, Xiao Tian has really become beautiful." Quote. The happy little Lolita quickly told the good news to her two closest districts. Seeing Xu Hao and Yu Yun again, the little Lolita felt strange. "I found that the two were sitting very close, and my mother's face was flushed, and her clothes were a little inconsistent. The legs were also tightly together." Shaking her little head, the little Mengli Oxy threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. "She became beautiful because of her father. I must thank him very much." It didn't end until Xu Hao's face was full of saliva. It was time to go to bed. The little Lolita wanted to match Xu Hao and her mother together. To her surprise, without her matchmaking, the two walked into the room together. The little Lolita scratched her head. After a while, a sound of fighting came. The little Lolita blinked her eyes. "Is it my mother who likes to be beaten, or my father who likes to beat people? Then my father is so good to me. My father likes it, should I take the initiative?" The night gradually deepened. A figure sneaked into the community and went straight to Yu's house. In the afternoon, after Hao and his aunt and her daughter left, Luo Yan wanted to follow them. Tell his aunt. The hero who saved the beauty in the afternoon was arranged by Xu Hao. But Hong Qiangwei was there at the time. He couldn't move. He didn't collapse until Hong Qiangwei left. Thinking that Xu Hao was at his aunt's house, it would be humiliating to go now. So he waited until the evening. After Xu Hao left, he went to his aunt to make things clear. Luo Yan came to the door of his house and saw that the light in his aunt's bedroom was on. She should not have slept yet. Luo Yan wanted to knock on the door. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. A long leg kicked him hard on the side of his waist. The person came very fast. Luo Yan's injuries were not fully healed, and he was angry in the afternoon and suffered new injuries. His strength was also greatly damaged. He didn't have time to react and was kicked and flew more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground fiercely. He suppressed his tumbling internal organs and looked up, his pupils shrank suddenly. Hong Qiangwei. Why is she here? Isn't she Xu Hao's personal bodyguard? After Xu Hao left, she should also. A bolt from the blue fell on him. Luo Yao froze in place. An answer emerged. That is, Xu Hao is still staying at his aunt's house. What is Xu Hao doing here? Considering that only the light in his aunt's bedroom is on. Thinking that Xu Hao is in his aunt's bedroom at this time, with his aunt. Puff. Luo Yan spit out a mouthful of blood. He kicked Luo Yan away with one foot. Hong Qiangwei didn't even look at him. This guy made her lose her virginity, and she felt unhappy if she didn't beat him up. In the afternoon, they were in the entertainment city, and it was difficult for her to do it because there were so many people. Now, Hong Qiangwei went up and kicked him hard. Luo Yan did not resist, staring with lifeless eyes. His heart was dead. Ding Luo Yan was furious, emotional value plus 852. A few days passed in a flash. The internet was boiling, just because the hotly discussed Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting was only 1 day away. The last time Western medicine targeted Xu Hao, the reputation of Western medicine plummeted. Chinese medicine took advantage of this to step on Western medicine to gain power. Western medicine was of course dissatisfied and launched this Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting. It was bound to step on Chinese medicine and restore the reputation of Western medicine. Everyone was looking forward to it. Will Chinese medicine take advantage of the situation to rise? Or will Chinese medicine be suppressed by Western medicine and can't raise its head? There were different opinions on this on the internet, and the arguments continued. Xu Hao was also a lively scene. Many people came here to see a doctor, but more people came to see the style of the female doctors. Since the 2 female doctors broke out in Xu Hao has never been quiet. People come and go every day. Countless reporters and media want to interview. All are stopped outside. Because, at this time, Feng Zixuan has entered the final stage of learning the 13 needles of Ghost Gate. In the training room, Feng Zixuan is practicing with great concentration. Sweat oozes from her forehead. It is obvious that it is not easy for her to perform such a powerful acupuncture method. Finally, she succeeded at a certain moment. Feng Zixuan showed a happy face and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she is not too far behind her junior sister. Junior sister Xu Qingshe studied with her, and her talent is indeed better than her. She learned it 2 days ago. In fact, every time she stays with Master Xu Hao, she will have a strange feeling. The learning progress should not be so fast. Every day, she needs to distract her attention and make time to regulate her body with Xu Hao. Much less study time than the junior sister. But who let her have Xu Hao's special care? 1 more pack of popping candy every day. Double the learning ability. Master, I learned it. Feng Zixuan told Xu Hao, who was drinking tea nearby, the good news. Xu Hao patted her shoulder and praised her. Very good, I finally caught up. Tomorrow's Sino-Western Exchange Conference will be led by you and Qingshe. Don't be afraid of any tricks played by Western medicine del. Feng Zixuan nodded heavily. When she thought of her leading Shenongtang, she trampled Western medicine underfoot at the Sino-Western Exchange Conference and led Chinese medicine to shine. The dream is just around the corner. Feng Zixuan was very excited. It took a long time to calm down. She looked at Xu Hao gratefully. Master, when Chinese medicine rises, your contribution will be indispensable. If it weren't for you, we would not have been able to learn the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles. Thank you, Master. As soon as she finished speaking, her face gradually turned red. Thinking of the teaching with Xu Hao during this period. It's really hard to describe. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged through her body again. Feng Zixuan was used to this feeling. She instinctively looked at Xu Hao with her moist eyes. Whenever this happened, she and Xu Hao would adjust each other's bodies so as not to affect their studies. Xu Hao sighed at this time. Zixuan, I didn't expect you to be so persistent with me. How can our relationship be? Forget it, I'll just let you go this time, but I can't let you perform abnormally tomorrow because of this. He played the high-sounding and false claims to the extreme. The slap he gave Feng Zixuan just now. He activated the power of the god's hand. It aroused the strangeness in the female apprentice's heart. Now it was like the female apprentice begged and he had no choice but to agree. Feng Zixuan hadn't reacted yet. Xu Hao came over and held her in his arms. Feng Zixuan was confused. She didn't mean that. She had already learned the 13 ghost needles, so she didn't have to worry about affecting her studies later. She could solve it herself. The master misunderstood. You. Feng Zixuan opened her mouth to explain. But suddenly, she couldn't speak. Staring at the handsome face so close, her mind went blank. Although they had treated each other's bodies, Xu Hao often praised her for her sharp tongue. But he never said anything. It was more like mutual treatment between doctors. During that time, Xu never laid a hand on her. Feng Zixuan also deceived herself into thinking that the master-disciple relationship had not deteriorated. What is this? Feng Zixuan had mixed feelings. She didn't know what to do. She struggled gently, but was held and couldn't break free. She didn't dare to break free hard, fearing that it would cause disgust. The way she looked just now. It was indeed suspected of seduction. Feng Zixuan thought Xu Hao had misunderstood. Ding Feng Zixuan felt shy, emotional value plus 741. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Feng Zixuan woke up slowly and frowned. She fainted just now. Looking at the messy environment around her, she wanted to cry but had no tears. She has always refused to admit that her relationship with 4.9 Xu Hao has deteriorated. Now she has really become a traitor to her master. Feng Zixuan was very upset. How did she get to this point inexplicably? She couldn't understand, but Xu Hao knew it clearly. It was all the effect of the god's hand. It made Feng Zixuan lost. Even if she woke up, she thought that she had feelings for Xu Hao, so they got together. Otherwise, how to explain why she didn't resist? Therefore, she couldn't get angry even though she lost the most important thing. Although she took down this disciple, it was just a trick. If you want to completely conquer him, you still need to play some tricks. Xu Hao immediately acted ashamed and said apologetically, "Zixuan, I'm sorry for not caring about your feelings just now." Feng Zixuan didn't say anything, although Xu Hao was not to blame for this matter. But she was still angry. After all, she lost the most precious thing. Xu Hao's voice continued to ring. "Zixuan, I know you are not a casual girl. I just couldn't help myself just now. In fact, after so many days of teaching, you have already entered my heart. Your beauty, kindness deeply touched me and made me unable to extricate myself. It is my fault for doing such a thing today. I will be responsible for you." His tone was firm and sincere. Xu Hao actually admitted that he took the initiative. However, in this day and age, few people believe the truth. Feng Zixuan didn't believe it either. The way she looked just now was obviously suspected of seduction. Xu Hao misunderstood. The anger in Feng Zixuan's heart had long disappeared. "Master, I don't blame you. I didn't express it clearly just now. It's my fault." Seeing that Xu Hao still looked self-blaming, Feng Zixuan softened her heart and pursed her lips and said, "Master, don't be like this. Didn't I refuse just now? In fact, I also have you in my heart." Chapter 219. Master, are you going down the mountain? My daughter's feelings have finally deteriorated. The sun sets. Xu Hao and Feng Zixuan just came out of the training room. The two are still in a master-disciple relationship. But from each other's eyes, it can be seen that they have deteriorated. The two just had a conversation. Wang Zixuan said that nothing happened and they are still master and disciple. Xu Hao disagreed and said he would be responsible for her. He already likes her and how important she is in his heart. Feng Zixuan feels guilty. She understands what Xu Hao means. Xu Hao deliberately said that he likes her and falls in love with her, just because he doesn't want her to feel burdened. What a good master. Feng Zixuan was moved and couldn't say no. Next, we'll take it one step at a time. Zixuan, you don't need to be nervous tomorrow, you have already learned the 13 ghost needles. While going downstairs, Xu Hao was admonishing the heroine's apprentice. Find a topic to divert Feng Zixuan's pain. This made Feng Zixuan, who had just lost her virginity and was worried about gains and losses, feel warm in her heart. After going downstairs, Feng Zixuan sent Xu Hao out. Fortunately, she went out from the back door and didn't meet anyone along the way. The main hall was very busy. Xu Qingshe was the temporary shopkeeper and was too busy to get away. The two came to a car, and Xu Hao was about to get in the car when a voice sounded behind him. Feng Zixuan frowned. As soon as she heard the voice, she knew it was that hateful guy. Turning around, who else could it be but Su Chen? At this time, he was staring at her with a shocked face. Luo Yan was helping out in Shenong Hall. Just now, when he came back from the bathroom, he happened to see Feng Zixuan and Xu Hao walked out. The two talked and laughed. Feng Zixuan's face was still slightly red. Su Chen looked at him with hatred, turned around and prepared to return to his post. Half a month later, he was used to this scene. Feng Zixuan was harassed and bullied by Xu Hao every day. He told Feng Zixuan, but Feng Zixuan didn't listen. He could only go to Xu Hao for trouble. Xu Hao didn't have martial ethics. He threatened to find someone to deal with him. He also knew one thing from his good brother Luo Yan. Xu Hao was actually more powerful than Luo Yan. Su Chen was furious. He was so strong that he could deal with himself. He actually found someone to perform and treated them like monkeys. It was too bad. He and Luo Yan were both injured. It was not until yesterday that he fully recovered from his injuries. With Luo Yan's reminder, he didn't act rashly again. Without sufficient strength, he would only be humiliated if he went to Xu Hao. So, although he knew Xu Hao was bullying his junior sister, but he could do nothing about it. He turned around and walked back, out of sight, out of mind. He swore, as long as he broke through the Hua Jin, he would tear Xu Hao into pieces. Suddenly, Su Chen's raised footsteps suddenly froze. He turned his head quickly to look at Feng Zixuan's back. Her walk was a little unnatural. Although Feng Zixuan tried her best to hide it, Su Chen still found something wrong at a glance. It was like being struck by lightning. Feng Zixuan had already lost her virginity to Xu Hao. Su Chen could not accept it. He had been staying in Shenong Hall, thinking that Xu Hao would be cautious with him watching. He did not attack Feng Zixuan. He was wrong. He was extremely wrong. Xu Hao still took action. Think about how they were busy treating patients downstairs. Xu Hao was bullying his junior sister upstairs. Su Chen is emo. Ding Su Chen's plasmolysis, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao heard Su Chen's voice and put his foot back on the car. He looked playful. Junior sister Feng, how come you were with him? Su Chen said this with a heartache. Feng Zixuan blushed. She glanced at Xu Hao secretly. They are master and apprentice, and people know about this just after it happened. She was very embarrassed. Then her face changed and she was secretly annoyed. Is this guy poisonous? She hid it so well, how could she be discovered? Feng Zixuan couldn't admit it, and she argued. What do you mean? Don't talk nonsense, nothing happened between me and the master. This is a cover-up, and it's almost fooling people. Su Chen's mouth twitched wildly. His face was tangled in pain. After a long while, he said with regret. Junior sister Feng, how many times have I told you? Xu Hao is cheating on you and has bad intentions towards you, why are you still? Feng Zixuan looked unhappy. This guy started again. It was annoying. I've said it before, nothing happened between me and the master, and this is a matter between us, you don't need to interfere. I don't want to hear you say these words again. Xu Hao watched the show. Feng Zixuan was kind-hearted, out of friendship with Su Chen. She said she wanted to drive Su Chen away, but she didn't really make up her mind. This won't work. Feng Zixuan has become his woman, and there is another one who is his daughter. He doesn't want to see a protagonist around him. It's not easy for Feng Zixuan to drive Xu Hao away, so he will add fuel to the fire. Xu Hao glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and put his arm around Feng Zixuan's waist. He looked at Su Chen jokingly. You were right, Zixuan and I are together, we are truly in love. Quote. You have been targeting me and saying bad things about me in front of Zixuan. You are just jealous of my close relationship with Zixuan. I know you like Zixuan, but don't think about it now. Zixuan is already my woman. If you dare to have any bad thoughts again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Holding the beauty in his arms, Xu Hao's expression was proud and his ridicule doubled. Suddenly hugged by Xu Hao, Feng Zixuan froze, looking around nervously, afraid of being discovered. Su Chen's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. How old are you? Say love to his junior sister who is more than 20 years old. And you are sincere. You are lying. I am jealous and targeting you because of your close relationship. Did I deliberately make up the things you did? It's too shameless. Su Chen was mad at Xu Hao's shamelessness. Seeing Xu Hao holding his junior sister in his arms, Feng Zixuan looked worried and didn't dare to resist, which deeply hurt him. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He tiptoed and rushed towards Xu Hao. The pent-up anger during this period of time burst out at this moment. What Xu Hao is strong. He has a deep influence in the Magic City. It is not appropriate to attack him directly. He can't care about what his good brother Luo Yan said. Now Su Chen just wants to beat Xu Hao up. Also because Xu Hao's strength was said by him. He doesn't know the real situation. In addition, he has recovered his strength and feels that he is doing well again. Su Chen is very fast. He rushed forward in one step, deliberately avoiding to hurt Feng Zixuan, and punched Xu Hao in the face. He was angry when he saw this face. Xu Hao's smile became more intense. Good. Now let's see how you can stay in Shenong Hall. Facing a punch close at hand, Xu Hao did not dodge. One leg stretched out quickly, and it was the first to arrive. Kicked Su Chen in the chest. Boom. It was like being hit by a truck. Su Chen flew backwards at a faster speed than when he came. He could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. How can a late Hua Jin be so strong? The moment he landed, Su Chen tapped his toes to relieve the force, his face full of horror. Hearing Luo Yan say that Xu Hao was in the late Hua Jin, his strength was ridiculous. At that time, he just smiled and didn't believe it. Now, he believed it. Although he didn't use his full strength because he was worried about his junior sister. But he shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Feng Zixuan was surprised. She mainly studied medicine, but she also had the strength of the peak of Mingjin. Naturally, she could see the extraordinariness of the two people when they fought. When Su Chen attacked, she only saw a shadow. She didn't see clearly how Xu Hao beat Su Chen away. I didn't expect Master Xu Hao to be so powerful. He was so casual, it felt stronger than Master Luo. Feng Zixuan was incredible. You're angry because I've exposed your thoughts. For Zixuan's sake, I'll forgive you once. Don't blame me for being rude next time. Xu Hao's cold voice sounded. Feng Zixuan came back to her senses. Then she understood what happened. Su Chen was actually going to attack her master. It looked like he was going to kill her. If Xu Hao wasn't stronger, it would have been over. The master was so good to her, and she thought that she was almost slapped in the face by Su Chen because of her. Self-blame filled her heart. Feng Zixuan's face was gloomy. Who told you to attack my master? Get out of Shenong Hall and don't let me see you again. She was very angry and said to Su Chen angrily. Su Chen wanted to explain. But Feng Zixuan didn't listen, and her tone was cold. Are you deaf? I told you to get out. Seeing her determined face, Su Chen opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. Feng Zixuan was serious this time. Feng Zixuan didn't like him before, but she didn't drive him away. This time, Xu Hao wanted to drive him away. It was a huge blow. He turned around dejectedly and walked away silently, his back was bleak. Ding Su Chen's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao then showed a winner's smile. With just a small calculation, the protagonist was driven away from the heroine. The Chinese and Western Medicine Exchange Conference was held in the Magic City Central Square. Western medicine attached great importance to this exchange conference and invited many medical masters to participate. Officials and some upper-class people were also invited to show their support. The whole process will be broadcast live at that time. The momentum was very loud. It seemed that they had already made plans to completely trample on Chinese medicine. As for whether they would lose, impossible. For this exchange conference, they were fully prepared. The time came to 9 o'clock. Chinese and Western medicine and the witnesses who were invited to come appeared. There was a commotion outside the Magic City Central Square. Many people came to watch the fun. Damn you. Look, that's Professor Andre, an authority in the medical field. I heard that he has been studying cancer in recent years. Rumor has it that there has been a breakthrough. I didn't expect to invite this top boss. Oh my god, why is Professor Dracula here? This is a big boss who has gone a long way in the field of cancer. It seems that Western medicine is serious this time. Many experts and professors have come. Where are the people from Chinese medicine? Over there, look quickly, they are known as the twin flowers in the Chinese medicine field, two beautiful female doctors. The reality is even more beautiful than what you see in the photos. They are beautiful and talented. Who can resist them? With the arrival of Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe, attract all eyes. Aroused waves of exclamation. Chinese and Western medicine entered the venue. There were also some upper-class people in the Magic City. Feng Zixuan looked around. When she saw Xu Hao was also in the crowd and smiled at her. My heart immediately settled down. This made Su Chen, who was also in the crowd, look very unhappy. Feng Zixuan only had eyes for Xu Hao. She saw him clearly, but just glanced at him. She was extremely upset. Luo Yan, who was standing next to him, noticed that something was wrong with his good brother, and hurriedly pulled him, signaling him not to act rashly. With the host's opening remarks, this Chinese and Western medicine exchange meeting officially began. The exchange meeting was initiated by Western medicine, and the rules were also set by them. The rules were very simple. Just find a few patients with advanced cancer and treat them by both Chinese and Western medicine. In the end, whoever has the best treatment effect will be the winner. They didn't say that they would cure people. They just asked for good results. Because with their research in the field of cancer, they couldn't cure people. Patients with advanced cancer are fragile. They have to be very careful when treating them with Western medicine. If they get a few injections from Chinese medicine, they will think they are not dying fast enough. By then, Western medicine, will maintain the patient's body, but Chinese medicine will kill the patient. It will definitely hit Chinese medicine hard. The TCM side was all furious. These guys really had bad intentions. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie looked at each other. Fortunately, they were prepared and learned the 13 ghost needles. Otherwise, they would have panicked at this time. After selecting the patient, the competition began. The Western medicine side inserted various instruments into the patient in an orderly manner. The TCM side took the pulse and checked the condition. With Xu Qingxie as the main and Feng Zixuan as the auxiliary, they began to give acupuncture treatment to the patient. After all, Xu Qingxie learned the 13 ghost needles in advance and practiced for 2 days. Feng Zixuan was willing to play the auxiliary. Let this opportunity to become famous be given to the junior sister. As long as it can make TCM rise, she doesn't care who leads it. Not to mention that it is the two of them who are treating it. She also has a share of fame. Half a day passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, under the careful treatment of Xu Qingxie and Feng Zixuan, the patient gradually improved. Although the cancer cells in the body have not been removed, the condition has improved visibly. In the Western medicine side, a group of people were tinkering with something. Wang Nuo Jiao, several professors and masters were exchanging treatment methods. Some had surgery, but the effect was not obvious. Witnessing the changes in the condition of the patients from the Chinese medicine side, everyone was stunned. No way, no way. Chinese medicine is so awesome that it can even cure cancer. Soon a professional doctor came to investigate the situation. The report results made the whole audience speechless. The cancer cells in the patient's body were greatly reduced, from the late stage to the middle stage. If the treatment continues, who said that people can't be cured completely? When Western doctors heard the news, they couldn't believe it and said it was impossible. But the real data was in front of them. They couldn't help but believe it. A day passed quickly. Chinese medicine cured cancer patients, which means it won over Western medicine. The whole network was shocked. One piece of news dominated the hot search list. Shocking. Chinese medicine completely defeated Western medicine and cured a patient with advanced cancer within 1 day. Closing square bracket. Doctors who can cure cancer were born, and they turned out to be the two most beautiful female doctors. The results of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange conference are out. FCK can even cancer be cured. Is Chinese medicine so awesome? Chinese medicine YYDS, I declare that from now on I only believe in Chinese medicine. Western medicine G go away. Rather than saying that Chinese medicine is awesome, it's better to say that the two female doctors are awesome. I advise everyone not to blindly worship Chinese medicine. The two female doctors are so beautiful, they are the real angels, the living bodhisattvas. The whole network has set off a wave of enthusiasm. As the center of the incident, Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie are holding a celebration banquet at this time. Of course, they will celebrate with Xu Hao. After many years of wishing, Xu Qingxie looked at Xu Hao, and there was no hostility. Instead, there was a strong sense of gratitude. This gratitude will gradually turn into a father's love and a daughter's filial piety. Feng Zixuan was so excited that she almost threw herself into his arms. A phone call came in. Feng Zixuan answered. What? Master, you want to come down the mountain to find me? Chapter 220. My daughter is right next to me. Enter the bridal chamber. Sleeping naked. Strategies. The exchange meeting between Chinese and Western medicine has ended. Western medicine has failed to gain anything. They wanted to take this opportunity to trample on Chinese medicine and restore the reputation of Western medicine. But it helped Chinese medicine. Nowadays, the fishing reels on the internet are almost one-sided. They praised Chinese medicine to the sky. Western medicine was devalued to nothing. What experts and professors, in front of the two goddesses, were all garbage. The Western medicine side dared to be angry but dared not speak. Because this is the fact. They really didn't expect it. They were fully prepared. They also used tricks to ask for treatment of advanced cancer. It's outrageous that Chinese medicine can actually cure it. The news of cancer treatment shocked the world. Chinese medicine has become completely famous now. Just when the internet was abuzz. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie, the central figures of the incident. At this time, they were holding a celebration banquet with Xu Hao. Master, I toast you. If it weren't for your careful teaching during this period, I wouldn't have survived the last crisis of Shenong Hall, let alone promoting Chinese medicine now. Feng Zixuan raised her glass and sincerely thanked Xu Hao. Xu Hao clinked glasses with her. Not long after, Xu Qingxie also toasted Xu Hao. She said with gratitude, "Thank you." Quote. Xu Hao laughed. The laugh was meaningful. It was not beyond his expectations. After this exchange meeting, the daughter's aversion has turned into affection. No longer resisting him. Next, it will be easy to conquer this daughter. Just like conquering the heroine. With that gratitude towards him, it will be easy to conquer. It won't be long before this fourth daughter will be as filial as his father. Seeing the excited expressions of his daughter and apprentice, Xu Hao's heart moved. Such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to get. 677, drunk. So he also raised his glass. It is all your credit to lead the rise of traditional Chinese medicine. Congratulations on your dream. Quote. Bang. The three cups clinked together. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling just when the few people were having a good time. A phone rang. Feng Zixuan picked it up and took a look. She was shocked and sobered up a lot. Two words were displayed on it: master. It was the master who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Feng Zixuan clicked to answer. It's really strange, master, why did you call me? Zixuan, where did you learn the 9 needles of heavenly medicine? And what kind of acupuncture method did you use to treat cancer today? An ethereal voice came from the other side. The tone seemed a little anxious. Feng Zixuan was stunned. Master, aren't you a hermit who never pays attention to the outside world? How did you know? Ryu called. Tell me, she sent me 2 videos, oh don't worry about it, answer me. The other side explained, urged. Luo Qingxian, who was as ethereal as a fairy. There was a tremor in her voice, and she was very excited. That was the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. She had worked hard for decades to complete the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine sect. It has never been realized. Now it is performed by her eldest disciple. How can she not be shocked and excited? Half an hour ago, the 3rd disciple by Ryu called her and told her about this. At that time, she was full of disbelief. Until the 3rd disciple sent a video, she had to believe it after watching it. In a video, the acupuncture method performed by Feng Zixuan is very similar to the incomplete 9 needles of heavenly medicine. But it is more profound and more complete. She is sure. That is the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. As for the other video, the elder and younger disciples worked together to perform acupuncture, which was more mysterious than Tianyi Zhoujun. She didn't even know the name of the acupuncture. When did the 2 disciples become so powerful? She called to ask immediately. It turned out to be the 3rd apprentice sister. Feng Zixuan thought to herself. Hearing the master's eagerness, Feng Zixuan smiled in her heart. They had thought about it a long time ago. If she told the master about Tianyi Zhoujun, it would definitely mess up her transcendent heart. Now it seems that it is true. The suspense is almost over. Feng Zixuan is no longer hiding it. Master, I learned both sets of acupuncture techniques, including the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, from another master. By the way, master, I have found another master in the city, you don't mind, do you? Luo Qingxian was startled. She didn't mind her apprentice finding another master. She wasn't one of those old antiques. She was just shocked that someone could use the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. The 9 needles of heavenly medicine is the unique skill of their Tianyi sect. And it has been lost for many years. How did the other master of the eldest apprentice know it? What is the relationship with Tianyi sect? Questions popped up in her mind. Feng Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief after getting the answer from the master that he didn't mind. A big stone fell from her heart. The tone became lighter. As for the other set of acupuncture techniques you mentioned, that was the 13 needles of Ghost Gate taught to me by Master Xu. What? Luo Qingxian was shocked and horrified. 13 needles of Ghost Gate. She had only heard of records in ancient books. That is a kind of acupuncture that is more powerful than the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. Hasn't it been lost for hundreds or thousands of years? Is there anyone who can use such a powerful acupuncture? Her curiosity about the other master of her eldest disciple reached its peak. Then Feng Zixuan told her master about leading the rise of traditional Chinese medicine. Under the leadership of her and her younger sister, traditional Chinese medicine has been carried forward. Luo Qingxian was very pleased to hear that. Finally, she couldn't help but be curious about the other master of her eldest disciple and her obsession with the 9 needles of heavenly medicine. She spoke with a firm look in her eyes. Zixuan, I've decided. I will go down the mountain to find you tomorrow and see the real 9 needles of heavenly medicine. What? Master, you are going to come down the mountain to find me? Feng Zixuan stood up from her seat in shock and said incredulously. Thinking about the master's obsession with the 9 needles of heavenly medicine, she was relieved. Master, you seldom go down the mountain. How about I pick you up tomorrow? No need. You just made a name for Chinese medicine. You must be very busy. I can go down the mountain by myself. I am not too old and blind to walk. Hang up the phone. Feng Zixuan's face was full of joy. I haven't seen the master for several years. It won't be long before I see him again. What's wrong, big sister? Did the master call just now? Seeing Feng Zixuan's surprise, Xu Qingxie couldn't wait to ask after hanging up the phone. Feng Zixuan nodded. She told them that the master was going down the mountain to find them. Xu Qingxie was also very happy. Xu Hao looked strange. According to what Lu Yiren, who had already conquered her, said. There are 3 sisters in the sect, plus Xu Qingxie, that's 4. Each of them is very beautiful. Especially her master, who has a fairy-like aura. That master is going down the mountain soon. Xu Hao was a little looking forward to it. Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingxie were very happy to hear that the master was going down the mountain. This is really good news, double happiness. He clinked glasses with Xu Hao one after another. In a happy mood, he didn't care about drinking. After a meal. Under Xu Hao's intentional or unintentional persuasion. As expected, the 2 women got drunk. Xu Hao held one in his left hand and one in his right hand. He hugged the 2 women and returned to Xu Qingxue's home. After arriving home, Xu Hao slightly activated the Huajin force. Some of Feng Zixuan's drunkenness was dispelled. But not completely. She remained slightly tipsy. Where is this? Feng Zixuan asked, opening her confused eyes. Xu Hao tapped her head gently. Where else could it be? Of course it's your home. I know you are very happy today, but you don't have to drink so much. Feng Zixuan smiled awkwardly. Recalling the scene at the table, she did drink a lot. She saw that the junior sister Xu Qingxie in Xu Hao's arms was also drunk. The knowledge was a little ambiguous. Feng Zixuan said. Master, thank you for your trouble. I will leave Qingxie to you. Quote. Xu Hao waved his hand and said it was okay, and asked her to open the door. Feng Zixuan had to put away her weird thoughts and took out the key to open the door. Thinking that Xu Hao was the father of the junior sister, it was okay to be a little intimate, right? After opening the door, Xu Hao stretched out his hand and hugged Xu Qingxie. He came to the next door to Feng Zixuan's room upstairs. The room Feng Zixuan arranged for Xu Qingxie was here. Seeing Xu Hao carrying Xu Qingxie horizontally into the room, Feng Zixuan felt strange. Why is it like entering the bridal chamber? Feng Zixuan brought a basin of warm water, simply washed Xu Qingxie, and covered her with a quilt. Feng Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the essence was done. Then she looked at Xu Hao. Master, I trouble you again. Quote. After Feng Zixuan finished speaking, she did not recall anything and raised her head in surprise. She saw Xu Hao staring at her straight. Swish. Her face turned red. She stuttered. Master, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Feng Zixuan remembered the ambiguity between her and Xu Hao again. Her little heart was beating non-stop. Xu Hao smiled slightly. He took a step forward and took her into his arms. He lowered his head slightly. This time Xu Hao did not activate the god's hand. I don't know if Feng Zixuan has accepted Xu Hao or if she didn't refuse because she was drunk. But just when the last step was about to happen, Feng Zixuan saw the sleeping junior sister out of the corner of her eye. The resistance was extremely strong. Master, this is not possible. The junior sister is still. Then let's go to your bedroom. Quote. Xu Hao felt a little regretful. I missed the chance to harvest a large amount of emotional value. But I can take it slowly. I can't accept it now. After I conquer you, I will continue. I came to Feng Zixuan's bedroom next door. Feng Zixuan was still nervous. The junior sister was sleeping next door. But when she met Xu Hao's eyes, Feng Zixuan was grateful, ashamed, guilty, all kinds of emotions. After all, she did not reject Xu Hao 0. Feng Zixuan was very nervous, emotional value plus 654. Ding Feng Zixuan was too shy, emotional value plus 789. Xu Qingshe, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear the voice of the senior sister. She was singing. The song was melodious and pleasant to the ears. The next day, Xu Qingshe got up. It was already bright. She couldn't help wondering why the senior sister, who always got up early, hadn't gotten up yet. So, Xu Qingshe opened the door and walked into Feng Zixuan's room. A faint smell lingered around her nose, making her frown. What smell? Qingshe, why did you come into my room? Feng Zixuan took a nap, and couldn't fall asleep after waking up. Random thoughts in her mind. Recalling the time spent with Xu Hao all night. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she saw junior sister Xu Qingshe come in again. Feng Zixuan was startled. She quickly covered herself with the quilt. She covered the marks on her body, leaving only her head exposed. Fortunately, Xu Hao left at dawn. Otherwise, if Xu Qingshe came in and saw them sleeping together, wouldn't she explode on the spot? I came to see senior sister. You should have gotten up by now. I thought you were drunk yesterday and didn't wake up. Xu Qingshe explained. Unknowingly, she had come to Feng Zixuan's bed. Seeing the messy room, Chen Qingshe couldn't help but frown. Senior sister, your room is too messy, didn't you get drunk last night? If I didn't know, I would have thought it was a battlefield left over from the war. She said half-jokingly. Feng Zixuan was startled. A sentence was stuck in her throat and almost blurted out. How do you know? If it weren't for the joking expression of junior sister, I would have thought she had heard it last night. Okay, I'm going to get up, you go out first. Fearing that Xu Qingshe might notice something, Feng Zixuan began to chase people away. Just get up if you want to, we are all sisters, what's the relationship? We slept together and talked a few days ago. Xu Qingshe curled her lips. Then, a sense of doubt surged in her heart. The messy room, the faint smell, the tension of the senior sister. It always feels so strange. Senior sister, you are not hiding any secrets from me, right? I feel that you are so strange today. Where is it strange? Don't think too much, get out quickly, I want to get up. Feng Zixuan's heart was in her throat. Xu Qingshui's eyes became more and more strange. When her eyes fell on Feng Zixuan's quilt and saw the outline, it suddenly dawned on her. Senior sister, you sleep naked when you sleep alone, I didn't expect you to have this habit. Quote. It was like discovering a new world. She knew all the senior sisters. She was calm and kind. I didn't expect she had such a hobby. You can't know a person's heart. Feng Zixuan's face was red. Xu Qingshe said with a smile. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Is it okay if I go out? She turned and left the room. Feng Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. She collapsed on the bed. She was scared to death just now. She was almost discovered by the junior sister 2.8. The feeling of being discovered that she was with her father. Don't mention how nervous she was. It was more tiring than performing a set of 13 needles. Although she didn't find out about her and Xu Hao. She was misunderstood to be sleeping naked, so embarrassing. Ding Xu Qingshe felt ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Xu Group. 3 beautiful women who looked like flowers and beautiful women were chatting happily together. They are the 3 golden flowers of Xu Group now. Sha Qingge, Yu Yunying and Ji Feishui, who has just joined the company as the president's secretary. The friend of a beautiful woman is still a beautiful woman. There is some truth in this. Ordinary girls will feel ashamed when standing next to them. Only beauties of one level can play together. Under the initiative of Sha Qingge and Li Yunshu, the 3 girls quickly became friends. Why take the initiative? Li Yunshu was puzzled by her bestie's behavior. You are stupid. With Uncle Shu's character, you know that Uncle Shu often doesn't come to the company. There must be other women outside. There are only 2 of us in the company, and we are weak. I will go home to take care of my baby soon. You can't do it alone. Of course, I have to find you a comrade in arms. Quote. Li Yunshu hesitated. Sha Qingge rolled her eyes. What's wrong with that? With Ji Feishui's looks, how could she escape Uncle Shu's clutches? She will become Uncle Shu's woman sooner or later, so why don't we drag her down first? When the time comes, the 3 of us will be together. How can those coquettish be outside be our opponents? Li Yunshu nodded in ignorance. It made sense, and he couldn't help but feel familiar. It seemed that Xia Qingge had also approached him on her own initiative. Chapter 221, Temptation. The two of them are so attracted to each other. You are deliberately seducing me. Li Yunshu still accepted her best friend's twisted logic. The main reason is that she loves Xu Hao very much. If she can win over Ji Feishui as a comrade in arms, it will make Xu Hao stay with them for a longer time. Ji Yunshu thinks it is worth it. So she planned it unintentionally. In 10 days, she got familiar with the new secretary. At this time, the three of them were gathered together and laughing. Feishui, do you have any ideas about our Uncle Xu? The topic turned to Xu Hao. Xia Qingge suddenly looked at Ji Feishui with a smile. Ji Feishui was confused. Have ideas about Xu Hao? She has never thought about it. She is now focused on revenge. How can she have time to talk about love? And there is a big age gap between her and Xu Hao. How could it be possible? Seeing that Li Yunshu was also looking at her with curiosity, Ji Feishui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You misunderstood. I admire Mr. Xu and his talent in business. It's not what you think. She is still a little unhappy. She has investigated the market. She is ready to start a business, but she became Xu Hao's secretary inexplicably. Ji Feishui is mad. She wants to leave after joining Xu Group. It's not that easy. Unless she is not afraid of offending Xu Hao. Xu Hao is a billionaire in Shanghai. If she offends him, she will not be able to move forward in Shanghai. Not to mention starting a company. Ji Feishui has no choice but to make the best of it. She puts the idea of starting a business aside for now. Do a good job as a secretary. Wait for Xu Hao, I'll fire her on a whim one day. Fortunately, it's not so boring in Xu Group. I met two good sisters. Li Yunshu and Xia Qingge. They are about the same age. Although she didn't have as much experience as her, she had good academic performance and extraordinary knowledge. They were all trained by the two girls in Xu Group for half a year. As the heroine, her learning ability and adaptability to the environment are top-notch. Chat together when you have nothing to do. It also relieved her depression. Xia Qingge didn't believe it. Feishui, we are all good sisters, don't hide it from us. If you just joined the company because you admire Uncle Xu, how could you choose a secretary with a different major? Secretary, I can tell that she has an ambiguous relationship with the boss. Feishui, just admit it, we won't tell anyone, not to mention that Uncle Xu is so handsome and so elegant. Quote. We all like Uncle Xu, what's the big deal if we admit it? Ji Feishui's mouth and eyes trembled. Recalling how she became a secretary, Ina again. Hearing Xia Qingge talking about liking Xu Hao again, Ji Feishui rolled her eyes beautifully. Because the two women wanted to drag her down. Afraid of scaring her, she kept a distance from Xu Hao during this period. Ji Feishui didn't find out about their relationship with Xu Hao. Calling him uncle, the reason is that the elders in the family know Xu Hao. Ji Feishui thought that the two women's preference was the kind of liking for the elders. I said that becoming Mr. Xu's secretary was an accident, do you believe it? Xia Qingge and Li Yunshu both shook their heads. Ji Feishui. By the way, Xia Qingge seemed to think of something and suddenly smiled. Feishui, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, we saw it with our own eyes. Ji Feishui was confused. Then Xia Qingge spoke. Last time I got home from get off work, I saw you hanging on Uncle Xu. Yunshu, we were together at that time, you saw it too, right? Yes. Li Yunshu nodded. You were hugging each other at that time, so intimate. Ji Feishui was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the scene that day. Xu Hao was going to have dinner at that time. She followed him and reported her work. When they were walking on the road, a snake suddenly jumped out from the bushes beside them. She was so scared that she quickly threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. It should be at that time that she was seen by her two best friends. Ji Feishui hurriedly explained. You misunderstood, I was scared by the snake at that time, it was an accident. The two girls gave Ji Feishui a look and let her experience it herself. Well, even if you were an accident, you instinctively threw yourself into Uncle Xu's arms. Xia Qingge said sarcastically. Ji Feishui was speechless. What do you mean even if? It was an accident. Xia Qingge ignored her feelings and continued. Then how do you explain the last time I went to the office and reported to Uncle Xu that you were seducing Uncle Xu with your wet body? If I hadn't appeared at that time, I'm afraid you would have been in a rage. I feel sorry for disturbing your and Uncle Xu's good things. How could I seduce Mr. Xu with my wet body? Ji Feishui hurriedly explained. The scene of that day also came to mind. It was a few days after she joined the company. Xu Hao hadn't had a secretary for half a year, and no one handed over work to her. She had to handle everything herself. It was very busy during that time. Xu Hao kindly brought her a cup of warm water. She thanked him and prepared to drink it. But suddenly her hand shook. The warm water spilled and wet the clothes in front of her. That day she was wearing a secretary uniform, and the clothes were very thin. Plus she had a good figure, and after being wetted by water, her figure was fully exposed. How tempting it was, as tempting as it could be. At that time, Xu Hao looked at her without blinking. She felt ashamed. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Just then, the office door opened from the outside. Sha Qingge was stunned for a moment when she saw the posture of the two people, and then suddenly realized. She retreated and closed the door. Sorry, I disturbed you, you continue. Ji Feishui cried out that she was wrong. It's not what you think, I was careless when I drank water that day. Sha Qingge had an expression that said, no matter what you say, I just don't believe it. Are you drinking water? There is not a drop of water at the corner of your mouth. It's more like drinking water in front of you. The outline is out, so tempting. I have to say, Feishui, you have a really good figure. Uncle Xu was stunned. Hard fist. Ji Feishui's eyebrows jumped. What a joke. She almost forgot about such an embarrassing thing. She was brought up by this good sister again. My hand was shaking accidentally. I also know one thing. Quote, seeing her best friend tell everything about Ji Feishui and Xu Hao. Li Yunshu also assisted. Finally, a conclusion was drawn. Ji Feishui is interested in Xu Hao, don't quibble. And she has already taken many actions. You don't know until you tell her everything. Ji Feishui thought that she was really getting close to Xu Hao and tempting him. This is what both women know. There are some things they don't know. Trapped in the elevator, a flower pot fell down and was saved by Xu Hao. She didn't believe in fate before. Now she began to believe it. This is the rhythm of God bringing them together. But did Yu Lao make a mistake? Xu Hao has a family and is old enough to be her down. Is this marriage a wrong match? The main thing is that she really has no idea about Xu Hao. You all think too much, it was just an accident, you misunderstood. No matter how she explained. The two sisters didn't believe it, so Shui had to play it off. What are you talking about? The three girls were talking excitedly, and a voice sounded beside them. Seeing that it was Xu Hao coming over, they all greeted him. Uncle Xu. Xu smiled and nodded to them. After chatting for a while, Xu Hao walked towards the office. Mr. Xu. Ji Feishui thought of something to tell Xu Hao, so she called out. She walked towards Xu Hao. But after a few steps, her foot suddenly tripped on the ground and fell straight forward. Not far from Xu Hao. At this time, Xu Hao happened to turn around after hearing what she said. Ji Feishui hit him in the chest. Realizing that she was about to slide down, Xu Hao hugged her. Ji Feishui didn't feel much pain, just moaned. After a trance, Ji Feishui realized that the two were hugging each other. Very ambiguous. Feishui, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Ji Feishui suddenly woke up and stepped back a few steps to get out of Xu Hao's arms. Her face was red like blood. What did you call me just now? I wanted to say that the documents have been sorted out and placed on your desk. Ji Feishui lowered her head and did not dare to look up at Xu Hao. It was really embarrassing. Ding Ji Feishui was ashamed, emotional value plus 666. Xu Hao nodded slightly, told her to be careful and not to rush. Then walked towards the office. The footsteps faded away. Ji Feishui was relieved a little, and then she dared to raise her head. Found that the two sisters were staring at her in a daze. Why are you looking at me? Feishui, you still say you are not interested in Uncle Xu. Who would fall flat on their face? But Xu Hao entered the office. Congratulations to the host and the reward of the pumping. Product. *50 Can it change in front of me after consumption? Is there a mistake? Give him a big master. This thing cannot be eaten casually. Xu Hao thought of A's fourth daughter. Papaya, combined with his divine hand and special massage techniques and medical skills. Wouldn't it be easy to make her confident? What's wrong with my hands being a little itchy? What a pity. I was just having fun with my apprentice last night. I should try it while Xu Qingxie is asleep. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes. Keep going, don't let me down. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward special item, a bag of imported ice and fire candy. Being in the middle of ice and fire, it feels so good, and taking it can enhance your physical fitness. Although, it always makes people think of something wrong. It's a bit improper. Can't wait for the two heroines to come in and try it out. What's going on? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize characters, 3 peak level warriors of Huajin. Okay. Add 3 more peak combat forces. Wushang can expand again. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize skills, Hacker Grandmaster. A memory was instilled in the mind. Immediately mastered the knowledge of hackers. Grandmaster level is the limit of human beings. Xu Hao became the world's top hacker. It's hard to find a website that he can't hack into. No one can hack into his program. You can make some arrangements for your company and mobile phone. In case a hacker protagonist pops up one day to cause trouble. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 12 points of free attributes. This is not bad. Keep up the good work. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize character, 100 Dark Energy Peak Warriors. Dark Energy Peak Warriors are not weak either. 100, 2 big bowls of food. Very good. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize item, 10 nude photos of a certain woman. Something strange seems to have appeared. Xu Hao looked at the 10 photos in the system space. Naked, and posing in a seductive posture. The woman in the photo is incredibly beautiful. She is definitely a heroine. With such a posture, if Xu Hao had not been in the battlefield for a long time, he would definitely not be able to control himself. FCK, this is also okay. How did you get such a photo? Forget it, there is no way to investigate, the system is awesome and that's it. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize 13 points of free attributes. Not bad. Although the front is not good, the back is still good. The ordinary lottery is over, and the find money is good lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize fire control. A mysterious feeling came to his mind. Xu Hao felt that he could control fire. Just like lightning control, it consumes mental energy to use. His mind moved slightly. Xu Hao spread his hands. A ball of fire appeared in his palm. First it was a small flame, which continued to expand. The temperature inside was very high, but Xu Hao didn't feel anything, as if it was a part of his body. It should be said that for a villain like him who often kills and burns people, it is indeed very useful. After killing people, he threw a fireball to destroy the corpse. Counting the harvest, 40 free attributes. Xu Hao began to add points. 20 points of strength, 10 points of physique and spirit each. A stream of warm currents emerged. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Xu Hao's eyes flashed. The attribute interface appeared. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100 Mao. Strength, 910, late stage of Huajin. Physique, 708, ordinary person 10. Spirit, 630, ordinary person 10. Skills, close combat Grandmaster, painting Grandmaster, calligraphy God level, piano Grandmaster, music Master, T-art God level, firearms Master, 18 martial arts Grandmaster, assassination Grandmaster, chess Grandmaster, Tai Chi God level, medical skills Grandmaster, gambling Grandmaster, carving Master, flying knife Grandmaster, driving skills God Bajiquan Grandmaster, hacker Grandmaster. Items God killing dagger, immortal rope, master key, 1 marriage X1, small whip, breakthrough pill 2. Special portable space 10 cubic meters teleportation, deceiving people, telekinesis, perspective, danger prediction, lightning control, dual cultivation of women, immunity to all poisons, hand of God, fire control. Emotional value 6678. Free attribute 0. Chapter 222, Loli Mom Charm. Screaming while being beaten, sickly, furious. Since hiring Ji Feishui as a secretary, Xu Hao's work has become easier. He only needs to deal with some important signatures and make some related decisions. This is also the result of him delegating power to Ji Feishui. It is called, I believe in you, let go and do it boldly. Ji Feishui wanted to cry but had no tears. Anyone would be ecstatic to be valued by Xu Hao, a rich man. But she didn't. She just wanted Xu Hao to fire her and start her own company. After signing, Xu Hao had nothing to do. So he left the company and went to a tea house to drink tea. After a while, an ordinary-looking figure came outside the tea house. It was Luo Yan, after so many days, under the treatment of his good brother Su Chen. He has recovered from his injuries and his strength has been fully restored. Late stage of Huajin, he broke through a small realm during the fight with Su Chen before. Looking at the tea house in front of him, Luo Yan was a little excited. Because not long ago, his dark web account received a message. It was sent to him by Hong Qiangwei. Let him come to this tea house alone to discuss the matter. Luo Yan thought a lot. Why did Hong Qiangwei send him a private message on the dark web? So covertly. Is she looking for him to discuss how to deal with Xu Hao? Very likely. He knew that Hong Qiangwei was threatened by Xu Hao. The resistance to Xu Hao in her eyes could not deceive anyone. But, for some reason, she had to do something for Xu Hao. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Yan was very excited and came here. If Hong Qiangwei could help him deal with Xu Hao, Hong Qiangwei, he and Su Chen, could do a lot with their cooperation. In order to act covertly, he did not tell his good brother Su Chen and came alone. He also covered it up. Luo Yan walked into the tea house. According to the address given by Hong Qiangwei, he entered a private room. Walked into it. When he saw the people inside, Luo Yan's body stiffened and his face suddenly darkened. It was indeed Hong Qiangwei who sent him a private message. Because Hong Qiangwei was in the box. But she was giving Xu Hao a massage at this time. Xu Hao enjoyed the service of the personal bodyguard while leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Luo Yan coming in, he smiled slightly. He raised his glass to signal. You are here. Come and have a cup of tea together. It looked as if the two sides were not enemies, but old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Luo Yan's face was ugly. At this time, he didn't understand. Goddamn, Hong Qiangwei wanted to deal with Xu Hao together with him. In fact, Xu Hao led him here, deceiving his feelings. But he was very curious. What did Xu Hao lead him to 717 for? Luo Yan asked coldly. What did you trick me to do? Boring. Xu Hao pouted. Don't be nervous. I asked you to come here because I want to make a deal with you. Luo Yan's heart trembled, and he was alert to Yishun. Xu Hao must have no good intentions when he asked him to deal with Su Chen. Last time, he asked him to deal with Su Chen. In the end, both of them were hurt. What kind of deal is he looking for him this time? He didn't believe that Xu Hao would have good intentions. I don't want to make any deal with you, and I don't want to see you. Xu Hao, don't be complacent. One day, I will make you pay back 1,000 times for everything you did to us. Complacent. One day, I will make you pay back 1,000 times for everything you did to us. When he thought of the last time he lay in front